a common practice, especially in India, that you must worship your Guru. And the Guru has to fully be in control of his disciples. Guru principle is extremely strict, and the strictness made many people could not conform to the ideals of a disciple. In those days, the Guru had to be absolutely the authority, and it was the Guru who would decide which disciples he'll have. And one had to go into great tapasya, to great penances, to even become a disciple. And this hardship was the only way the Guru used to judge. Gurus would always live in jungles, and they would select their disciples, very few, very, very few. And they had to go and beg food from the neighboring villages and cook food for their Guru with their own hands and feed the Guru. That sort of Guru business is not in search. That basically we must understand that the difference between those styles of Guruship and that we have now is this, that very few individuals were given the chance to become the Guru. Very few. And these few also were selected out of quite a lot of people, and they felt that there was something really special, that they are being selected, chosen, and that whatever they will have to go through is all welcome. With this idea, they became the disciples. But sahajayoga is a very different thing. I would say just the opposite. First of all, your Guru is a mother, and who suffers from Sandra Karuna. At the slightest things that happen to you, my eyes get filled with tears. So, as a mother, to be a Guru is a very difficult thing. But at the same time, for you to achieve heights is also difficult. Because you get lost when I love you so much, and in that love you forget sometimes that the progress in your being is very slow. It is important that in sahajayoga you have to be strict with yourself. That's why I said that you have to be your own guru, which people do not understand what it means. You have to be your own guru means you have to guide yourself, you have to treat yourself as your disciple, and you have to trim yourself. If you do not understand the responsibility as sahajayogi of working it out yourself, everything, you cannot move very fast, because it is a different type of relationship between the guru and the disciples. So first, I have always said you become your own guru. So you have to make a lot of introspection and fix your ideals. Before you, I am sitting. You have seen me how I am. I can eat anything. I need not eat at all for days together. I can sleep anywhere. I may not sleep at all. I travel for miles together untiringly. I have this energy because I am a guru of myself also. So the first thing is that there should be a lot of introspection. What's wrong with me, not wrong with others? What's wrong with me? Am I seeking the comfort of my body? The attention, is it on my body or on my spirit? If so, what am I doing? I think best thing is to write it down. Can I sleep on the grass? Can I sit on the stone? You have to make this body work. Can I sleep anytime I like, and can I keep awake anytime I like? I've seen people doze off. The reason is this, not that they're bad or in any way indisciplined people, but because inside they're tired. If you're tired inside, then you feel tired all the time. You will see on the television, if you see people in the West, they are always sitting like this. Because they are so very tired. Why are they so tired? They don't work so hard. So introspect how you behave. Now when you start introspecting yourself, you'll also start introspecting your surroundings and your styles and your methods and what you are doing to yourself because of the conditionings of the outside. Now the conditionings of the outside in the West are of a psychological nature. Indians have other conditionings which are also quite surprising, or we should say the Western people, they must wash their hand 10 times. Even if their skin comes out, they go on washing like mad. They must have a bathroom attached to them all the time. They must have their baths. If they don't have bath, they are not comfortable. They have other conditionings also. All kinds of stupid conditionings they have, but The conditionings that we have in the West are more psychological, and that's why you cannot find out what's wrong with you. The physical conditionings are not so dangerous. You can get over them or you can manage. But when you have conditioning of your psychology, you cannot understand what's wrong with you. Now, if you introspect around, what you will find is a very subtle thing. Firstly, that because of the wars maybe, I don't know why, but everybody is afraid of everyone. Especially I think Freud. Because of Freud, even the mother is afraid of the child. And all these things to Indians are absolutely, they can't understand this. But you people know that very well. They won't touch anybody. They won't hug anyone. First of all, when they used to play football, they used to hug. But now I see they don't hug, they just touch hands like this. After some time, I think they may just do like that or something. So frightened that nobody, even the children I've seen, are frightened of hugging their parents. So the expression of love is not there. And when there is no expression, there is no love inside. And that's how it goes on drying up and drying up and drying up. There was a little girl in sahajayoga, and I had some present for that child. She was quite young, must have been about 10 years of age. So I gave it to one sahajayogi, Western sahajayogi, that you go and give it to her and say that I have given. No, mother, I won't give. I said, why? She'll misunderstand me. I said, what will she misunderstand? It has gone so much into the heads of people. And this has created really the psychological insecurity within you. From very childhood, this insecurity has been working. And that's why you are frightened of each other. Even of your parents, of your brothers, your sisters. Psychologically, you are suffering. And when first I came to England, they used to say it is the insecurity. I said, what insecurity? The whole world is afraid of the Western world. And what are they suffering from insecurity? They have made everybody insecure all over the world. And why? What are they insecure? They are insecure within themselves, in their own society, in their own family, in their own groups. They are so much frightened of each other. So the first thing, you should be fearless. You are a sahajayogi, you are no more immoral. Cannot be immoral. If all the time, if you start thinking that you are immoral, and if you do something it is immoral, and that you have to go and do some confession somewhere, then what is going to happen to you? What sort of a personality you will have? We have to change this by changing ourselves. So among sahajogis there should be no insecurities but maryadas. You must know how to respect each other's privacy. The second thing that if you find in the Western mind, which is a very common thing, that they are bombarded by criticism. There are so many critics that now there are no more artists left. Only critics are criticizing critics. All artists are finished. They are all the time criticized. Somebody will come in, there's an education on criticism. They may not know how to play any instrument, they may not know how to sing, but they can criticize, all right. So all the time in your mind is a way that you always feel that somebody will criticize if you do this. All the time the fear is there that somebody will criticize. So, should I say or not? As Sahajogis, you shouldn't worry about these stupid people because they're blind, and if they want to criticize, you let them criticize. What does it matter? Makes no difference. But this you have to build up within yourself. Now the third is even worse, which I don't know if you have noticed or not. I don't know how it has gone into the heads of the Western minds that you must always see to the other side of the back, even if you are standing on this side, to be fair, and never to say something that you are sure of. Like you ask anyone, how are you? He'll say, always. Nobody will say, I'm perfectly all right. Nothing wrong with me. What's wrong? Perfectly all right. Thank you very much. But it is never. They are not sure of themselves all the time. It's shaking. And this shaking inside gives you a personality which can never progress. Progress comes when you put your step forward, you put your foot firmly on that point, and then put the second step forward, like as you climb on a mountain. But in the first place only, if you are still thinking that it's halfway through, then how can you go further? You'll only move on two steps, this or that or this or that. This is another very big psychological detergent, I should call it, or detrimental thing for your progress. Now the third thing you have learnt, which is also third or fourth maybe, that you must argue out yourself. Like you have a problem. You'll come and tell me, Mother, this problem I have got. This is very common with everyone. I have this problem. I'll say, all right, this is the solution. Then you will come out, no, but in this will happen. Then you tell another solution. No, Mother, this can be this way. All right, you tell third solution. No, Mother, in this can happen. Tell fourth, this can happen. You are standing against yourself all the time. Then I have to say, this is your problem, not mine, and I am giving you the solutions, and if you want to solve your problem, better take a positive attitude. The brain is this way. In our Hindi language it is called ulti khopdi. You are all the time arguing against yourself. So how can you progress? This is another great problem of the Western mind, that it doesn't try to face any problem as your own, but go on arguing with yourself like a lawyer. See, there are two lawyers, one yourself, another lawyer, go on arguing. So is a double personality in the being. It's not a single personality. As I said, it is very, very psychological that people have to take to this kind of a turn suddenly without understanding how dangerous it is. With the enlightenment of your brain, they should disappear. On the contrary, in sahajayoga, it's very dangerous. Because you say something, you are a sahajayogi. You are connected with the all-pervading power. Whatever you say gets connected. And it acts. It's very dangerous for you people not to realize that you are realized souls, and not to assume your own powers. Like, see, I have to say something secretly, then I must put my hand here and then say it, because it is connected to the mains. But supposing I keep it open like this and say something, it goes to everyone. In the same way, whatever the sahajogis say or desire or want, there are just people sitting there, see here and here, you have put them there. They are listening to you all the time. They are so anxious to do your work. All right, you say so, done. So, whatever you think, or whatever you desire, or whatever you say, you have to be extremely careful. And when, now, I mean, old people, all right, I can say that very conditioned, they have problems, But the generation that is here, most of them are all capable of improving yourself and making your brain straight by bringing it backwards to the forward. The psychological problem you do not see. The another psychological problem is which you do not know, which is very surprising. That whatever is the entrepreneur's ideas, you must act. Because the whole fundamentals of Western life is to see and to be seen. So, oh, that's the fashion, so we should do that. This is the fashion, so we'll do that. Like the other day, about a year back, I went to England and I found all the Sahajayoginis having their hair here. I said, what's this? So I asked an Indian girl, I said, what is this supposed to be? This is a new fashion. I said, what new fashion? Call it Jiprea in Marathi, We call it Jiprea fashion. Only the Marathis can. And they all had their hair here, like this, all. I said, my God, this is Agya, this they are covering, their eyes will become squinty. But the fashion, if it comes, and the whole fashion is with the hair alone. Hair, I don't know what. There's so much interest in the hair, and they lose the hair so fast in these countries without using the oil which they should use. They lose their hair very fast. Starting from the hair, the sastra. Then fashion means What is this? These entrepreneurs, these stupid people are creating ideas, and why should we follow them? I don't say that Sahajogis should all look alike, not at all. You can dress up the way you like. You can live the way you like. But you should not get yourself enslaved by any entrepreneurs. You are free people now. Know that very well. Know that you are absolutely free, and your freedom is absolutely in the light of your enlightenment. You can never do wrong. But first of all, have that confidence within yourself, that whatever you have to do, you are not going to enslave yourself to entrepreneurs, what people have to say, how you will look, how you will appear before. This is a very important point, that half of the time we are laboring just to look like many others. It's very surprising how these entrepreneurs have befooled the Western people. In India it won't work. Won't work. Especially the Indian women. This in between came a mini sari. Came up to Bombay for about 4 or 5 days, I think disappeared. No Indian woman would wear a mini sari, finished. Nothing doing. Any sort of fashion now comes in India, doesn't stay. Because whatever clothes we have now in India is traditionally has been there, has been tested and error and trial and error and trial, and we know now this is the best, now stop it. At certain age, you stop. This is the style that suits us the best. But anything goes on, the styles go on changing. And this is what you have to be very careful to see, that you do not take to stupid things which are being created by entrepreneurs, but to sensible things which are required for. So one of the enslavement I feel is that you have to play into the hands of entrepreneurs. But the slavery is very deep and is so psychological. In so many ways, it is extremely hidden and so subtle that you cannot make it out. So in the introspection you find out what's gone wrong with you, how you are made this way, what's wrong in my own personality. It has come from all the surroundings and the way people have been putting ideas into my head. You should have your own ideas. You shouldn't worry what Plato said and what Socrates said and what this thing said. What do you think? After all, you are enlightened people. But then there is another psychological thing which is even the worst. And that, Mother, if we are very sure, then we are putting up our ego. They are so much afraid of their ego that as if after some time they will take off. The ego will bloat so much that will take off. This is another fear people have, that if we assert, all right, this is what I want, this is the right thing to do, then I'll get off, so I don't want to say such a thing. I have an ego. So with Sahajayoga also certain fears have crawled in. One of them is that, Mother, I should not have any ego. Now, what is the problem of ego? That also surprising despite all fear and everything. As a reaction to it, people have developed a kind of a protesting character. But again, these entrepreneurs have pampered your ego. Like in the morning you ask the child, what will you have? Then child say, I'll have this. The mother has to run and get it. Or she must keep everything in the fridge. In India that's not the case. Whatever is cooked in the house we better have. If there is no salt, all right, without salt, come along. Otherwise, don't eat, doesn't matter. In any case, you will eat. So when the disciplining comes within yourself and you understand this, then you do not say, I desire only this, I desire only this. What you desire, you tell yourself. All right, you will not have it for 1 month, let's see. Once I must tell you about myself that little bit comfort grew upon me sometimes, I think. So we had a transfer, and my family was not with me at that time. We had only one small little bed where my husband slept, and I slept just on the bare cement in the road. And next day I started getting the pain in the body. I said, all right. I slept on the cement for 1 month. On the cement you get pain, all right, sleep now. 1 month I said, I'm going to sleep on the cement. Then cement lost its power on me. Then might be the cement might be feeling the pain. So, that's what you have to do, is to master your mind. Now the problem only will come, what is the discretion, this ego will come up, mother. Because your ego, as I said, is developed by the actions, by protesting against things, and also by the pampering of the entrepreneurs. All right, whatever may be the reason, we are not going to psychoanalyze ourselves. But the fact is also we have an ego problem. Why? I've already told you that if a balloon is bloated, many a times it can easily be bloated. At the slightest air, it bloats. And that's why you are afraid that suddenly my ego might become so big that I may be like a balloon in the air somewhere moving. But how to get rid of this is to know that you are an enlightened soul. Respect yourself. Once you start respecting yourself, you will not fall into any traps of ego. Very simple. Respect yourself. You have to say, I am a sahajayogi. How can I behave like this? After all, I am a sahajayogi. A kind of a dignity that develops. And then you will start feeling shy of doing something that is stupid. Because ego makes you stupid, that's the point. Absolutely. So, now, if you develop this respect for yourself, I am a sahajayogi, so I can't behave like this. I am a sahajayogi. If you say like that to yourself, then you will be amazed that the dignity of a sahajayogi will definitely keep you down to earth. You will not get into the trap of your ego. So one side is the conditioning, another side is this ego. Simple thing is ego. That dignity has to be developed. You'll be surprised, among animals there are maryadas. Like a tiger won't behave like a snake, and snake won't behave like a tiger. So we are now sahajogis. We are tigers among human beings. We are lions among human beings, the highest. We are the highest human beings. It's not necessary to have 10 medals on your body to show that you are something great. But you are sahajogis. You are mahayogis. So develop that respect. And you will be surprised, the humility will immediately will walk into you. Humility. I have seen some sahajogis sit like this, sometimes sit like this, sometimes if the left Vishuddhi is there, like this, right Vishuddhi is there, like this. But then you see yourself. Like a bridegroom has to dress up, and he remembers, I am the bridegroom. I cannot behave like other younger boys who will be there. I have to have my own personality. I am the bridegroom. I am going for my wedding. I cannot behave like all my other friends are there. You have to behave in a particular manner. So assume this. Still, we do not know that we are sahajogis. Once we know we are sahajogis, that dignity will develop within us, and with that dignity you will be amazed. You will also see what is wrong in your own country, what is indignified. Now, with whatever has happened in France, you can find out what's wrong with French laws. But French are more interested in drinking and eating and other things. So they never paid attention, oh, let it be, what do you care for laws, let it be as it is, doesn't matter, who should bother about these things, it's nothing important. After all, if you can get something to drink. You go to any French village at Steven time, you cannot meet anyone, even a drunkard. They are sitting inside and drinking. I mean, that's the main religion, main pastime. Next day with the hangover they come, so they see everything the other way down. Like this fellow, these journalists who went to India, they saw an iron gate and they thought this was the iron curtain of Hitler. Everything expanded, so big, crooked, because hangover, So the whole life in the West like a hangover. Either they see things too big or too small. They don't see things as they are. Now most of these things are written, which you will read, the psychology and all those things and the books. Mostly they are drunkards. If you see their lives, they have been drunkards. So whatever they have written, why should we take them so seriously? Except for very few who were realized souls, most of them were drunkards. Like those who wrote about Greek tragedies must have been really drunkard people. They must be taking a lot of things inside and they must be writing something like that. Because most of the drunkards, when they write, they say that why should I live? I must die. And like that we too have in India many people who have written ghazals who always say that why should we live? We should die. So there's one poet who has said, now you're talking of die, why don't you die once for all? So you will realize that what you will write, what you will say is higher than all these people. But Sahajayoga has worked so smoothly in you that you do not know what you are. Today on Guru Puja, you are worshipping your Guru. At the same time, I bow to your Guru within yourself. Let your Guru come up and show itself. Especially the kind of a Guru you have. I am not strict with you, I am very gentle. Because as I told you, fundamentally is a different thing, is that it is not for an individual, but it is for the collective. And if something has to spread collectively, then you have to understand that it has to be only love that is going to work. There is no other way we can spread Sahajayoga, because we cannot be like Hitler, giving wrong ideas of hatred. Either it could be hatred or love. You teach people, we hate this one, fundamentalism, this, that, you will get thousands ready to fight. You can elevate their baser self and say, all right, come along, let us fight. Racialism, this, that, anything, even nationalism. All right, there are people. But when I say love is very different, try to understand, and because of our collective work, we have to know that love is a source of energy that makes things grow in a living manner. It is the energy which is a living energy. Try to understand now. This is, people don't understand. Love doesn't mean that you hug somebody or do something, but living energy that understands, that makes you grow. I hope you have seen my books and I hope you have read it. In that I have described to you very clearly what is the living energy within us that works. And anything that is working, for example, see this flower. Now, I cannot order this one to go straight. It's moving in its own way. Let it be. It looks nice because no flower should look like another flower. Living energy never creates the same thing exactly than another. Only plastics can be done. Now, when it is growing in its own way. So whatever is built in within you, which is a living energy, built in but living energy, and a living thing that works, it blossoms by itself. The water of pure love is to be given. In pure love, what you see in another person as a guru, what's the matter with myself where it is obstructing me to go further? In another person as a guru, what you see is how to handle this man with love so that he comes closer to reality. It's a very gentle process. It's a very loving process. And nothing like really enjoying your love. Just to know that I love so many people itself is so great. and you to see, feel that I love so much. But it should be samadrishti, means with the same eyes you should see everyone. You see everybody with the same eyes. Isn't it? Only two eyes are there. But you see everyone with the same eyes. They are different. Alright? You see them as different. But your eyes do not discriminate. Your eyes do not see somebody black, somebody white, somebody blue. They see what they are. When you start seeing with samadrishti, means the same eyes, same sight, not to change your ideas. Because what happens, that your own mind twists it and you start seeing somebody as different, somebody as different. Now with the eyes, I see the fact. But supposing my mind is off, I might see as a human being. So if you are a sane person, then you will see everyone as they are. This is samadrishti, is that you have the same eyes for everyone. Do not get twisted. So that you cannot have somebody is your special friend, somebody is number 2 friend, somebody is number 10 friend, and some as your enemy. Once you start looking at things like that, everything will get into proper shapes. Otherwise one can go crazy. Also it should be samyak. Samyak means integrated. There should be an integrated knowledge, like the eyes when they see where you are sitting, where you are, where is this person, where is that person, what is the relationship. So the knowledge about others is in relationship with each other. Now supposing there is a gentleman who has a child, and there is a problem between that gentleman and the child. To approach that person, you must know that he has a child. Not to just make him separated from others, singularize him. You take somebody, say he is from England, or he is from Italy. Then try to understand him that he is from that particular background, and that background is around him. So he is like that. If you can have this kind of a full knowledge of others, there will be no problems, no quarreling, nothing. Otherwise there is a conflict all the time, and that's how one feels very tired. Eyes do not react. Eyes just see. Whatever is there, they just see. Eyes never react, but the mind reacts. And this reaction is the one which is responsible for spoiling your attitude towards people. So now, you should have a witness state. As Gyaneshwara said, Niranjana Pani. Niranjana Pani. To see somebody without any reaction. Just to see. And you know everything about that person as soon as you see that person. Niranjana Pani. Because as long as your brain is there, you do not see that person as he is. But as soon as you see that person, you just know what it is. And then immediately you will know his chakras, his kundalini, everything will penetrate. But your mind, which is loaded with nonsense, will not allow you to go to that level. So the Niranjana Pahane, the one where you just see something, that kind of a eye we have to develop. So with that a detachment starts. Automatically you do not criticize anybody because your mind is like this against that person. You do not love somebody because your mind thinks this way. You cannot form groups, you cannot have some people who are dear to you, some are not. Sometimes if I do not smile at some people, then they grumble and say, this time mother didn't smile at me. I mean, I cannot keep all the time a smile, you see. You must also think of my muscles. All the time, how can I keep my smile on, But there are people who feel very bad that, you see, this time mother didn't smile, so I have to go on smiling all the time at everybody. I try. So the attitude towards others has to be with Niranjana attitude, because it's a collective work. It's not strict. It is not in any way clamping anything, because it's a living work. Absolutely living. We cannot. But it is definitely the work which creates harmony, love, affection, feeling of oneness. Imagine to think about someone who is not kind to you, or is a horrible thing. Better think how nice you could be to that person. So the attitude should be that how nice I am going to be with that person, See, somebody is angry with you. It's easy to fight. Come along, you are angry, I am angry. No, go and just tickle. Simple thing like that. And enjoy. Because you cannot enjoy hatred. You cannot enjoy rivalry. You cannot enjoy separatedness. Like this hand has to enjoy this hand. In the same way, you have to enjoy each other. If you cannot enjoy, then you have lost the point. Lost the point. So, in the collective progress, we have to know that we cannot progress if we have no sense of collectivity, that we are part and parcel of one person. If I pull my one ear, it's not that my ear will come out, but it will give pain to the whole body. That's why I say pull both is better. And when you start, seeing this way yourself, then you'll be amazed a kind of a sweet humor about yourself develops. And you really become a very interesting, magnetic personality. And a very enjoyable person, extremely enjoyable. Everybody will seek your company. This is what is the sign of your Guru principle being enlightened. Of course, they have said that you should get detachment, you should not have any attachment to this and that and that and that. This is all talk. But actually, only introspection and assumption, or we can say the knowledge of your own depth itself will give you that feeling. If you have that knowledge that I am a sahajayogi and my depth of divinity is so great, that itself will be more than sufficient for you to exist as the topmost guru. Actually, I am no more a guru, I was never a guru. I am a mother, I am hopeless guru. Because a guru who cannot be strict is useless. And I have to prepare myself to say things, if there's problem between two people, and then if there's some gap of time where I have to say to them, then I start how to become strict. I tell myself. Spontaneously if something comes, then I say, why are you doing like this for the most? Spontaneous. So, you have to develop this special style of guruship in yourself, which is for the collective working. Again remember, it is for the collective working. So today, you worship your guru principle within yourself when you are worshipping. I would not say that you should try to follow me because I am hopeless in many things. Say, banking I don't understand, money I don't understand. There's so many things I don't know. Really. I'm hopeless. Law I don't understand. You should not be like me, agreed. But you should be able to say, as I say, that, you see, I have these problems. But one thing for sure, you must have complete knowledge of surgery or desire to know everything about surgery. If that works out, then you will swim into this ocean of knowledge like a jet, and whatever you want to know, you will know. But there should be a desire to know. Never get satisfied that I know sufficiently enough about sahajayoga. No, never. In all other things you can be satisfied, but only on one thing, that sahajayoga still I have to know through my brains. And my heart should have that knowledge. It should be in my heart, not only in my brain. I should know through my brain, it should be in my heart. Like when you see a film, you see King Kong. Then you know it's King Kong, alright, it's the film, doesn't matter. Normally our knowledge is like that. But if you see Mr. King Kong standing here, oh my God, he's already here. In the same way, when our knowledge is in the brain, it is just like a film is away from, it's not in our heart. But when it is heart, it acts, it works. It doesn't work through brain. In the brain it just stays, but in the heart it works. In the heart resides the spirit. It's very simple that we are people who are more living with our brains, not with our heart. But know that we are in reality. See, King Kong is standing before us. We are not seeing a film, it's in reality. And in reality, the heart has to work, not the brain. Because reality is only through the heart, not through the brain. Once you understand this, then you'll open your heart, enlarge it. Now this is in my heart. So the whole thing will be so clear-cut in your head. You will know everything clearly. What is to be done, how to react, how to work it out. If you put all this knowledge of sahajayoga into your heart, first of all you will have to enlarge your heart, otherwise you can't put this ocean. And then you say, this sahajayoga. To me everything seems to be sahajayoga. Buying this house, coming to this place, all this is sahajayoga. I can see clearly. Anything that I see, I connect it to sahajayoga immediately. This is sahajayoga. Why this is so? This is because of sahajayoga. This is sahajayoga. So everywhere you start seeing sahajayoga, when your heart knows what your brain knows. I've known people who know all the mantras very well, everything very well and all that, but in the heart. So put it in the heart. In sahajayoga, the Guru is not through his brain, but through his heart. May God bless you.
सत्य को खोजने वाले आप सभी साधकों को हमारा नमस्कार। डॉक्टर साहब ने अभी आपको सभी चक्रों के बारे में बता दिया। उसी प्रकार कल मैंने आपको 3 नाड़ियों के बारे में बताया था, जो कि ईड़ा, पिंगला और सुषुम्ना नाड़ी। ये सब नाड़ियां, ये सारी व्यवस्था परमात्मा ने हमारे अंदर कर रखी है। वो क्रांति के काल में जबकि हमारा रिवोल्यूशन हुआ है, तब धीरे धीरे एक एक चक्र हमारे अंदर प्रस्तुत हुआ। किंतु अब भी एक कार्य बचा हुआ था, वो ये कि ये सारी यंत्रणा करने के बाद, पूरी तरह से इसकी व्यवस्था करने के बाद एक प्रश्न था कि इस यंत्र को, जो हमारे अंदर ये जो परमेश्वरी यंत्र बनाया हुआ है, इसको किस तरह उस परमेश्वरी तत्व से जुड़ा है। मैंने आपको कल बताया था कि चारों तरफ ब्रह्म चैतन्य रूप, ये परमात्मा का प्रेम, उनकी शुद्ध इच्छा कार्य कर रहे। लेकिन ये ब्रह्म चैतन्य अभी तक सुतयुग शुरू हो गया है, और इस सुतयुग का अनुभव आपको साक्षात्कार के बाद आएगा, हर पल आएगा। आपको आश्चर्य होगा कि ये जो ब्रह्म चैतन्य का कार्य है, ये कितना सुंदर अनुभव और ईमानदारी का। इसमें कभी कोई गलती नहीं, इसमें इतना प्रावीण्य है, एफिशिएंसी थी, इतना एफिशिएंट है कि आश्चर्य होता है किस तरह से काम करता है। तो अब आखिरी जो एक कार्य था, वो ये आपका संबंध उस ब्रह्म चैतन्य से हो जाए। उसके लिए अपने अंदर ये पुनर्निर्माण ये शक्ति जो है ये आदि शक्ति का प्रतिबिंब है और आत्मा ये परमात्मा का प्रतिबिंब है। आपसे कल बताया था कि आदि शक्ति जो है वो परमात्मा की शुद्ध इच्छा है और वो इच्छा ये है कि सब जो कुछ भी इंसान के स्वरूप, मानव के स्वरूप के संसार में सब उनके साम्राज्य में आए और आनंद का उपभोग है। यही उनकी एक शुद्ध इच्छा है। इस वक्त पुनर्जन्म उतर थी और इन 6 शब्दों को गिनती हुई ब्रह्मचर्य को गिनती है और उस सर्वव्यापी ब्रह्मचर्य से एकाकारिता प्राप्त करती है। उस वक्त क्या क्या घटित होता है वो जान लेना चाहिए। सबसे पहले जैसे आप लोगों में से बहुत लोगों को ठंडी ठंडी हवा थी, ये ठंडी ठंडी हवा जो आपको महसूस हुई, जिसका बोध हुआ, यही ब्रह्म चैतन्य है। और पुनर्जन्म भी जब ऊपर चली आई तो वहां से भी आपको, उससे भी आपको ठंडी ठंडी हवा का एहसास। ये तो पानी की चीज हुई, इससे क्या आप जान लें कि आप पा गए हैं, जिसे हम आपको साक्षात्कार कहते हैं। उसकी शुरुआत किंतु आत्मा क्या है ये जान लेना चाहिए। मैंने कहा है कि आत्मा आपके हृदय में प्रतिबिंबित हो। आत्मा सिर्फ एक प्रतिबिंब मात्र, हमारे सारे कार्य को देखने वाला एक दृष्टा है। अभी तक उससे हमारा कोई संबंध नहीं, वो देखता है और न ही उसका प्रकाश हमारे चित्त में है। हमारा चित्त अभी अंधकार में है। तो इस आत्मा का स्वभाव क्या है वो जान लेना चाहिए। वो जानते ही आप जान जाएंगे कि इस आत्म साक्षात्कार से आप क्या प्राप्त करें। पहले तो जब पुनर्जन्म इन चक्रों में उतरती है तो ये आपको अनेक प्रकार की नई नई उपलब्धि होती है। जैसे शायद आपके साथ आपको बताया कि क्या क्या उपलब्धियां होती है। लेकिन जब आत्मा का प्रकाश आपके चित्त में आ जाता है तब आप आत्मा का स्वरूप, उसका जो कार्य है उसे प्राप्त कर, और उसका सबसे बड़ा कार्य यह है कि उसके प्रकाश में आप केवल सत्य को जाए। मैं कहूँ सत्य को नहीं, केवल सत्य को। इसका मतलब समझा, जितनी है उतनी बात करती है, जितनी आंखें उसका देखना है। किंतु केवल सत्य ये होता है कि जब इसे आप प्राप्त करते हैं तो सब लोग एक ही चीज को जानते हैं। और इसमें उसकी शक्ति है, ये केवल ज्ञान। जैसे कि समझ लीजिए कोई आदमी कहेगा ठीक है, ये एक फोटो है या एक मूर्ति है या एक साधु है, या आप कहीं से जानिए, कैसे जानिएगा कि ये अस्थि है या नहीं। इस तरह से आप इसे जानते हैं। कोई अगर कहता है कि अस्थि है, कोई कहता है अस्थि है, उसकी कोई पहचान, उसका कोई ज्ञान नहीं। तो फिर वो जानने के लिए कोई और मार्ग नहीं, एक ही मार्ग है कि केवल ज्ञान से जो आत्मा है उसके प्रकाश के साथ से उस वक्त आप उस आदमी की ओर या उस फोटो की ओर आकर के पूछे गुरु आप साक्षात्कार के बाद कि क्या ये सत्य है, ये गुरु सत्य है, कितना नहीं पूछना था। ऐसे पूछते ही था आपके हाथ में सत्य के दर्शन हो जाएंगे, आप जान जाएंगे कर्म हो सकते हैं। तो आपके हाथ में ठंडी ठंडी आवाज चलती है। जैसे कल यहाँ पर श्री के साईनाथ के बारे में किसी ने पूछा कि माँ श्री के साईनाथ कैसे थे, ऐसा हाथ करोगे हो, एकदम उनके हाथ में जोर जोर से ठंडी ठंडी आवाज। ये लोगों की बातें शास्त्रों में लिखी गई है। ये जो कहा है कि परमात्मा, आजकल तो ऐसे भी लोग हो गए कहते परमात्मा नहीं, ये तो बड़ी अशास्त्रीय अनसाइंटिफिक बात है कि क्या परमात्मा नहीं। आपने खोजा है, आपने जाना है, बगैर देखे ही आप कह रहे हैं कि परमात्मा नहीं। जानने के बाद आप कहें तब तो कोई बात, लेकिन क्या आप पूछें कि क्या परमात्मा है, एकदम आपके हाथ में छूने। और अगर आप समझो कि काफी उतरे हो, ऐसा लगेगा ऊपर से नीचे तक जैसे कोई गंगा है, एकदम से आगे शांत। तो पूरी तरह से इसे हम केवल ज्ञान करते हैं, वो आप शुरुआत में जरूरी है कि अभी पूरी तरह से आप नाव में नहीं बैठे, तो हो सकता है कि डरपक हो, लेकिन जब आप पूरी तरह से उसको जम जाते हैं तो आश्चर्य होता है कि छोटे छोटे बच्चे भी बता सकते हैं कि ये साफ कैसे। अभी एक बच्चे ने फोन उठाया और उससे कहा कि अंग्रेज बच्चे ने पता नहीं कहा से योगी ये कैसे जाना, क्योंकि चैतन्य जो है उसका आपको बोध होता है। कल आपको बताया था कि बोध होने का मतलब होता है कि आप उसे सेंट्रल नर्वस सिस्टम में अपनी मज्जा संस्था पर जाते, कोई कहने से ये ऐसा है वैसा है। जैसे आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ सफेद चद्दर बिछी हुई है, सब लोग देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ सफेद चद्दर बिछी हुई है। उसी प्रकार आप जानते हैं आपके सेंट्रल नर्वस सिस्टम को कि सत्य क्या है, फिर बताने की जरूरत नहीं और कहने की जरूरत है। लेकिन एक तरह से जब आप आत्मसाक्षात को प्राप्त करते हैं, जैसे हमारी बात कीजिए, तो हम ये कहेंगे कि हमारे पास जो सब शक्तियां हैं तो हमको बड़े बड़े कैपिटलिस्ट हैं, सारी शक्तियां हमारे पास हो गए हो तो हम तो बहुत बड़े कैपिटलिस्ट हैं और हम तो बहुत ही बड़े कैपिटलिस्ट हैं, क्योंकि सबको ये लग जाएगी इस सुबह में भी हर तीसरे दिन को वही करते रहते हैं और चाहिए जब तक ज्ञान अच्छा ही है। देने की भी शक्ति तो न्यूनतम से नहीं है और पाने की शक्ति भी करते हैं न्यूनतम से नहीं है, सिर्फ ये पैसा ही है ज्यादा से ज्यादा, क्योंकि चंचल है और जिसके तरफ किसी को सुख नहीं। तो सर्व चीज में जो सत्य का अंश है उसे जानने का एक ही तरीका है कि इस आत्मा को प्राप्त करें। तब आप समझ जाएंगे कि कौन कौन दुनिया में आज तक हुए जो भी आत्मा साक्षात्कार केवल बोले, कौन सी धारा है सच है और कौन सी झूठ है, कौन सा जिसका धर्म का ठीक है और कौन सा झूठ है, कौन से शास्त्र में कौन सा सच लिखा गया और कौन सा झूठ लिखा, कौन सी बात इसमें की जो है वो असलियत है और बाकी नहीं है। जैसे कहते हैं पर्दाफाश है, ये सिर्फ आत्मा के प्रकाश में ही दिखे। और दूसरी बात कि आपका जो चित्र है, आपका चित्र जिसे अटेंशन कहते हैं, ये इस प्रकाश से जो बारिश होता है नष्ट होता है, जब इस प्रकाश को भर जाए तब जहां भी चित्र हुई, जहां भी नजर करिए, एक प्रकाश मात्र से भी आप बहुत कुछ पाएंगे। और यहां बैठे बैठे कहीं भी दुनिया में जो चीज हो गई है, जो लोग हो गए हैं और जो लोग हैं, इसी के बारे में भी आप जान सकते हैं बैठे बैठे। ऐसा ये कम्युनिकेशन है और ये बहुत एफिशिएंट है। आजकल के जैसे टेलीफोन नहीं है, यहाँ बैठे बैठे आप जान सकते हैं किस आदमी के क्या बात है, कौन सा शस्त्र उसका पकड़ा है। अब तक तो की बात करते हैं, आदमी की बुराई क्या करेंगे आप? बुराई तो ऑनलाइन की चीज है, सिम्टम है। अंदरूनी चीज जो है उसके कौन से चक्र होते हैं, और जहां बैठे बैठे ही आप उसके चक्र सीखते हैं। लेकिन एक कम्युनिकेशन इतना दूर हो जाना चाहिए, केवल जो है वो दूर हो जाना चाहिए। एक चित्त मात्र से आप इतना कार्य कर सकते हैं, और आपका चित्त जो है वो एकांत सब देखता ही है, बस देखता है। जैसे मैंने आपको कल कहा था कि इसे देखने के साथ सोचने की कोई बात नहीं, देखते बनता है। कितने प्रेम से ये सजाया है ये भी सोचने की बात, या जिस कलाकार ने अपने कला का आनंद यहाँ भरा है वो भी सोचने की बात। वो जो कुछ संपूर्ण में उसने यहाँ किया है वो सारा चैतन्य मन कर कुछ करने लगता है, और बस आनंद विस्तार में गोलायमान है। जिसे हम पहले की बात कर रहे हैं, ये विचार समाधि का अशोक में इन लोगों ने सिर्फ व्यायाम करना चाहना है, वो करना चाहिए। व्यायाम तो बहुत थोड़ी सी चीज और उनका शास्त्र करें तो उसमें समाधि की भी बात हमने पहले ये विचार विकल्प समाधि, इस विकल्प समाधि, इस तरह से उन्होंने इसकी तीन दशाएं दिखाई, वही आपको संयोग में प्राप्त। समाधि का अंग्रेजी में अर्थ हो सकता है अवेयरनेस, कि आप में एक नया आयाम, एक नया डायमेंशन ऐसा आ जाता है कि वहां आप बुद्धि से परे उठ करके और चीज को समझने लगते हैं। सदियों में आपने सुना होगा कि बहुत से म्यूजिशियन हैं, बहुत से आर्टिस्ट हैं जो बड़े मशहूर आजकल हो गए, वो सहयोग में आके ही बहुत बड़े आर्टिस्ट हो गए पहले उसके लिए। उसकी वजह ये है कि उनका चित्त जो है वो चित्त इतना एकाग्र हो गया है कि जिस भी चीज को देखता है उसका पूरे हिसाब किताब, उसका पूरा चित्र ही मानो उसके मन पर कुछ आ रहा है। बहुत से बच्चे ऐसे होते हैं स्कूलों में पढ़ने में बहुत कमजोर होते हैं, सब लोग में आगे परेशानी होता है। यहाँ तो रिकॉर्ड है, एक लड़का तो 23 साल का नसीब हो गया, सब चीज के रिकॉर्ड है। इंजीनियर जो कभी इतनी उम्र नहीं होते हो गए सब पढ़े लिखे हुए बच्चे हो जाए, लेकिन स्वभाव में उनके अलग है। अपनी संस्कृति की जो विशेषता है कि हमें अलग सुबह से पृथ्वी तत्व को हम नमस्कार करते हैं, तुझे हम पैर सीखेंगे तो क्षमा। वो जो अलग है पहले सिखाया जाता था, बताया जाता था, दिखाया जाता था, अब अपने आप ही मनुष्य अत्यंत नम्र हो जाता है, उसके एक अलग है। और उस नम्रता का बड़ा मजा जिन बातों के बारे में धार्मिक पुस्तकों में लिखा है वो सारे ही तत्व हमारे अंदर जागरूक हो जाते हैं। ऐसे ऐसे लोग जो मशहूर मुसैन थे, उससे तो क्या कहना चाहिए, बहुत ही ज्यादा बदली लोग जो हाथ में हमेशा तलवार बंदूक लेके घूमते थे, वो भी इतने प्यारे बेटे हो गए हमारे कि लोगों को समझ नहीं आता है वो क्या हो गया, ऐसे बदल कैसे गए, ये इतने सुंदर कैसे। तो अपने अंदर का जितना भी गौरव है, इतनी भी विशेषताएं हैं, इतना भी प्यार है, वो सारी एकदम गुण है। और मनुष्य शांति में स्थापित होता है। जैसे एक चक्का है, चक्र है, पहिया है, वो घूम रहा है, लेकिन उसका जो मध्य है, जो उसका एक्सिस है, वो शांत है। इसी प्रकार आप उस परिधि से, उस पेरी से निकाल करके अपने मध्य में आते और आप देखते हैं जैसे कि पानी में इंसान का उसे पानी से डर लगता है, वो नाव में चला आता है और फिर तैराक होता है। जो पानी से डराता था आज उसी को मदद से खेलता है और 50 को बचा भी ले रहा है। ये सब होने का है, आप सबका अधिकार भी प्राप्त करने का। ये आत्मा आपके अंदर बसा हुआ आपका अपना और पुनर्जीवी आपकी अपनी शक्ति। आत्मा के प्रकाश में जो सबसे बड़ी चीज देखती है आनंद। आनंद में सुख और दुख नहीं होता, एक बड़ी निरा आनंद, सिर्फ निरा आनंद। और उस निरानंद को आप अपने आप ही प्राप्त कर लेते। जैसे कि सब कोई ड्रामा चल रहा है और आप उधर जाते हैं, अगर कोई लड़ रहा है तो आप उसके साथ लड़ने लग जाते हैं और कोई रो रहा है तो आपके साथ रोने लग जाते हैं। लेकिन जब ड्रामा खत्म हो जाता है तो आप बात कर रही तो खत्म हो जाए। अब ये तो ड्रामा, उसी प्रकार दुनिया से ये जो झमेला अंदर जागरूक हो जाते हैं, जो कि गुरुओं ने हमें बताया, महागुरुओं ने बताया, आदि गुरुओं ने बताया, वो सारे अपने अंदर ही जागरूक हो जाते हैं, फिर सहयोग भी गलत काम नहीं कर सकते। डर से नहीं, कौन से लोग डर से अच्छे होते हैं? गवर्नमेंट का डर है, किसका डर है, उसका डर है, नहीं, क्योंकि अच्छाई का मजा उठाने लग जाते हैं, अच्छे होने का मजा उठाने। मैंने तो ऐसे लोग देखे जो बहुत ही तंदुरुस्त है, बहुत ही तंदुरुस्त, ऐसे तंदुरुस्त मानो जैसे उनको तंदुरुस्ती की बीमारी, और वो दानी हो गए, और दाना उनकी इतनी मशहूर हो गए, तो वो कर गया। ये कैसे? क्योंकि वो जो दाता अपने अंदर छिपा हुआ है, आपकी प्रेम का सारा कार्य सारे विश्व को प्रेम चाहिए। ये परमात्मा का प्रेम निवास जैसे कि एक पेड़ में उसके अंदर का तत्व सत्व साफ चलता है, हर पेड़ की शाखा उसके पत्ते उस सबको देते, लेकिन किसी एक चीज में हरकत नहीं करता। कल समझ लीजिए उसे खूब बन रहा है, वहां आकर गया तो पेड़ तो मर जाएगा और फूल भी मर जाएगा। तो किसी में अटकाव करना ही प्रेम का मृत्यु करना। मेरा बेटा, मेरी बेटी, मेरा घर, मत है। आज तो वही बेटा बेटी और घर इतना बनाते हैं कि नए बाप बेटा ये जरूर तो हमारा ही सोचा हो, लेकिन सबके नंबर कभी यहाँ पर आकर आदमी मेरा बेटा ऐसा हो कर लेकिन पहले बहुत भगवान बाजार मारा मुझे दे दो पर इस अनुभव से जो आपको ज्ञान प्राप्त किया उनका जुदाई रखूंगा, ये अनुभव आत्म साक्षात्कार का आपको सहज में ही बता देगा कि किसी से भी लगाव करने की कोई जरूरत नहीं, जिसके साथ जो करना है वो करना, लेकिन किसी में अटकने की कोई जरूरत नहीं। अपने ही आपके व्यक्तित्व में, आपकी पर्सनैलिटी में ये बात अच्छी है। तो मेरे मुकदमे होती रखेंगे श्री राम योगी की कोई बात, कोई लोग कहते हैं कि सुबह से शाम तक 100 झूठ नहीं बोले तो हिंदुस्तानी नहीं हो सकता। हिंदुस्तानी की पहचान है कि झूठ बोलना। सोचिए, ये सब चीजें हमारे अंदर इसके समाज कि हमें भोग करना होगा। इसकी वजह यह है कि हर आदमी अपने को आदर्श बनाने की कोशिश करता है, उसने कभी अपने को अंदर देखा ही नहीं, इंट्रोस्पेक्शन नहीं, ये देखा ही नहीं मैं क्या हूं, मैं क्यों झूठ बोलता, क्या जरूरत है झूठ बोलना। ठीक है, आप बोलना है बोले ही मत, लेकिन वजह ये कि हमारा में इतने बड़े बड़े आदर्श, इतने ऊंचे तरह के जीवनियों की प्रणालियां बैठे हुए हैं, उनको देखकर हमें लगता है कि अरे हम उनके सामने कितने बुरे इसके दिखावा करते हैं। चाहे वो धार्मिक हो, चाहे वो नास्तिक हो, चाहे वो मंदिरों में जाए, चाहे वो मस्जिदों में जाए, और चाहे वो भगवान की है, अपने अंतर को हमने अपने बुलाए और देखा नहीं था कि कुछ तो कुछ ये जो साधना हो गए उन्हें क्या विशेषता थी, वो क्यों नहीं झूठ बोलते थे, वो क्यों नहीं दुष्टता करते थे, उन्होंने उन्होंने कोई ऐसी संत कोई बनाए जो सबको मार्ग करें। उनमें कौन सी ऐसी शक्ति थी कि उनको इतना सताया, इतना कर दिया, तो भी वो शांतिपूर्वक अपने यही आनंद विभोर रहते। तो इसमें भी हमारा दोष है। अगर हमने योग किए कम से कम उसमें एक बात अच्छी है कि हम इन आदर्शों को विशेष मानते हैं। अगर आपने योग कार्य छोड़ दिए तो आप दुख हो जाएंगे। और जैसे विदेशों में मैं देखती हूँ कि वहां तो कोई चर्चा ही नहीं, वहां कोई संस्कृति नहीं है, ऐसी गंदी संस्कृति है उनसे तो कुछ सीखने का अपने को कहीं है, कुछ भी सीखना। लेकिन ये लोग छोड़ना बस ऐसे अपने संस्कृति में जो कुछ सीखने होगा अत्यंत सीखना, क्योंकि उनके यहाँ कोई आदर्श नहीं है, उनमें भोग नहीं। इसलिए सिर्फ सजों में आए पार हो गए, हट से बैठा। एक रात में लोगों ने रस छोड़ दी, रस इसमें भी बेहोशी की हालत में आए होगा, शराब छोड़ी एक रात। हिंदुस्तान में थोड़ा है ना, किसी को तो देखा है छुट्टी जाती है 2-4 लोगों की, लेकिन ज्यादा लोगों को नहीं छुट्टी, एक साथ से वो तबाकू खाते। मैंने उनसे कहा ठीक है, मैं जानती थी कि अभी लोग ये सोचा है सर्वों में भी आगे से तबाकू खाते तो छुट्टी है और उनसे तो तबाकू खाते। एक दिन वो आके मुझे पहले वहां पता नहीं मैं कुछ आपके फोटो सामने ध्यान करके बैठता हूँ तो मेरा बुरा से पूरे लग जाता है, क्योंकि हमारा तो नहीं वहां। मैंने कहा कि तू स्थिति का ही प्रश्न है ना? हाँ, मेरा स्थिति बहुत बड़ी स्थिति है। क्या मैंने कहा देखिए मैं से बात हो आप तबाकू खाते हैं, अब आप हमारे की हो जाए तबाकू खाना आपको हर सोच दिमाग में माने क्या वो दिन से तंबाकू, लेकिन तो काल बना हमारी करते रहे तो सर्व में ये भी इलाज। अगर आप भोगी बना करेंगे तो उसका भी इलाज ये 2-4 तरफ फैली हुई परम चैतन्य वो भी करें, बहुत बड़ी पुरानी एक साथ रहे 2 साल हो गए कोई सिगरेट कभी पीते जो भी होती पहले कभी किसी से नहीं कहा कि सिगरेट मत पियो, शराब मत पियो, तो आदमी को ऐसे उठ जाए। सर्वों की बात होती तो एक दिन ड्राइव कर रहे थे, उनके साथ 6 और लड़के घर के गाड़ी में जा रहे और 7 आदमी गाड़ी तो कहीं जा सकते एक्सीडेंट हो, सारी गाड़ी सब कुछ हो गया, सब लड़कों को चोट आई, लेकिन इन महाशय को सिर्फ इस उंगली में छूटा और ये विशुद्ध पीते हैं। और जब आप सिगरेट पीते हैं तो राइट की शुद्धि पकड़ती है। सब आएंगे मेरे पास वहां आज से सिगरेट पीते हैं। ऐसी छोटी छोटी बातों को आदिशक्ति की ये जो शक्तियां ऐसी छोटे छोटे तरीकों से आपको ठीक है और आप स्वयं ही जानते हैं कि मेरा ये चक्कर हो रहा है। जैसे दिल्ली में तो जब शुरू में आती थी तो सब मेरा तो आ गया, सब जो है तो आ गया। मानी गई कि मैं बड़ा अंधकार ही हूँ, मेरे अंदर अंधकार है, हमारे को सूत्र, लेकिन आपने बताइए किसी से अगर आपके साथ तुम अंधकारी हो सदा मुझे उससे कहिए तो मारने को दौड़ेगा, मारेगा कोई नहीं मानने वाला तुम्हें अंधकारी। पर जब आप अपने से हट गए तो और ये संघर्ष शुरू हो गए तो आ गया था माँ में पढ़ा नहीं। लेकिन ऐसा नहीं, अब सारी भाषा जो है वो चक्रों की शुरू हो गई। चक्रों की बात होती है, माँ मेरा आज्ञा पढ़ा थी। इस प्रकार मनुष्य की भाषा भी बदल जाती है और आप एक दूसरे को जानते हैं कि इनका क्या है। एक साथ बहुत बड़े लोगों से सोचो की बात की, बहुत लोगों से डांटते थे, लड़ाई करते थे। अब आपकी सहयोगी खासकर दिल्ली से कुछ लोग पहुंचे थे महाराष्ट्र के लोग दिल्ली वाले सोचे कि राजधानी रहते तो उन्होंने खाना शुरू कर दिया, तो खड़े। तो मैंने कहा उन्होंने कुछ कहा तो नहीं, कहीं आप क्या करेंगे? राइट की शुद्धि पकड़ी हुई थी तो वो करते क्या? राइट की शुद्धि पकड़ी थी तो उनको तो बोलना ही था, हम उससे बोले क्यों कि राइट की शुद्धि बोले क्या? तो जो सीतापति की भाषा आपको पिता बताई है, इस चीज को अभी रचना को लाइट चली जाए तो आप बताइएगा कि कौन सामने बैठा है। एक दूसरों को बोलिएगा, निकलेगा यहाँ से भागेगा। एक तो अहंकार, अज्ञान और उसका भय, दूसरे आदमी के भय। सांप भी दूसरे सांप से निकले। कोई जानवर मैंने सुना है तो एक दूसरे से डरता है, पर इंसान जो है एक दूसरे से बहुत डरता है। और जितना देश प्रबल हो गया है, अमेरिका में एक अमेरिकन दूसरे से डरता है, जितना वो डरता है उन लोगों से। उसकी वजह यह है कि कहते हैं व्यक्तिगत समझे अपनी अपनी कर लेते हैं। व्यक्तिगत प्रगति में मनुष्य अपने राष्ट्र छूट जाता है, लेकिन आत्म साक्षात्कार के बाद सामूहिकता में होगा। जैसे कि आप एक ही शरीर के अंग करते हो, एक ही विराट के आप अंग करते हो, एक ही अपर के आप अंग करते हो, कि कौन कहाँ इसके साथ तकलीफ हुई तो क्या ये हाथ सोचता है कि अब मुझे तकलीफ हुई, मैं अकेले बैठा हूँ, कैसे होगा? नहीं, तो ये हाथ की विश्वास छोड़ना, सारा शरीर उसको दौड़ा, सारा संसार आपका है, सारा संसार आपको मदद करने वाला है। इन सब कुछ से सहयोग से हो सकता है और उस उद्धार का फल, इस उद्धार को आप प्राप्त करें, उससे चलें और अपने आत्म साक्षात्कार में पूर्ण प्रयास करें। यही आत्मिक आनंद है, इसे आत्मानंद कहते हैं। उसे प्राप्त करना है, उससे को खाना है। सब कुछ आपके लिए तैयार है, पूरा इंतजाम है, सिर्फ आपकी तैयारी होती हो तो ये कार्य पूर्ण नया हो सकता। पर समझने के बाद ये जान लेना चाहिए कि अभी भी अंदर कुछ दोष है, चक्रों में दोष है, उनको पूरी तरह से हमें स्वच्छ करना है और ठीक से रखना है। उसे किस तरह से करना चाहिए ये आपको सीखना है। अगर आपको अपनी जरा भी जरूरत है, जरा भी अपना ख्याल है, जरा भी अपने आत्म साक्षात्कार को आप एक विशेष चीज मानते हैं, इसको जैसे आदमी को गुरु के यहाँ बैठे वहां से भाषण सुनता है, या कल के तो यहाँ नहीं आया, आपके नहीं यहाँ आ गए, ऐसी बैठा है तो समझो रविना इसके लिए चाहिए विशेष मराठी में है त्याला म्हणजे काफी से या वायाचे कानून ऐसे आलतू फालतू लोगों का ये काम नहीं, वो चाहिए विशेष। और ऐसे आप विशेष है तभी आप यहाँ आए। संसार में हमारे प्रति भी आप जानते हैं कि यूनाइटेड नेशंस में जो आयोग वहां चला गया और 134 देशों में पारित किया। वो कहते थे कि यूनाइटेड नेशन जो यूनाइटेड नेशन जो वास्तविक है इसमें कोई जरूरत नहीं। हजारों आदमी इकट्ठे हो जाते हैं यहाँ दिसंबर में हम लोगों का मेला लगता है। 8-10 दिन हम लोग रहते हैं। इस वक्त 56 देशों में से 33 देशों में से लोग आए थे। कोई झगड़ा नहीं, सब आपस में कोई बच्चों का, स्त्रियों का, पुरुषों का कोई नहीं। और इतनी शुद्धता ऐसी तो मेरी जिंदगी दो तरह की आप जानते हैं पति के साथ को देखते हैं कि आदमी उस औरत पीछे मारा, वो औरत उस आदमी पीछे मार रही। मुझे समझ नहीं आता था उसका अनुमान उसका बापू मुश्किलें होते स्पष्ट आए और मैं ये सब छूट जाता है, पागलपन सब छूट जाता है, एकदम शुद्ध सोच। ऐसा हमारा नाम ले लो, ऐसे ही आपको निर्मल ये सब व्याधियां और ये लालच और अंध इससे एकदम आप फारिग हो जाते हैं, छूट जाते हैं, निकल जाता है, छूट जाता है। जैसे मैं आपको कोई बड़े बड़े आश्वासन मिले ये आप हैं, इसे आप काम, लेकिन इसमें सामूहिकता से कार्य होना कराते मां ने मंदिर अपना रखना हो और पूजा करता हो अभी इसे कुछ नहीं। उससे आप सहजता बढ़ेगी लेकिन वो रुक जाएगी, क्योंकि जब तक पेड़ फैलेगा नहीं तब तक सहजता आएगी। और जब आप खुद फैलते ही है और घंटा की जोड़ी तो भी आपके संतुलन आ जाएगा। इसके जो संतुलन है धर्म का वो आपके अंदर जागरूक होने के लिए आपको सामूहिकता में ये कार्य हो सकता है। कल भी एक साथ बताया कि माँ मैं घर पे सब करता है, मैं आपको बहुत मानता हूँ, सब कुछ थोड़ी भी बीमारी आ गई है, तो बेटा मुझे मानने को नहीं होगा, आपको सबको मानना हो। जैसे कि एक नाखून है, एक टूट जाए फिर उसकी कोई परवाह करता है शरीर। सूर्योग का आज का तरीका सामूहिकता है और एक देश नहीं सारे संसार के देश से बदले हुए। हमारी छोटी छोटी बातों को हमें बुद्धि से छोड़ा नहीं, जो से छूट जाए कुदरत के जाकर से छूट जाएगा। तो आपको जानते कि हम लोगों की बात करते हैं छोटे छोटे संकीर्ण मान पाए संदेह भय के कारण और ज्ञान के कारण प्रकाश में हम जानते हैं कि हम सब एक तो सारा शरीरों का कार्य एक था। इस प्रेम की शक्ति को हमने कभी भी आज तक उपयोग में लाया, इस्तेमाल नहीं किया। सिर्फ देश की शक्ति को इस्तेमाल करते हैं। लोग समझते हैं कि देश की शक्ति बड़ी शक्तिशाली होती है, तो इसको कोई बहाना बनाकर उसे पेश करो, उसे एक ग्रुप बना लिया, उनको पेश करा, उनको पेश करा। लेकिन प्रेम की शक्ति मानसिक नहीं, परमात्मा की शक्ति, और जो सर्वसमर्थ परमात्मा है उसकी शक्ति को प्राप्त करने के बाद कौन सी ऐसी दुनिया में शक्ति है जिसे छुपा सकती है? सारी दुनिया आज आपके भारतवर्ष में आपके चरणों में आ सकती है, क्योंकि इसका धर्म, इसका वाचा, इसका हेरिटेज आपका, आपके पास संस्कृति का ऐसा बड़ा दान बहुत बड़ी चीज है। और ये भारतवर्ष साक्षात योग। एक बार हम ट्रेन से आ रहे थे, पहले अपने बहन को कहा कि आगे हमें होगा, पहले कैसे नेता चैतन्य कैसे चमक रहा। उन्होंने जाकर पायलट से पूछा, बताते हैं अभी मैं दिन पहले आया, ये ऐसा था भारत, ये पृथ्वी को आप क्या समझते, इस पर आप बैठे हो, ये पृथ्वी को क्या हजार लोग आत्म संतोष अपना कुछ सीखा। इस पवित्र भूमि में रह करके आप बहुत आसानी से कोई बता सकता, लेकिन जो कुछ गंदगी इधर उधर इकट्ठी हो गई है वो छूट जाए, उसके लिए रहता चाहिए अपने आप को सीखी। 8 साल में रास्ते बहुत ही है, और मैं जब यूँ पहले आए 2 साल पहले की बात, तुम्हारे घर से मेरा सारा इनको मैं कर कैसे समझाऊंगी, और फिर तो फैशन की बात कर रही और आदमियों की बात कर रहे, के बीच में मैं कहाँ चलूं और क्या बात करूं। तो देखिए बदल रहा है, अब लोग आत्मा की बात कर रहे हैं और प्यार की बात कर रहे हैं। सभी आनंद दे रहे हैं, तब आप ही लेकर और इसलिए आप देखिए कि आज रात आपके साक्षात्कार हो गया, तो इसको आखिरी चीज नहीं हो, अभी आपको संपूर्ण समग्र होना, तो क्या है इसको होलिस्टिक, इसका नाम पूर्ण उसको प्राप्त करना है, और उस पूर्णत्व को प्राप्त करने के लिए आपको थोड़ा सा समय देना है। उसे दुबई यहाँ पर बहुत अच्छे तरह के लोग हैं, उनसे पूछ करके और आप सोच सकते हैं। शुरू में आप जानते हैं कि दरवाजा खुलाया के पागल के अंदर आ जाते, हर तरह के आदमी हैं, बहुत से लोग उसे लेके भाग जाते, पर वो पागल तो आपको नहीं है, यहाँ तो सबके लिए लगा जाते हैं, बहुत से लड़ाक अंदर आ जाते हैं, बहुत गुस्से आ जाते हैं, हर तरह के लोग अंदर आ जाते हैं, लेकिन आप उसको लेके भाग मत जाए और कैसे सीख रहे हैं कि हम पूरी तरह से इसे बात, और जो आज का महान युग है, इस परिवर्तन का महान कार्य है, जो इतिहास में विशेष स्थान रखते हैं, वो अपने आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए और उन्हीं के लिए इतना सुझाव इतना है, ये सोच कर आप लोग सब एकाग्रता से पूर्ण है सहयोग में। आज मैं सारे कुछ इस्लाम को कहूँ, कुछ ईसाई धर्म के कहूँ, लेकिन अब समय कम है और बाद में शायद नोएडा में भी प्रोग्राम हुआ होंगे, आपको जहाँ तक बन सके आप लोग आएंगे और सुनने से होगा नहीं, करने से जाने, तो अपने प्रति एक श्रद्धा रखते हुए, अपने प्रति विश्वास रखते कि मैं मानव हूँ और मैं अति मानव हो सकता हूँ, इस दृढ़ धारणा से आप अपना आत्म साक्षात्कार मांगे और ये कार्य हो सकता। कल बहुत से लोग कि हाथ में आने समय नहीं आ रही है, क्योंकि मैंने अच्छा को मांगे कर दिया, 7 बार उन्होंने कहा हम आगे, मैंने कहा हम आगे, जो करिए वहाँ पहुँच जाए, इससे कहने के लिए इस तरह से पूर्ण हमारे पर आप इसे प्राप्त आपसे सबको आनंद आए। ऐसा है आप लोगों को थोड़ा बहुत बाहर जाना है तो आप दो आइए 5 मिनट बाद हम आपको साक्षात्कार का प्रोग्राम कर सकते हैं। पर आपको साक्षात्कार जब हुआ है तब आप लोग सुना चाहिए वो गलत अपनी विपत्तियां और परेशानियां तो एक मिनट को ये सब बोझे एक मिनट के को और कोई प्रश्न हो तो वो छोड़ दीजिएगा क्योंकि दिमागी जवाब करके पूरे नहीं जा सकते। अब आप दोनों हाथ दे रहे हैं। इसमें से जो टेस्ट है मैंने आपको पहले बताया था और आप बता नहीं थे, ये हमारी इच्छा है। शुद्ध इच्छा तो नहीं है, इसको प्राप्त करने के लिए सारी इच्छाएं करनी लगती है, लेकिन ये जो हमारी रोजमर्रा की इच्छा शक्ति है इसके जब आप टेंशन में योग कर रहे हैं इसका मतलब है कि आपको इच्छा है कि आप आपको साक्षात्कार को प्राप्त करें। और दूसरा जो है राइट ये क्रिया है, इसलिए इस हाथ से हम अपने चक्रों को छुएंगे और आप खुद ही अपने चक्रों को जा सकते हैं। पहले आपको दिखाते हैं इस तरह से आपको चक्रों को छूना है। सब काम को लेफ्ट साइड से करें। सबसे पहले हम अपना राइट हाथ हृदय पे रखते हैं क्योंकि हृदय में मैंने आपको कहा था आत्मा सबसे बहुत खुशी है आत्मा। उसके बाद हम अपना हाथ पेट के ऊपरी हिस्से में रखते हैं। ये हमारा गुरु ये हमारे अंदर बनाया गया है महान गुरुओं को। नानक साहब ने बनाया, कबीर ने बनाया, इतने महान गुरु लक्ष्मी ने, रामदास ने, सबने जो महान गुरु हो गए, आदि गुरु आदिनाथ दत्तात्रेय आदि सब लोग उनके स्वरूप जो की दुनिया में आए जैसे कि राम से सबकी अब आखिरी हो गया सबके शुरू बताया। इन सब गुरुओं ने हमारे अंदर जो चक्र बनाया हुआ है वो है होता इस जगह इसके जागृति से हम स्वयं गुरु हो जाते हैं। अपनी क्योंकि आत्मा जागृत हो जाने से आत्मा ही हमारी चालना करता है, वही हमको संभालता है, वही हमारा मार्गदर्शन करता है, वही हमें रास्ता देता है। फिर इसके नीचे पेट के नीचे हिस्से में फिर से लेता है जो चलता है ये चलते शुद्ध इच्छा, शुद्ध विद्या, शुद्ध विद्या, शुद्ध विद्या है वो विद्या। अब यही हाथ आगे पर फिर से लेफ्ट हैंड साइड पे पेट पर ऊपरी हिस्से में गुरु तत्व, फिर आपके पास हो गए। उसके बाद इसे हमारी गर्दन और कंधा, इसके बीच का जो कोण है, इसके काफी पीछे तक इस तरह से हाथ पीछे की ओर रख के और अपनी गर्दन को राइट साइड में मोड़ दें। मैंने पहले कहा है कि ये चक्र आप दोषी हैं, ये सोच नहीं सकते। अब यही हाथ आप अपने माथे पर जैसे कि कपाल करके आड़ा रखे और अपने सर को धीरे से झुका लें। ये चक्र क्षमा मांगने का, क्षमा करने का, सबको क्षमा करने का ये चक्र आज्ञा का चक्र जो सामने की ओर खुलता है। क्षम का बीच में उसके बाद यही चक्र पीछे की ओर खुलता है, इसलिए इसको ऊपर की ओर सर को मोड़ देना, उठा देना है सर को पूरी तरह से ऊपर की ओर। और इस समय आपको अपने को दोषी न ठहरा दो, बिल्कुल नहीं, सिर्फ अपने समाधान किया, आपको समाधान इस परम चैतन्य से क्षमा मांगे, इस रूहानी शक्ति से आपको क्षमा मांगे। अब इस हाथ को पूरी तरह से खोल देना, पूरी तरह से, और इसका जो इसका हिस्सा है, इसके हथेली का जो बीच का हिस्सा है, उसे बराबर अपने तालू पर, जो बचपन में एक बहुत सिक्त हड्डी थी, नरम हड्डी थी, उस पर रख लेना है और सर को पूरी तरह से पूरी तरह और दबा लें, अच्छे से दबा लें, उंगलियों को बाहर की ओर पूरी तरह से खींच लेने से दबाव अच्छा पड़ेगा। और अब इसे आपने अगर पगड़ी भी पहनी तो कोई नहीं है, उसके ऊपर से आप इसे गोल घुमाएं, सात मरतबा आप घड़ी के काटे जैसे ये जो चमत्कार है उसे घुमाएं, इतना ही कर देगा। और ये धीरे पहनाएंगे कि संस्कार का बचाव है। बहुत जरूरी चीज है इस मस्तिष्क की कमान है और उसके बचाव के लिए बहुत प्रयत्न किए गए। और उसी मस्तिष्क में जब पुनर्जन्म चलती है तो हमारे देह में इतना प्रकाश आता है, इतना ज्ञान आता है। अब हम लोगों को आंखें बंद करते हैं और लेफ्ट हैंड हमारी ओर और राइट हैंड हृदय पर रख देना। जो बैठे हैं कुर्सियों के ऊपर दोनों पैर अलग अलग रखना चाहिए, क्योंकि ये दो शक्ति है, लेफ्ट हैंड राइट। कोई चीज आप कसते बांध आपने रस्सी दी हो तो धीरे कर आराम से बैठे, लेकिन इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि आप कर बैठे या दल कर बैठे, साधारण सीधे बैठे और अपने विचारों में रहने की जरूरत नहीं, उसको अपने आप शांत हो जाएंगे। अब हृदय में हाथ रख करके आप एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण प्रश्न पूछे, मुझे मां नहीं श्री माता जी, मां क्या मैं आत्मा हूं? श्री माता जी क्या मैं आत्मा हूँ? अपने मन में ये प्रश्न 3 बार आप पूछो। जैसे कंप्यूटर से पूछा जाता है, उस तरह एक डिवाइन कंप्यूटर ने उससे पूछा, क्या मैं आत्मा हूँ? ये बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण है कि आप आत्मा हैं। शरीर, मन, अहंकार की उपाधियां, जिसे हम कहते मेरा शरीर, मेरा अहंकार, लेकिन मैं कौन हूं? मैं हूं आत्मा। अब ये हाथ आप पेट के ऊपरी हिस्से में लेफ्ट हैंड साइड से रखे, दोनों मिला लगा के, ये गुरु तंत्र है। जब आप आत्मा हो रहे तो आप अपने गुरु ही हो जाए। इसलिए दूसरा सवाल की बातचीत करेंगे अपने मन में, श्री माता जी, क्या मैं स्वयं का गुरु हूं? मां, क्या मैं अपना ही गुरु हूं? ये सवाल आप 3 बार पूछो, शंका नहीं करें। आपको परमात्मा ने स्वतंत्रता दी, मुझको ही स्वतंत्रता दी। अगर वो चाहे तो परमात्मा क्यों हो जाए, और नहीं तो वो शैतान क्यों हो जाए। इसलिए मैं आपकी स्वतंत्रता का पूरा मान रखता हूं। और जो शुद्ध विद्या है वो जबरदस्ती आप ला नहीं सकती, कोई भी नहीं ला। इसलिए अब आप अपना राइट हैंड पेट के नीचे के हिस्से में रखें, लेफ्ट हैंड साइड पर, और यहां पर आपको कहना होगा, श्री माता जी, मुझे आप शुद्ध विद्या दीजिए। कृपया मां, मुझे आप शुद्ध विद्या दीजिए, सेवा करिए, क्योंकि इस चक्र में 6 पंक्तियां। आपके कहते कुंडलिनी का उठना शुरू, आपका जाना शुरू है, और वो ऊपर की ओर चढ़ रही है। इसलिए हमें चाहिए कि ऊपर के चक्रों को हम अपने आत्मविश्वास से पूरी तरह से खोल दें। अब अपना राइट हैंड हाथ पेट के ऊपरी हिस्से में रखें, लेफ्ट हैंड साइड, और पूर्ण विश्वास के साथ, पूर्ण आत्मविश्वास के साथ आप 10 तत्वा कहें, जो कि गुरु तत्व है, और 10 गुरु हो गए। मां, मैं स्वयं का गुरु हूं, कहिए 10 तत्वा, पूर्ण विश्वास के साथ। मां, मैं स्वयं का गुरु हूं। आपसे मैंने बताया था कि परम सत्य आपके बारे में एक है कि आप आत्मा, शरीर, बुद्धि, अहंकार, ये सब कुछ उपाधियां। इसलिए अब अपना राइट हैंड आप अपने हृदय पे रखें, हाथ पे रखें, और पूर्ण आत्मविश्वास के साथ रहे, मां, मैं आत्मा हूँ। श्री माता जी, मैं आत्मा हूँ। पूर्ण विश्वास से कहे, 12 मंत्र, इस चक्र में 12 पंक्तियां। लेफ्ट हैंड हमारे और चाहे आप अपने गोदी में रखें, लेकिन मेरी ओर परमात्मा प्रेम का नाम, और परमात्मा आशीर्वाद का नाम, ज्ञान का नाम, लेकिन सबसे अधिक क्षमा का नाम। इसलिए कोई हमें अपना राइट हैंड आप अपने कंधा और गर्दन दोनों के बीच के कोण के ऊपर रखें, इसके पीछे उंगलियां जा तक लेना और गर्दन को राइट साइड में मोड़ और यहाँ पर आपको पूर्ण आत्मविश्वास के साथ 16 मरतबा कहना होगा, माँ मैं बिल्कुल दोषी नहीं हूँ। मदर आई एम नॉट गिल्टी एट ऑल। श्री माता जी मैं बिल्कुल दोषी नहीं हूँ, मैंने कोई दोष नहीं। आपसे पहले बताया था मैंने कि आप किसी को क्षमा करते हैं या नहीं करते हैं, कुछ भी नहीं, लेकिन जब आप क्षमा नहीं करते हैं तो आप दूसरों के हाथों खेलते हैं, गलत हाथों में खेलते हैं और अपने को तकलीफ देते हैं, अपने साथ अन्याय करते हैं और जिससे आपको तकलीफ दी वो तो मजे में रहता है। तो दिमागी जवाबदारी को खत्म करना। कृपया अपना राइट हैंड अब आप उठाकर अपने कपाल से या माथे पर रखें और गर्दन को झुका। यहाँ पर पूर्ण हृदय से कितने बार की बात है, इसकी तो एक ही पंक्ति सामने और एक पीछे आ गया। पूर्ण हृदय से कहें, माँ मैंने सबको क्षमा कर दिया। पूर्ण हृदय से कहें, कितने बार कहने की बात है, सबको एक साथ, किसी को गिनने की जरूरत नहीं है, किसी के बारे में सोचने की जरूरत नहीं, बस सबको मैंने क्षमा कर दिया। बस जैसे कि वो सब छोड़ छाड़ के मैं खड़ा हुआ। अब अपना राइट हैंड आप अपने सर के पीछे के हिस्से में ले और अपने को दोषी न समझते, किसी भी तरह अपने को नीचे न गिराना। आपकी अपनी तृप्ति के लिए, अपने समाधान के लिए आप अपनी गर्दन पीछे कर रहे पूरी तरह से और पूर्ण हृदय से कहें, इतनी बार फिर बात करें, पूर्ण हृदय से कहें कि हे परम चैतन्य, हमने कल कोई गलती की हो तो हमें क्षमा कर। हे रूहानी शक्ति, अगर हमने कोई गलती की हो तो क्षमा कर। ओ ऑल परवेडिंग love of God, if I have done any mistakes, please forgive me. All for your satisfaction. Please don't feel guilty. अब ये राइट हैंड आपको पूरी तरह से खोल देना और उसका बीच का हिस्सा बराबर अपने तालू पे रखें, तालू पर, और अपनी गर्दन को झुकाओ। अब यहाँ पर फिर आज की स्वतंत्रता में उसकी मान्यता करती हूँ और इस वजह से ये जान लीजिए कि आप पर आत्म साक्षात्कार लादा नहीं जा सकता। आपको मांगना हो, आपकी इच्छा होनी चाहिए। इसलिए मन में कहे 7 बार, श्री माता जी मुझे कृपया आत्म साक्षात्कार दीजिए, और ऐसे कहते कहते अपने सर की जो चमड़ी है जिसे स्कैल्प कहते हैं इसको खूब जोर से दबाइए और ऐसा कहते कहते आप अपने सर को नीचे झुका करके साथ साथ घड़ी के कांटे जैसे घुमा देते हैं। इंद्रियों को बाहर की ओर खींचिए, दबाओ। अब हाथ अपना नीचे धीरे धीरे आंख दोनों हाथ मेरी ओर, दोनों हाथ मेरी ओर ऐसे उठ करें और बगैर किसी विचार के मेरी ओर देखिए। अब राइट हैंड मेरी ओर ऐसे बढ़ा के और लेफ्ट हैंड सबको झुका करके देखिए कि इस तालु से ठंडी हवा आ रही है। पहले पहले गर्म भी आती है, कोई बात नहीं। सबको झुका लें। सर झुका के देखो भैया पता नहीं, सर झुका के अब लेफ्ट हैंड मेरी ओर, फिर सर झुका के राइट हैंड से ठीक से ध्यानपूर्वक देखें, ठंडी हवा आ रही है। यही ब्रह्म तंत्र छिपने की प्रसिद्धि है, यही उसका अनुभव। अब राइट हैंड से मेरे और सर झुका लें फिर और लेफ्ट हैंड से ठीक से देखिए। सर को हाथ नहीं रखना है, सर से जरा बाहर। किसी को जरा बहुत बुरा, बहुत जोर में खवा किसी को नजदीक, किसी को फैली जैसी भी प्रकृति गर्म हो तो भी खाते। अब ये दोनों हाथ आकाश की ओर करें और गर्दन पीछे मुड़ाकर मोड़ करके एक सवाल 3 बार पूछे। श्री माता जी, यही वो परम चैतन्य है? या इसका सवाल, Is this the all-pervading power of God's love? Is this the full being of the Holy Ghost? कोई सा भी एक जैसे सवाल आप 3 बार पूछ लीजिए मन में। अब हाथ पीछे देखिए, जो तैयार माता तो नाम है बच्चों को देखना। ये विचार हो जाए, अगर आप विचार करता है तो फिर आपकी दशा मुक्ति हो जाएगी। आप मन से करें, बुद्धि से करें, उनकी इसको क्रिया करते हैं। चौथी दशा में क्रिया होती है। या आपके घर अपने गुरु पहले हाजिर हो जाइए कि गुरु नानक का नाम ले, देखिए आती है। या आपके घर को ड्राइवर हो, उनका नाम वो भी होते, ये सब चीजें झूठ नहीं, सब सच है। वो जो सब पहले सच है वो झूठ क्यों है? उन्होंने जो कुछ बताया वो सच है, लेकिन उसको सिद्ध आप कर सकते, उसको प्राप्त कर सकते। एक भी बात उन्होंने झूठ नहीं करता, तो क्यों बताया? यही है ज्ञान को प्राप्त होना। मैंने आपसे कहा है ये कार्य कलेक्टिव होता है, और हम लोग को पैसा खरीदते नहीं, आप जानते हैं। इसमें आप कितना पैसा दीजिएगा, इसका मूल्य कितने आता है, इसका मूल्य कौन देगा, कौन देगा? इसीलिए हमारे पास बड़ी आलिशान जमीन है, लेकिन जो कुछ भी है माता दर आपको जरूर आएंगे और सामूहिक रूप से प्राप्त करें। हर जगह है वहां पे नम्रता को माता दर जब कैसा भी हो उसको मानी करना। आशा है आप सबके सब अब आपको नाटा करके खाल होगी, ऐसे नाटा लगा रही आपको जो लोग नाटा आ सकते जरूर करा।
Today we are here to celebrate Sahasrardi. It was not very difficult for me to open the Sahasrara because there were so many seekers in this world. Because, of course, I had studied also the permutations and combinations from which you all are, in a way, suffering. Also, the time had come. I felt horrible gurus who are really devils are trying to capture all the seekers. I thought it's high time that Sahasrara should be opened up. It was not like Christ's crucifixion by any chance. In those days, one had to do a lot of tapasya, and that's what he went through. But in these modern times, what you know, is much more important than what you do. It is such a universal awareness now, because of maybe medias, because of communications, because of traveling, that a human mind knows a lot. It knows so much sometimes that its brain cannot even bear it. It is so overloaded with ideas. And also, the human mind is all the time anxious to grasp, absorb and retain whatever he thinks is knowledge. But he lacks distinction, so all kinds of things are accumulated in his brain in the modern times. Especially with the advent of all these media like television, computers, not a media but it's quite a complicated brain again. The man had to know the technique of all these things very much. And this technique, if he understood, he could do many things, many more things than your forefathers could. Thus materialism started taking its own development in the minds of people. So the curse of human beings at that time was materialism. When I felt that Sastara must be opened up. Before that, people were simple, innocent. They all believed in God. They never doubted. And they didn't even seek the truth. This materialism created such a competition among human beings, such hypocrisy, that people started finding out that this is not honest. Materialism is not joy-giving. You can't get peace out of materialism. Just it started developing into their awareness that this is not the end of our achievement. This is not what we have to. No, this is not what is going to give us joy and peace. Especially after war, this awareness started growing very much among young people. This is also because now the human awareness had reached the state of the brain. That's how they started knowing better, absorbing better, and retaining better. You take a little child of today, he knows much better than you would have known when you were even 25 years of age. Because he's supposed to know about everything. And thus, there was no movement towards knowing what is the truth. But as this awareness grew more and more, lots of seekers were created on this earth. So many people who never knew they were seekers suddenly became seekers. It's an atmospheric effect, I should say. And thus a new category of people were born, became aware that they have to find out the truth. So it was all simultaneously according to the time that Sahasrara was to be opened up. And thus, this happened. For us Sahajogis, of course, Sahasrara is the biggest event. Or we should say, whatever work all the incarnations have done, all the seers and saints and prophets have done, this is the culminating point. They did it for individuals, but to do for masses, that it should go to every nook and corner of this world, is the ultimate end of all spiritual growth all over, in every religion, through every great incarnations and prophets. What they indicated about future, what they talked about, what you are to know yourself, that you have to find yourself, that you have to become a realized soul, that you should have Atma Sakshatkar, that you should be a Wali. All these indications, even the Buddhist know that Matraya has to come. Matraya, Ma is mother 3 times. Trigunatmika. Even the Greeks had Athena with 3 powers in her. So all of them have been predicting about this time. And that time came. And that's how I call it the blossom time and the fruits that are you people. So it is all so much, we can say, in the cosmic cycle of different seasons. This beautiful time has come, and like the wheel of time has to turn and go further, Sahajayoga started. Of course in a very small way, but has now grown so big all over the world. Here now, there's another thing that has happened, which is rather remarkable. That so far, people used to meditate alone, and maybe one of them might get realization. But there was no phenomena of amas realization, nor of amas meditation in those days. They all used to disappear into some nook and corner of a quiet place where they would sit down and meditate. But this amas realization, amas meditation, amas understanding and learning about your being was not even imagined by me, that it would go to such a limit, to such an extent, with leaps and bounds. This year especially, it has taken a very new dimension, I think, everywhere, and all that is negative is being exposed in most of the countries. So this is how, when the Sahasrara opened, the Kundalini started moving towards this divine power, getting connected with it, and was all the time flowing within you. When the Nirvikalpa state came. Now when it is coming through the Sahasrara, one has to know that the Sahasrara has to be clean, so that the flow of divine power is going, penetrating without any obstacle, without getting impure, without getting into any kind of problems. So to get to that level, to that state, all the Sahajayogi, I am happy to know, are trying to work it out, their own individual meditations also, so that this growth should take place. Thus, you get enlightenment in a full way. But then one must ask why, for what? What's the purpose? What's the aim? The aim is, your aim is lost. If you don't seek for aims at all anymore. This pandal was built with such great ability, for which we didn't pay anything. Everybody was working here day and night in the rainy season, and I was quite worried about them. I said, what's the matter? We are enjoying, mother, we are enjoying. I will not enjoy. We are enjoying the rain, all right. We are enjoying the cold, all right. Enjoying everything, lifting all these heavy things, everything we are enjoying. I was quite surprised at them. Nobody had any complaints, but everybody was just on the warpath, building this tent for you. So what happens? Once your sahasrara is clean, this flow of joy doesn't allow you even to think that you are exerting or you are working. Normally if you tell somebody that this is to be erected, some would faint and some would say this will take at least 1 year. Then they'll start giving excuses. This pole is no good, that is no good, it won't stand that, there's nothing, there's nothing. Ultimately you'll find nothing is done. It will lie like this for years together. You better get another person, you better go buy another one. Everything is postponed all the time and nothing is done. But here you don't feel you are doing anything. When you don't feel you are doing anything, how can you say then why? Because I am not doing anything in any way. So I don't ask question why do I? In any case I am not doing anything. That is the state where you are working in the divine plan. You are doing lot of work, but nobody feels they are doing anything. They all think we are absolutely just enjoying ourselves, doing nothing. This kind of a state is the blessing of sahasrara. Because only in your brain you think all these things, labor-saving devices. I mean, you tell anybody, you go and telephone to this person. Immediately, if it's a madden morning, he'll say, he may not be there, God knows, what's the use, telephone may not be alright. But you see, why don't you see if the telephone is alright or not? Before that only he will give 101 explanations that it may not be alright, it may be something may be wrong. And just labor saving first. That is one of the tricks of the brain. Then this intelligence cheats all the time. It gives you rationality for everything. Like a person kills his father. You ask him, why did you kill him? Why not? He was so old, he was suffering, and I wanted to have all the property, so I thought better kill him. Like Queen Victoria became very old, so her son was to think that I'll never become a king if this lady goes on like this. So the brain starts giving lots of explanation and cheating. Because rationality. It gives rationality, and rationality is nothing but ego or your conditioning. Your ego tells you, no, this is no good. So you stick on to that point. This is not good. Then another can ask you why it is not good. I think it is not good, so I think. Or like some say, I believe. But why? But in sahajayoga, answer is simple. Why do you do it? I enjoy it. What's the next answer? Why are you worried? I am enjoying it. Now the people who also say like that, because of their conditionings, oh, I am enjoying it. Somebody will say, I enjoy my drink. Somebody can say, I enjoy my going to the church. Sometimes I say, going, something else. It's like that. They are enjoying something, which according to sahajayoga we can never enjoy. But that enjoyment is not collective. That is not supported by anyone. For example, somebody says, I enjoy drinking. Nobody has erected any temple or any statue of a man who drinks. Have you seen anywhere in the whole world? So though he may say that I enjoy, it has no sanction from the society. People can say, I enjoy stealing. People can say, I enjoy killing. But it is very arbitrary, it is very individual, and never supported by the society, even by the modern society. And there's always reaction to it. But sahajayoga is not like that. When you say, I enjoy, you say it because you have no ego and you have no conditionings. It's a different situation. Because now the sahasrara is opened. So on one side your ego has gone down, another side your conditioning is finished. You are no more conditioned. Like you talk to a Catholic. So I started talking about Christ. Immediately said, Mother, now please. I said, I am talking about Christ, not about Catholicism. Talking of Christ, what are you frightened about? Mother, we shouldn't become Catholic again, that's why we are worried about. But Christ never started Catholicism. So much so, they have developed a kind of a deconditioning of their minds. That they start seeing that whatever these people have done so far was wrong. And that whatever I have done so far was absolutely wrong, and I'm not going to do it. It's a very common thing. I have seen the people who have worshipped Christ prefer to worship Ganesha. And those who have worshipped Ganesha prefer to worship Christ. Just the same. The name is different, but just the same. But they like it. Because Christ means the priest, the confessions, rosaries, and also cemeteries. So they don't want to have. These conditionings itself start showing their own forms, like devils, and Sahajogis want to avoid it. Oh, I have nothing to do with them. I remember in the beginning, we had 6-7 hippies from England, and they had come to Rauri. We were having a program. And there were 5-6 real hippies. These were hippies became Sahajogis. Real hippies came to the program. I was just sitting like this, and suddenly they said, oh no. I said, what has happened? I started saying. as if some snake has entered or what has happened. They were hippies. But with this deconditioning of the conditions, they just couldn't bear those same hippies that they were coming inside. Because you start seeing clearly, very clearly, that all these conditionings had blinded us completely and it's misled us into a wilderness. Of course, about ego, in the West people are extremely conscious. There was a leader's wife. I said, why don't you help your husband? She said, Mother, I am worried about my ego. I said, why? If I start doing some work, this ego might develop again, so I am rather worried. They are so conscious of it that this ego should not come back. One fellow who came to me and I was talking to him, then he just ran away. I said, what happened? She said, no, those people who go close to Mother always develop very bad ego. I don't want to be there close with her. So it's such a mind that sees madness, that sees insanity, that sees immaturity, it sees vulgarity, it sees deceit, hypocrisy, everything so clearly. And in that state, he gets confused and quite upset, wants to run away from it. Then we have some sahajogis who have such problems, who come to sahajayoga with problems. Then these people see them with these problems, they are still continuing. Now the Sahasrara doesn't want to accept it. It's terrible. I was like him. No more. Me, I don't want to be that. So they abhor the person who was just like them. They just can't bear him. They just can't tolerate. Then I would say, still, you have to grow. You have to grow. Your Sahasrara has to be cleansed out at such a speed, at such a level and stage, that like soap cleanses everything, it should cleanse everything else. Should not be afraid of anything. Should not have any worry about the conditionings of others or ego of others. That is the state now we have to reach. Today is the Sahasrara day, is the 23rd Sahasrara day. And I shouldn't expect much. I don't want to say anything much about it. But I wish and I hope that all the 1,000 petals of your Sahasraras will be so cleansed that you will never catch from anybody, you will never be frightened of anybody. You will be masters of all kinds of curatives, and also you will be the one who can give solace, peace to others. You will be the one who will be organizing programs outside, you will be the one who will be responsible for sahajayoga. And when that happens, then we can see that these 1,000 petals of the Sahasrara have opened out. These 1,000 petals are not yet awakened. They signify the different 1,000 powers of the goddess. Minimum of minimum. These 1,000 ones you can open out yourself by introspection, by looking at yourself, making fun of yourself. Know thyself means know yourself with all the defects you have and also the potential you have and all the good points you have. So as far as you are concerned, when you are looking at yourself, you should just see to the defects that you have. Why do I behave like this? Why do I assert so much? What's the problem? Why can't I see myself clearly? With that transparency of your Sahasrara, you can see your heart, you can see your mind, you can see yourself fully, clearly. What's wrong with you? This transparency can come only if you have really the pure desire, Shuddha Ichcha, to be of that level. Now there is no competition between A and B. We don't say that you got the first prize for coming out of the Sahasrara, or we don't say you have the second prize. There's nothing like first, second in sahajayoga. Because we are not running the race. There's no competition between us. Whatever we are doing is for our own satisfaction. Now think of something. There are 5 people who are running. Now they have to think out of these 5 people who goes first. Here it is the other way now. The 5 people are meditating. Now, everyone individually has to see for himself if he satisfies himself or not. Nobody else is going to give a certificate. It is you who has to give certificate to yourself, honestly. A very different position. It is you, your Sahasrara, and your attention. And you have to see within yourself, how far have I realized my own powers, my own compassion, my own personality. You will have to test it yourself. It is you are the one who decides. When you are the one who is running, it is you are the one who decides without running. Then what is the question of competition? The whole thing disappears into nothing. As I told you the other day, an analogy, that if you are looking at the mirror, then you are the one who is observing. Your reflection is the one that is observed, and there is the action of seeing. So you are in 3 dimensions. But supposing you become the mirror yourself, the whole process is reversed. You see yourself. You don't have to see because you are seeing it all the time. It's just spontaneous. In the same manner, when it comes to Sahasrara, it is your Sahasrara itself gives you the full idea as to how you are. The diagnosis comes from your own Sahasrara. Your own Sahasrara tells you what centers are catching, because all the pitas of these 7 centers are in the Sahasrara. As if the Sahasrara is now watching yourself and reporting to you, see, this is wrong with you, this is wrong with you, this is wrong with you. So, Sahasrara, being the best well-wisher that you have, gives you the right information about yourself. So the best is that you correct yourself. So then achieve that perfect state. That is what you have to do. But once you have achieved the perfect state, you have achieved your aim, you have no aim left. Like the lights now. Till you have to make the lights, you have to work hard. Make the lights, put them right, do everything that is necessary. But once it is made and the light comes into it, then the job of the light is to give the light. So the first function is over. Now the second function is to give it back. You reach your aim, your destination. For example, I had to come here, alright? So I come all the way from my house, come in the car, walk in and come and sit down here. I have finished that part. Over. Now I don't have to walk. Otherwise I will be all the time running. So all this mad race of this brain stops. For what should it be used now? For enjoying the peace, for enjoying the joy, for enjoying the collectivity. So the labor or the hard work, or you can also say the planning of the future, finishes off. Only thing now you have got it, so better enjoy it. It's like you are coming from outside, you are running, you are very hungry, you want to reach home. Once you reach home, then the food is served to you. Now what's your aim? Nothing but to enjoy the food for which you are running. But after that also if you start running, then one should say it is absolute stupidity. But the capacity of enjoyment only comes when your Sahasrara is absolutely open. Otherwise, the capacity to enjoy is much less. And you become like a person who is running all the time after something which you never achieve. There are many like that. All their lives, they are like mad, They are working morning till evening, every day, achieving nothing. Next day again get up, again running. All their lives running like that. Till their foot is in the grave, they are still running. But after getting to Sahajayoga, you stop all these activities and leave it to your Sahajayoga to work, to your Sahasrara to work it out. And it works out. You don't have to rush, you don't have to be so competent, you don't have to write down everything, you don't have to think of planning everything, just everything works out. And it works out beautifully. The only thing that one has to do is to accept whatever is happening for our good. Even in small things. For today's delay in the puja is the desire of some people who wanted to give you some sort of a, I shouldn't say that, but some secret show was going to be there. And they didn't want any light. So they were thinking what will happen, the puja will be over by about 5, then by 6 o'clock they'll eat their food, but the sun would be there till 9 o'clock. Then how can we show this? All right? So have it in the night. In every small thing you will see. Some people were coming from India and they had to bring my 2 boxes from there. And they wouldn't allow these boxes. They said it is overweight. So they didn't know what to do. They thought that they should send them back and later on it can go till Guru Puja or something. But they thought that there must be some plan, must be some drama. The plane was late 19 hours. So they thought there must be some drama. And then they were put into some sort of a tourist hotel for that night. Next morning they met 2 other Indians from Sahajogis from Pune. 2 boys. That settled it. My luggage, they could put it in their name. And that's how the luggage came in. But they never felt bored, 19 hours. We had nice time together, we were enjoying and talking, finished. Nobody feels that time is passing out, otherwise anybody else would have eaten up all the airport personnel. I would have broken all the telephones. Waiting for 19 hours, my God, what is this? Would have given it in the newspapers, everyone, it's the greatest crime. While these were enjoying life nicely. So, we have lost now the sense of aim. We don't have any aims. We just want to enjoy. It's a very, very big thing that has happened because, as you know, the joy in the Sahasrara is Nirananda. Nirananda. Of course, Nira is my name also, but it means pure, absolute joy. Nirananda. And that Nirananda, that joy, has no other hues. It's just pure joy. Without thinking, it just pours into it. After all, every activity is for what? For getting some sort of a pleasure, sensation. And also some people believe for joy. It's not. Only after the opening of Sahasrara and the cleansing of it, then you know what is joy. You can't explain how you can spend hours together like this. People don't understand. Like even our mayor was telling me that we can't sit in the church for more than 15 minutes. And how people are sitting here for so many hours. 15 minutes we cannot sit, but how these people are sitting for such a long time? What are they doing there? What is their entertainment? How can they sit for hours together without saying anything, without dropping even a pin there, just all the time there? So what have we given them? What is happening to them? This is very surprising and remarkable that these people who are not even Sahajogis can see clearly that you people are least bothered, you are absolutely enjoying life. Whatever you may be doing is not important. What is important is that whether you are working in the office or outside, you are full of joy, enjoying everything. This is the most important thing in life, which you can have only through sahajayoga. Because your sastragas are open. Because they are open. There is now one more thing I have to tell you that is very important for all of you to remember. That while living in this ocean of joy, we have to remember that there are many who have not yet jumped into it. So we have to bring them in. And it's such a pleasure, such a joy to give realization to someone. Extremely joyful. So we need people who would come and say that we definitely come for this. They should really come forward. And once they come forward, you'll be amazed how things will work out. There are many I know who are going all over, everywhere, and spreading sahajayoga. So it's very important for all of you to know that you have got the light to be given to others. Come forward. Don't have fear of your ego, condition is nothing. Come forward. You have all the strength, you have everything within yourself, and you will do everything with such happiness and joy. Everywhere, in every country, people are doing that, but some of them are doing, some of them are not doing. All of you are quite capable of doing it, so please come forward and see for yourself what you are capable of. First of all, you should have faith in yourself. If you have no faith in yourself, you cannot do anything. Have faith. You should have no fears of any kind. And also to introspect, to see within yourself what's going on. To be very frank, I find my brain absolutely empty. What I talk from this emptiness, I don't know. You will also find your brain absolutely empty. And still, with that empty brain, you will be achieving a lot. It's very remarkable, as you have seen that from the candle you get cool breeze. How can you get from the candle cool breeze? You do get. So it's important to recognize yourself as a sahajayogi and to recognize what have you done for sahajayoga. Without doing for sahajayoga, you cannot enjoy life. That was your aim. And that's the aim you have reached. Now, if you don't, supposing I have to come and sit on this thing and I don't sit on this thing, then what's the use of coming here? I came here to tell you something about Sahasrara. And if I don't tell you, then what's the use of my coming here and celebrating Sahasrara Day? In the same way, when you have reached that state now, what you have to do is not to use for your own purpose. You have used it quite a lot. For your health, wealth, everything. Now what are we doing about sahajayoga? What have we done for sahajayoga? After some time, you will do a lot and you will never know you have done anything for sahajayoga. Very surprising it happens to so many of you. And should happen to all of you. I hope all of you will realize that your sastraras are clean, completely, you are perfectly all right. You don't have to worry about it, and you can really go ahead with spreading of sahajayoga. May God bless you all. I'm happy that Dr. Warren could explain to you those chakras about which I told you yesterday, because in one short lecture you can't cover all these points. And if you get your realization and you progress well, then you can listen to my tapes, which are in hundreds, and you can understand the knowledge is vast like ocean. As I yesterday told you, that when you get enlightenment, you become the knowledge. It's a very confused statement. People don't understand what does it mean to become the knowledge. The other day, a gentleman came to me and he told me that my Guru has already given me the knowledge. I said, how? Because he told me I have given you the knowledge. I said, but still, how is it? It is knowledge. How do you believe that he has given you the knowledge? So he said, no, mother, he touched me on my forehead and I saw a light. I said, then still, you can see the light otherwise also. How is it you have got the knowledge? So he started thinking about it. He said that, what should happen if I get the knowledge? I said, see, this is another person sitting next to you. He's a sahajayogi. He knows what kundalini is. Also he knows how to raise your kundalini. He knows what is your problem, what your chakras are catching. He also knows what are his problems. So he asked me, how does he know? I said, he has become the knowledge. Yesterday I told you that on your central nervous system, you should be able to feel others and yourself, which is inside. Now, for example, a person who is mad. When he started becoming mad, he did not realize. He did not realize he is already possessed and that he is getting mad and that he should have treatment. Nothing he realized. Gradually he became mad and he is in the lunatic asylum. Or a person who gets cancer does not know he has developed a cancer. Till they say that now it's hardly 15 days, you have to die. This is on physical level, mental level. A person who is egoistical does not know that he is egoistical, that he is oppressing others and others are a part or parcel of himself. Like Hitler never realized that he was such a horrible devil, that he will go to hell. And those who were around Hitler that time did not realize that a devil is growing in this society, that a devil is going to come. Nobody realized everything, and suddenly after 11 years he comes back as a horrible, destructive, satanic force. So, if you read the books written before his regime, they were actually supporting him. Because they said that we are getting decadent, our society is decadent, and we need a person who will take us to austerities and who will make us little disciplined. We need discipline, we must have discipline. And so they liked him. Even the young students liked him. When he went to the universities, he charmed them by saying we must have discipline, we should be austere, we should not eat this food, we should not eat that food, we should become very austere. And that thing was very much appreciated by the young people. They did not realize whether this man was a devil or not. Now, knowledge is such that in that you see the subtle of yourself and subtle of others. And the subtle of ours and the subtle of others resides in the chakras. These are the chakras which reside within us. And these chakras are the ones who cater to the need of any emergencies we have. For example, if you have to run very fast, we can run very fast. Our heart starts beating. The sympathetic goes into action. Then these chakras bring it back to normal by supplying proper energy to that part which has been overused. They bring it back to normal. When, say, on the left hand side and the right hand side, we have two extraction of the sympathetic nervous system. When this extraction is too much on the chakras, these chakras get separated. And there is a deity in every chakra. And when that deity sleeps off, there is a separation from the whole. Because that is how we are connected with the whole. This is supposing is the vertebra. It's like this. Once it is broken off, you are broken off from the whole. The control is lost. Once the control is lost, then you start working on your own. Once a cell starts working on its own, it becomes malignant. It loses that relationship with the whole which gives it balance, a sense of proportion and coordination, how much to grow, and that's how cancer is set in. In the society also nowadays, because the society is becoming ego-oriented, we go on saying, what's wrong? What's wrong in this? What's wrong in this? As today, just now, Warren was telling you that there is a dharma within us. We have got 10 dharmas, the 10 sustainers within us, the 10 commandments that we have to obey. Why? Because if you go out of them, then you go into an imbalance, and if the imbalance is set in, then you can develop any one of these problems which come out of imbalances. That is how we cannot cure cancer, because we cannot make the cells go back to its normal condition. At the most what we can do is to remove the cells from the body who start attacking others and making them also ego-oriented. But we cannot make them again normal cells. Only through vibrations you can do it. Because when you vibrate these centers, they become more powerful, they expand their aura, so the circle that was small becomes bigger, engulfs both the sides and bring them together, and again the deities are awakened and the cells start getting the message from the whole. This is a simple principle which is a subtle principle. But a person who gets a cancer, how will he know he's got a cancer or not? Because there is no way of knowing it. But when you become the knowledge, you start developing the sensation on your fingers. And there are decoding words, decoding language, which tells you which are the centers catching and how to cure it. Immediately you are on the alert because you know it's happening. Now people who have, say, mental problem, they don't know they have mental problem. Some of them, they are not at all aware of it. But then they realize they have a mental problem. A psychiatrist came to see me. Today only he was with me. He's a sahajayogi, and he treated some mentally handicapped person. He's a psychiatrist. So he finds always his finger shakes before me. This finger and this thumb. If this is burning and this is shaking, that means there's a possession working on you. A simple thing like that. Now this person can clear it out because sahajayogi takes hardly 2 minutes to clear it out. But the person who has got it can be also cleared out, because once you know what is the center, and if you know the deities whom to awaken, and if you know how to awaken them, you get it cleared out. That's how mad people can also get cured. Now here there's a madman on the road. Just now when he was speaking, I was in the room. He was saying, you must seek Christ, you must seek God, and all those things on the street. He's himself mad. You see a mad leading others into what? Lunatic asylum? He's talking like that loudly. You must seek Lord, you must seek God.
How? How do you seek? Just giving lectures, seek the Lord, seek gods. Is this the way? If I say now, put your attention inside, just now you are sitting before me, a simple thing. Your attention is towards me. Now turn your attention inside. Can you do it? You may say, yes, we are doing it. That's wrong. That you are not doing at all. Something has to happen within. Unless and until something happens, your attention cannot go inside. Many people just believe into something false. Go on believing into it till they suffer from it. I have seen people who have been like that, fanatics. In their old age, they become absolutely either violent people or useless or aggressive or boring. Some of them become really half mad and some of them full mads. So believing into anything without the knowledge about it is a very blind game. Now sustenance has to be there. Now we can say in India we have Sikhism, which is a very great religion. But the people who belong to Sikhism are not supposed to drink at all. After all, Guru Nanak, when he said you are not to drink, because he knew about it, he knew what he was saying about it. He was an incarnation of the primordial being. He was the primordial master. And when he said that you should not drink, now I am told that in England the Sikh people drink more than even the Scotland people. It's most surprising. Imagine. See about Islam, because Muhammad Sahib and Nanak Sahib are the same persons. He said the same thing. Moses said the same thing. Ask the Jews, what are they doing? He said strong drinks, alcohols, all must be avoided. At the time of Muhammad Sahib, there were no cigarettes. So he didn't say about cigarettes. So Muslims say, oh, cigarettes are all right, doesn't matter. You see, these things are there are so many loopholes. In India we have communities and communities like that where you go and see, you will be amazed. Like Jains, they won't eat meat, but they will drink. Can you imagine? Drinking goes against your awareness is a fact. While Mahavira has talked about nothing but Chaitanya. Buddha never said don't eat meat. That doesn't mean that you should eat meat. But what I am saying, he never talked on that. That's not so important. He himself, Buddha himself, died because he ate a raw pork. He went to a house. You see, Buddha was a realized soul, a great personality. He was an incarnation. And he went into a house where, as a guest, suddenly he appeared there. And the person was just a hunter. And he said, oh Buddha, you come to my house, what should I give you? What should I do? He said, I have very little time, whatever you have, you give me. He said, I have killed a wild boar, but the food is still to be cooked and it will take some time. It's all right, give me half meat. And he died of that. Even in Jainism, you'll be surprised that Neminath is the first one who was the cousin of Sri Krishna. In his marriage, there was a big function and lots of birds were brought. I mean, they were Jains, imagine. And the birds and all that, when he saw so many killed, he got a kind of a feeling against it and he said, all right, no more of this. But they have gone to another extreme of vegetarianism. I mean, they can be very cruel themselves, but they don't mind that. They can be vegetarians. To such an extent that you can't imagine. So this is the problem with the religion has been, that you go to extreme of things. First thing about religion is not to go to extremes. That's the basis of every religion. For Christianity, you know, Christ has said, keep away the dead. Have nothing to do with the dead. He took out the dead spirits and put them in the pigs and put the pigs in the sea. You all know that story. But every church has got all the dead lying under their feet. You don't know how to walk in the church, they are all lying down there. Luckily I have been living, or unluckily I should say, living next to the church all the time I have been in London. And in the night I see all of them coming out of their graves and I say, oh God. And here the children sit down, pray to God and everything. Now what do they get? No wonder Catholicism is bringing such a catastrophe, or this so-called Christianity. I mean, the basics of every religion has been contradicted by the disciples. Because Christ is the one who controls the dead. He is the one who sucks the effects of the dead. And he absolutely banned them. Everywhere you go, any church. Only in India they don't do it. Somehow I don't know how they have managed it. But here, every church you go, there's dead bodies lying everywhere. Sahajogis now don't go to church because they're frightened. Once a Sahajogi is caught up by a spirit, immediately he knows he gets a headache, he doesn't want to go there. But a person who is not a Sahajogi, he goes to a church, he catches the booth, he does not know. One of my disciples had a mother who was a Catholic lady, very staunch Catholic. And she was MA in mathematics and things like that. A very staunch Catholic. She came to see me and I told her that you should give up all this fanaticism about church going, because in the church there are all these dead bodies placed there. But she wouldn't listen to me. Now, then after old age, about 60 years, they go mad actually, really. And she started using her B-day for WC, all sorts of things, problems arose. But she would get up in the morning of Sunday, get ready and go to church and come back very nicely. Every time it was a Sunday, she would get up, she would dress up well, go to church and come back. As if somebody was taking her down there. And somebody was bringing her back. But one day it happened that she got lost. And this lady telephoned to the police and said, what to do now? This lady is lost and my mother is lost. She got very bad. She telephoned to me. I said, you'll find her. She's all right, but she'll come. After 3 days, she came from somewhere, God knows. Came back. And again, she started the same things, using this for that and that for that, and absolutely like a mad person. But the police said nothing doing. Now you better put her in the old man's place. So she put her in one of these places where the old people live. Now, this Mari, my disciple, she told me it's most amazing. The people who are there are mostly Catholics or Christians. They are all mad like this. The nurses are having a bad time. But all of them get ready on a Sunday and go to a church which is specially made for them. Can you imagine? Just look at this obsession. It's an obsession with us. We must know these are obsessions. We are not free people. We are slave to these things. Now once you come to this side, the other side of slavery are our habits. They enslave us. They enslave us. I have seen how people, once had a minister sitting with me, and Russian minister, very powerful man otherwise. And suddenly he got up, he was the host, suddenly he got up, oh, I must go. I said, what happened? He said, I'm a sick man. I said, what's the matter with you? You see, I'm a football fan and I can't sit any longer, the football match must have started. Imagine, he was the chief host. And so many people were there, he just couldn't sit. I mean, he could not glue himself to the chair and he wanted to get up and walk. And he just didn't know what to do. I was amazed. He had no poise, no control over himself. I mean, I just thought must be some possession from this football is coming to him, or what is it? But such a grown-up, matured person behaves like this. This is nothing. Other habits that we have are much worse. And they all enslave us. We can't live without them. Anything that is in this world is for us. We are not for anything. If anything can enslave us, we should know that we are the masters of everything. If a chair doesn't make you comfortable or uncomfortable, it's not important. What is important is that this doesn't enslave you. Nothing should enslave you. The one who is a king, who is the emperor, is least bothered. If you put that person on the street, he'll sleep well. If you put him anywhere, he'll be happy. That's the person is the real emperor. But not the emperor who cannot live without complete comfort. If he's slave of the comfort, then he's not an emperor. All these things we can learn when our center here, Nabhi Chakra, is awakened. When the light spreads in that area, in the white, the green color you see, then what happens immediately in that light? You don't see anything. But the light works. Enlightenment is such that it goes into action. The light itself acts. Can you imagine? The light itself acts in you. We had a doctor who was very fond of wines, drinks, and I never tell you don't drink. I never say that because I don't want people to run away. No, nothing of the kind. You sit down comfortably. Just take your realization. Then you'll see about it. This fellow gave up his drinking next day. But then he had to go to Germany. And he thought, I better try some special type of wine that he had liked. So he tried it. And then he vomited. Couldn't bear. He said the taste was so bad. I had never tasted such a dirty thing. I never told him. It just happened. He saved money. He could buy things out of the money he saved. He was a free bird. But I don't have to tell you this because we are so addicted and identified that even if you say that this can happen with sahajayoga, many people will refuse. Our identifications have gone so deeper into our being, our hangs up, as we say, that we are not free people at all. We might be free politically, all right. But this is so superficial. The spirit is the only thing that is free within you, which has no hangs up, which has no habits, which does not stick on to anything, is completely detached and emitting joy to us. It is the thing that makes our spirit, our attention so enlightened. Now, enlightened attention, as I said, is not the attention that we understand that there's a light, we see the light, nothing of the kind. But with this enlightened attention, our awareness becomes enlightened. So that we start feeling other people on our hands. Like the other person here sitting yesterday, you must have seen. आप जरा ठीक से बैठिए, सब लोग क्या सोचेंगे? कायदे से बैठिए, हिंदुस्तानी आदमी. The other day, one gentleman was here and he told me that your energies are different from mine. Nothing of the kind. If you have negative energies, for the time being you will shake. Definitely you will shake for a while. No doubt if you have too much negative energies. Like once we had a program and some people were there, some Brahmins. And they were very much against me because I am not a Brahmin. They said, we'll not have a mother's program. I didn't know all these stories. They never told me. But they came before me and started shaking like this. So I said, why are you shaking so much? They said, we are Brahmins and we understand you are Shakti, so we are shaking. I said, but why are you shaking? Nobody is shaking here. So they pointed out to other 4 people. They said, see, they are also shaking. So I said, go and find out from where do they come. They went and found out that they came from lunatic asylum. I said, relatively you should see who are shaking, are you and these people, nobody else. So if there are negative forces, do shake a little bit. But we should see again, what's the use? What's the use of getting this energy within us? That is very important because we are utility-oriented people. Everything must have an utility. As it is, what do we have which has utility in this world? Nothing. If we had something which had real utility, we would not hanker after anything else. The hankering is still on, so we should conclude that whatever we have got now is not the ultimate. The utility of the ultimate is that once you get the ultimate, everything becomes relative. Everything becomes relative. That is, what becomes relative is all these changing things, all those things which are perishable, all those things which try to enslave us, all those things they are attracted outwardly but inside they are like snakes. And what we become is a detached personality. आपको कोई शिकायत है क्या? Sorry, yeah? शिकायत है, इससे some problem होती है. तो फिर आराम से बैठिए, पर सामने बैठे ना ये लोग उसका गलत समझ लेते हैं. Now, our idea about any understanding about religion is that we go to a limited church and a limited society, limited club, do exactly the same, wear the same sort of dresses, wear the same sort of cap or things, we belong to one religion. There is nothing like that. It's all man-made. You see, it's all artificial. Whatever is man-made is artificial, you know that. They write it down also for all the clothes that are made by man. They say man-made material. So it's not God-made. It's we have made our own religions and we are fighting for it. The religions are something within yourself, within your being. It has nothing to do with what sort of nonsense we have made out of it. This is the quality of a person. Like carbon has got 4 valencies, you have got these 10 valencies. And if these valencies are missing, then what happens that as in the combination of chemical combinations you have seen, if one valence is missing, it becomes a negative. And then it combines with another. So there are negative and positive valencies. So if you have some additional valencies with you, then you jump onto other people. If you have less, then you catch some other people. It's exactly the same as it happens in a chemical compound. Now these valencies within us are to be there to give us a balance, and that's what Warren has told you what it means. When you get your realization, your dharma, your 10 commandments get enlightened, means you get empowered. You become that. You go beyond religion. You don't have to follow anything, you just become. You become so integrated. For example, some people, it doesn't suit to have, say, potatoes. They will just don't like it. Just don't like it. Before you realize it's just the other way around. If they are not supposed to eat potatoes, they'll eat potatoes more. After realization, you won't just have it. You won't have it. You are so integrated. The sustenance within us gets so enlightened that our priorities change completely. We start judging everything on vibrations. Now we have a little girl, you have seen Olympia. She eats very little, practically solid food she does not eat. But if I give her anything to eat, she will eat. From nobody else. But if I give her anything, she'll ask for more and eat. It's surprising, she understands vibrations. If you understand vibrations, then it is very easy to retain your valencies intact. Because you are empowered. Not only that, but you just don't like anything else. Because you like the vibrations to flow. When the vibrations are flowing, the spirit is emitting through your central nervous system the joy. That is the quality of your spirit. The joy you start feeling. And when you start feeling the joy, then you don't want to give up. For anything, just don't want to give up. You want to enjoy. So you become the knowledge and the attention which is actually placed in this area and sustained by your liver becomes enlightened. As I told you yesterday, sitting down here, if you want to feel about anyone, you can find out. Like just now I saw one gentleman sitting little awkwardly. I thought he's not sitting properly. I said, sit properly. But then I paid attention to him. I knew he was not well. So I said, have you got any problem? He said, yes. I said, then it's all right. So with attention, you immediately understand a person, what's the problem with that person is. Sitting down here, you can find out the vibrations of anyone. For example, now we can say, if there's no Russian, that, should I say or not? Brezhnev is possessed. He's a possessed man just now. I'm going to Russia. I hope I'll take out his possessions. He's a possessed man. They are dealing in these parapsychology. Same in America it's going to happen. It's going to happen everywhere where you try to practice these spiritualists and all that, what we call Preta Vidya, Smashana Vidya and all that, which is absolutely horrible things, calling them with sophisticated names like parapsychology and calling by, what are the names they call it? Charismatic movements and all sorts of, nothing but spirits. Nothing but spirits. All these people are practicing nothing but spirits. They bring out the dead spirits and call it the Holy Ghost, imagine. This charismatic movement is another horrible thing. I don't know how to tell you about it, but I must say that the whole science has become so subtle that nobody knows that this is the scorpious, horrible satanic force that is working through us and attracting us to these spirits. Some people said, Mother, there are good spirits and bad spirits. But why? Why go to the dead? You don't know which is good, which is bad. How will you know? Why go to the dead? We have to be in the present. We don't have to be in the past. So that's one thing happens when you lose your balances, that you go to the left. When you go to the right, you may be very austere, you don't eat that food and this and that. You may become a very ego-oriented person. You go to another side called supraconscious, the collective supraconscious. The left side is the collective subconscious and the right side is the collective supraconscious. When I started my work, I decided not to talk about these dead spirits. I said, I'll manage without that. That's not possible. For 3 years, I never talked about it. I didn't talk about the deities. I didn't talk about anything. For 3 years, I managed it. But then Amanga's a lady came who was practicing all these things. And she possessed so many people. And thousands of people used to go to her. She would tell them which horse will come first. Where is the money lost? All sorts of things. And thousands of people used to throng, Here we have so few people, but let some tantrika come in, you won't be able to control your traffic. This will be the condition with any one of these horrible people coming in. And this lady really made me talk of these things. And that's what it is, they exist. So going to the left or to the right, you go into a problem because you enter into an unknown area which is very dangerous. Very dangerous. For your information, cancer is caused by left side movement. I have not seen one patient of cancer who has had no such experiences. For example, these fake gurus or this initiation by these horrible people or reading the books of these left-sided things like, what's his name, is Rampa, Sampa and all these so-called Buddhists. Any one of these things can cause cancer. And recently I saw a very good film on this by your television here, English television. They showed where some doctors had made an investigation and they said that they have seen that the cancer is triggered by some proteins which they recognize. They call them as 52, protein 52, 58, that's the name they give. But they recognize that they are coming from the area which is built within us since our creation. So it is the collective subconscious. And they have pictured also, photographed. So now, though, what I have said about 10 years back, they are saying now, but they are reaching that point. They have to just cross the limit. They have to just get the realization. And because the doctors cannot reach that area themselves, they cannot cure cancer. At the most, they may stop it, they may try to reduce the possibilities and all that, but complete cure they cannot give because they cannot extract people from that area altogether. They can always be drawn into it if that area is made like this. It's very interesting to see how these things are caused within us. This center is one of the most important center because it gives us our seeking, and our pure seeking should be for spirit, for nothing else. But those people who go wrong, all that you see in such people who have bent their forehead before wrong people, They develop a ridge on their head. And there are 11 centers here, which just come out like a ridge. And these are the 11 centers called as Ekadasha Rudras, which are responsible for the destruction, the ultimate destruction, the Kalaki as called as, or what you call the Maitreya, or the coming Christ on the white horse. That ridge once set in, it starts developing more and more, and destruction is made. I must say, from the unconscious, many people get ideas. I have seen people drawing or showing some pictures where they show a very devilish person with a horrible this thing coming out and a squarish thing. I don't know how they get these ideas, but that's a fact. Now, the destructive forces are also on action. They are also working out their forces. We have to be very careful. We are very precariously placed. Formerly, if you had gone too much to the left and right, you would have been not so badly off, and people didn't care also so much. But today, you are so precariously placed and you are so sensitive and vulnerable that you have to be extremely careful. The rate of destruction is set in very fast, and the rate of construction has to be set in much faster. If you see along, when I see what is constructed, nothing. If you read in the newspaper morning till evening, one good news will come that the princess has delivered a beautiful boy. The rest is horrifying. You ask them to publish something nice. I told them to publish about sahajayoga. They are not interested. They are interested if there's a mishap, an accident, some people died, some people killed. They want to put all these photographs, how the people were killed and what wars took place, this and that. They have no time for some good news, some good message, something of hope. They don't want it. That's how you see any organization that is working out today, how they are building up ego-oriented organization. Even charity organizations are nothing but ego-oriented. I have myself been with many associations like that and worked with them. I was amazed. These people had no charity in them. Charity is something that should come as compassion, should just flow from you. But it is some sort of a camouflage for earning better position or a better status, and all nonsense going on. A person who is charitable is actually a person who just flows. Who is the other to be charitable? If they are the part and parcel of me, whom am I going to be charitable? If this finger is paining, am I going to be charitable to this finger? I must look after it jolly well, because it's paining me. I have to do rubbing of it, whatever is necessary. I have to do it. And that's what people don't understand. All this kind of our facade will one day fall down, and we'll find out that we have been wasting our energy over something very, very trivial. Actually, the all-pervading power does everything. We do not do anything. Believe me, we do not do anything. How many flowers are turning into fruits just now? Who is doing that job? How many seeds are sprouting at this moment just now? Who is doing all that? How many children are born at this moment? In the human body, no foreign matter can stay. No foreign matter. It tries always to expel it. But when it comes to fetus, not that the body only keeps it there, but sustains it, nurtures it, looks after it, makes it grow, and when the right times come, it throws out. Who does that? We take everything granted. Take our eyes. If you are a doctor, you can see what an intricate thing has been created as eyes, that we see people through these eyes. Who has done all that? Have we done it? Can we make even one eye? And we see so many different types of eyes. This is the compassion of God. This is the power of God that is all pervading. First time when you get realization, first time you feel that compassion. You feel those vibrations. You feel that all-pervading power. You can now know that all-pervading power is there, and then you can see the maneuvering of it. You can work it out. You can work it out. Use it. You are the instrument, as I say. You are the master. Only you have to assume that power. Warren, I hope, has told you how he came to me. I don't know if he's told you. He just came with a phone call. He had my phone number, and the person who sent him gave a big idea about me, that she's not available, this is that, and all nonsense. I'm the most available person. He just called me, and I said, come along. And he came to my house, he got his realization. And now in Australia, he's transformed so many people. We have ashrams in 7 cities of Australia. England is the most lethargic, I must say. 7 cities of Australia are now there, ready to get it. There are so many people working it out, because once you get the light, you give it to others. So now we move to another center. Above that is the center of the Mother of the Universe. The Father resides in this center, previous center, the Nabhi Chakra, and rises above and then settles down on to the right side. This is the fatherhood. Say, a gentleman yesterday told me that he had trouble with his asthma. I don't know if he's come back or not. Is he here? Yes, good. Now, this gentleman has asthma. Of course, I told him that he had trouble because of too much bathing systems of India. Indians, you see, we bathe too much. Apart from that, it comes from the father's grief. His father had died, and the father himself is not willing to leave him, is worried about him. It can happen to any one of us. If a man is unkind to his son, it's a father principle. If the son is unkind to the father, so the father is hurt. It's the father principle if it is disturbed by any chance. Or suddenly father dies and you feel the pinch of that all your life. All that can work out here and you get this right heart catch. With that you get asthma. It is said that in homeopathy they believe that with more tension you get it. Because when you are more tense, you see, you remember your father. If he was here, he would have helped you. In the subconscious sometimes it works out. And that's how it adds to the problem. It is so simple to work out that you'll be amazed that if you have to just raise the principle of father in a person like that, who might be a dejected father, who might be a cruel father, who might be a son who has lost the father, can be anything. That you have to just put your hand on that part and just say a mantra, a chanting, which will raise or which will awaken the fatherhood in a full bloom, and you get cured. It's very simple. The center heart is governed by the Mother of the Universe. She gives us a sense of security. When you are at the age of 12 years, the bone that is in front here starts emitting antibodies. It creates antibodies within it till the age of 12 years. And then these antibodies are really the soldiers of the Mother of the Universe. We call her Jagadamba in Sanskrit language. And they spread to the whole of the body, and wherever there is an attack, they inform each other and they fight it out. These antibodies are created in the sternum bone, in the front side of the, we can say the ribs, where the ribs meet, thoracic region, that part, they stay there, are created till the age of 12 years. Now what happens in ladies especially, they are the mothers also. When their motherhood is challenged, they get a problem. Like a woman, say her husband is a flirt, he has a roving eyes or sort of a thing, and she's insecure. Then this motherhood is challenged. And when it is challenged, she gets a problem there. And she gets a disease of the breast cancer and all that is caused by the insecurity of a woman. If a woman is insecure, she may be with any reason insecure, she gets this breast cancer. There was a girl who was married. She was married to a Catholic or someone like that, and there was an inter-religion marriage, and the people of the boys' side tried to trouble her a lot. It's very common in India, but here also I see it is so. And they tried to sort of say these things to them and that thing to her and to her parents and things like that, and she developed this insecurity within her, that she developed breast cancer. Now when we are cruel to others, we don't know we are giving them cancers. What does it take for us to be kind to a girl who's married in our family, who has come to us? We are experts in saying things that hurt others. We learn from childhood how to talk to people so that they are really hurt. By hurting them, we give them cancers. But this only one realizes when you get your realization. Then you really understand that how much a person is suffering. Because you also feel a little pain there. Your whole style of talking, your whole style of behavior, of commuting with others completely changes. This center is very important. On the left-hand side is the mother's side, and the mother itself is. If the mother is a lunatic, you get a problem there. You might get it, we call it a heart. There are two hearts. One is the heart of the spirit and one is the heart chakra. If a mother is a fanatic, she's a woman who is very fanatic about her food, things like that, then the children get it. It's a dangerous thing to play with children like that, to have complete discipline on the children and just keep them, must walk straight like a horse, put two things. Children should be allowed to have their freedom. Actually, when we suppress them too much, they become hooligans. That way Indians are better. They know how to bring up their children. They allow their children to have all the freedom. Just give them the idea of dignity. And when the children are so free with their parents in childhood, by the time they're about 4 or 5, they become extremely dignified. Like I see children saying their words like, get out, get away. From where do they learn these words? They learn it from their parents, or learn it from friends, or someone they must be learning, because these words are normally not spoken by children. Get lost. I've seen a little child saying that, get lost. I mean, it's too much to say to someone. But it happens like that, because we do not understand what we should talk before the children. How decently, we may be most indecent people, doesn't matter. We might be absolutely rotten people. Even a dacoit knows that he should behave properly before his children, because children will become dacoits. Even a prostitute will understand that she should not behave in a manner that the child takes to prostitution. It's a common sense that whatever we do, the children take so easily. So whatever you want to give them, whatever you want to impart them, that's how you should behave before them. But now, as the society is today, people are not paying so much attention to their children at all. They are so, still the the mothers are still like brides, busy finding new husbands. Husbands are still like bridegrooms finding new wives. And the children, poor things, don't know where to look. God knows in what orphanage they have to end up their life. Even the industries like that. I wanted to buy yesterday a pure cotton frock for a little child. I couldn't find anywhere. Not one frock I could get in the whole of Derbyshire and also in London, for your information, which was pure cotton. We don't think that children can't bear this artificial man-made fiber. It's very dangerous. It's very bad for their skin. When you were young, you used cotton. You had mills of cotton here. And why give this horrible stuff to your children, which you never had? By the time they grow up to your age, they'll have all blotches on their faces. They'll be, I don't know what diseases they may have on their skin. No one realizes this, the kind of panties you are using, the kind of things you are using for them is very dangerous. I don't know what's going to happen to them. The things they are using, you never used them when you were young. Believe me. And these are the times when they really require complete attention. And these are the times when they are absolutely tortured. Even the industry is not worried about them. Why not make some cotton clothes for little children? Actually, I would say the government must pass a law that no children's clothes should be made of any artificial things. You can have the elders with that, doesn't matter. But for the young children, you can't give them atomic bombs to wear. This is too much. And these modern times, I think, are the cruelest for children. That's why very few children want to be born in these advanced countries. We have to bear the load in India. If you are not kind to children, imagine 2 children are killed by the parents. What sort of a society we have? Every week in London city itself, I used to think in England, but they told me it's in London city 2 children are killed by the parents. And I have not heard a single case like that in India. With this cruelty towards children. I don't know what women are up to. Where are they going to take their figures and their duties and everything in front of God? Such cruelty exists. Such self-centeredness. Then with all this, the children develop this struggle and they have palpitations. They have very weak hearts. They are in your trust. God has given you such beautiful children that you should thank Him for that. They are not some surplus quantities have come to you. It's a blessing to you that God has given you children. If one woman in India doesn't get a child, she'll go and weep and ask every God and every prophet and everyone that she should get a child. While in Germany, it is going towards -5% growth now. They pay to a woman who has 5 children as much as the Prime Minister, or even more than that, but she won't have. She says, I lose my figure. Where are you going to take these figures? I don't understand. What are these figures for? Who is interested in your figures? Why? Why should we make ourselves so cheap? We are mothers and we should be proud of our motherhood. Motherhood is the highest thing a woman can achieve. I have achieved it because I am a mother for thousands. And I think that's the greatest thing that can happen to a woman is to be a mother. And mother and a guru, you can imagine my plight, is much worse. That you have to tell your children something to be done and you love them so much that you don't want to say that. Then you have to play some little sweet tricks with them to bring them along. It's such an interesting and a beautiful life to be a mother. We should be proud mothers. But I would say the men too are to be blamed because they are not interested in mothers. They are interested in younger and younger girls. It's a sign of perversion, I tell you. It's a sign of a complete perversion. At the time of Muhammad Sahib, there were many women and very few men because so many were killed. So Muhammad Sahib did not know what to do. So he thought they were pragmatic, as I told you yesterday, that with the society one has to be pragmatic. So he said, all right, we have to have marriages because without marriage, any relationship of any kind is adharmic, is against the valencies. So he said, we must have marriage. All right, now we have many women. So let us have distribution of women according to the men we have. If you have more men, then we'll have the other way down. But we have to marry. Means we have to take a collective sanction. A collective sanction has to be there to be blessed. So he said, all right, marry 5. But he himself, you see, was surprised at that time. People were so sensitive, they would not marry young girls. Old men would not marry young girls. They said, how can we marry these young girls, you see? So he said, no, all right, I'll marry one. Because where will these young girls go? There are no young men left. So what to do? But these days, if you ask an old man of 80 years, he would be very willing to marry a girl of 18 years. Stupid old fool, I call him. Because he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand that this girl is not going to respect him as a husband, and he cannot enjoy the life of a husband. He is a grandfather, or call it a great-grandfather. He should behave like a great-grandfather. That's an ideal relationship he should have with a younger girl. All these ideals are confused today. Our relationships with others, every woman has to be attractive. Why? Every man has to be attractive. Why? For what? What are we going to achieve out of it? What is the utility? The attractiveness is all right as long as you are not repulsive. As long as you keep the ideal relationship with others. If the relationship becomes nothing but like a dog and bitches one, it's better not to have this kind of an idea. It's absolutely wrong to run after something which is not our way. Human beings have to live with dignity and with complete sense of idealism as far as their relationship with each other is concerned. If you just say, what's wrong? Then it's anarchy. Everything is wrong then. And everything is wrong. It's not one wrong, but everything is wrong. But if you want to have a flowering society, then you must keep to your ideals of your family life. That's a very important thing, but it happens to you as soon as you get realization. I don't have to give a lecture on that. You just do it. You just become a very nice husband and a very nice wife. Beautiful families can come out of such. There are so many, you will see them. There are so many beautiful families now in Sahaja Yoga. And now the great children, the great sages who wanted to be born are being born to them. Many great children want to be born in this England, and there are many who are born. But I don't know how they are treated. If people understand them or not. They have no vibrations to see if they are sages or not. But born realized children are so many in England that I'm regretting sometimes the way they are treated. Nobody knows they are born realized. The way they talk nothing but wisdom. All these children are being insulted and humiliated by us who are so ignorant about them. I must say they are very brave. They are very courageous to take birth in the countries where they are not appreciated and looked after. Another extreme is in our country, I should say, where people will sell their whole country for the sake of their children. I mean, that's going too far. That's another nonsense we do. But something in between is that you love your children, respect them, they are your trust, they are realized souls, they are sages. They are the foundations of the new world that is going to come. And this is what it is a mother has to learn. The dignity of a mother must be respected. I am sure you all must have respected your mothers very much. But now, as mothers, I don't know if you will be respected. Once this is established that a mother itself is the highest position a woman can reach, and she is to be respected, all the priorities will change among women also. Because what can they do? They have no place as mothers. So they just get fed up of their children. They think, what's the use of this motherhood? Is a thankless job. All this can only change when man changes within himself. When the transformation takes place. Just now, it is just one of the sermons that you could hear somewhere in a very, I should say, an orthodox place. But the whole, this orthodoxy becomes part and parcel of you, and you become so much tuned with it, absolutely tuned with it, you like it. You like to love your wife and nobody else in that way. And the husband likes to love her in a special way. While the wife wants to love the husband in a special way. It happens. There's no insecurity, otherwise you come back home and you find your wife has eloped with somebody. Imagine what a situation it is. I mean, since I came in first year, I got such a shock. We had a neighbor, she was 48 years of age, and her son was about 22, and he had a friend about 20 years. This lady eloped with that 20-year-old boy, and she had 3 other children whom she left. The house was sold. The whole house was, because under law, she gets half of the property or something like that. And the 3 daughters are now on the streets. The younger 3 children, where daughters are on the street, who's going to look after them? The lady, 48-year-old lady, still a bride, going to the church and getting married. There's no dignity in this, no love, no affection. Christ you follow. Christ has said, you say, thou shalt not commit adultery. I say, thou shalt not have adulterous eyes. He's gone up to that subtle stage. We follow Christ. We wear cross. We go to the church. Where are we? So I come to you. To another center now is the Vishuddhi. This is a very important center in human beings. Because when this center is awakened, you become the witness. You become the collective. This is the center of the collective being. You become, again I say, you become the collective being. When this center is awakened. It's a very important center. And now as I am with you, I must tell you about what we suffer from. And what Indians suffer from, or the Eastern people suffer from, is another thing. For example, Eastern people suffer from too much talking, right side Vishuddhi we call it. And the Western suffer from not talking at all, especially English, they never talk. Actually you have to pinch them. And they never laugh. That's the problem, is they'll just smile, and it's regarded good manners, but this speech sometimes very boring. Now the left Vishuddhi is a thing which is very much more subtler than what we think of. Is a very funny sort of a situation where you get a left Vishuddhi, and that you get very commonly among the Western people, because they have developed a new sense of guilt. I mean, everybody is guilty. Without going to the courts, without committing any guilt, everybody is guilty all the time. Like a lady, oh, I'm so guilty. What happened? I didn't say thank you to her. So it doesn't matter what is it to be guilty after all. Oh, I'm so guilty. What happened? I spilled some coffee. It's all right, doesn't matter, it can be cleared out. What is there to be guilty? But it is an unknown guilt people have. They don't know why they are guilty. Why they are getting all the time this feeling, oh God, I should not have done it. I should not have done that. What? What guilt? What guilt we can have. And this guilt is a horrifying thing. I have seen, start from America, England, Portugal, Spain, Italy, all that, Switzerland, all these places, nothing but left Vishuddhi is the first problem and the last which I have to conquer. One lady got up and she said, Mother, I am guilty because of Vietnam. I said, Vietnam? It's finished long time back now. What are you going to do about it? No, but I'm guilty about it. But why? What are you going to do about it? How are you concerned with it? What is your relationship with it? Why are you guilty? I just feel guilty. I said, it's nonsense. Like that. Everybody has developed this. Now from where does it come? Let's see the source. The first source comes from Bible, which is very wrongly interpreted, saying that you are a sinner, a born sinner. I mean, absurd. What it means is that you are the one who is only aware of the sins, not the animals. You are the one who is aware of your ignorance, not the animals. You are the one who is aware of your blindness. Others are not. Animals are not. Why? Because within you is developed that I-ness. That I-ness, as I told you yesterday, is developed because of the ego and superego meeting here. Because you raised your head. Because this chakra was to be enlightened. You raised your head and this ego and superego went and met here, it calcified, you got your I-ness, and that's why you think I've done wrong or I've done right. Animals don't think like that. They are not bothered. They have to do what they do. They want to do that. They never sit down and say, I'm guilty. Have you ever met any animal who says that? Except for the human beings? All the time. Now, this has come to, it's a myth. It's a very big myth with which you are living. It's absolute myth. Believe me. There is nothing like guilt. And this guilt is eating you off all the time. It is making you an inertia. It is making you feel so much lost. And this center is very important to be opened out. So first of all, before I start any program, I tell them 1 month I should say, Mother, I am not guilty, Mother, I am not guilty, 16 times. That's the punishment for being guilty. If you are guilty, you must go into punishment, all right? So this is the punishment for you, is to say, Mother, I am not guilty, Mother, I am not guilty. Say it 16 times, and that's how you get rid of it. It's so practical. It works out. With that, you get spondylitis, you get pain in the heart, you get this hand, what you call frigid hand, all problems you get with that. And that is all because of this mythical guilt you are working on. Now, the another myth comes, the source of it, I think, is the psychologist, the so-called psychologists. They have no sense of psyche because they have no way of entering into psyche. What they are doing is recording, finding out, and trying to cure people. How many mad people have they cured? Sahajayoga must have cured hundreds. How many mad people have they cured? They have not cured anyone. On the contrary, if you go to a psychologist, you might become more mad, the way they are mad themselves. Because the psychologists, when they talk to people, they don't know they are dealing with pathological cases, abnormal cases. And when you deal with the pathological cases, you yourself get intoxicated by that, or you can say that there is contamination and you don't know how to protect yourself. Jung is the only psychologist, I would say, because he was quite a perfect person after he got to realization, who talked of it, that a physician can get sick. Now they start becoming pathological, like poor this Freud, half-baked. He is the one who started talking about sex and things like that, but he himself was a perverted man. He died of cancer. What did he get in his own life? He was such a perverted man. I mean, imagine he was a wretched soul who died of cancer. How can he guide you on any point whatsoever? Now, whatever he taught, we took him as Bible. More than Bible, people believe in Freud. More than Christ, they believe in him, actually. And if you reduce it to a minimum sentence, you can say he made everyone a sex point. You are nothing beyond it, nothing more than that, nothing else but that. Imagine to reduce your dignity to that level. As a mother, I just give him a grace mark by saying, poor fellow must have dealt with pathological cases and he was caught up and he gave these wrong ideas to me. He dealt only with the psyche, with the left side, which is also starting from there, but ends up there, ends up into your superego. So, sex addiction takes you to superego, means it takes you to your subconscious mind and your collective subconscious. Now, all your problems you are having are sex are because of this. Emotional behavior and all perversions take you to collective subconscious. There was a girl in India which is very abnormal. She came to me and she said that she wants to be with men and she wants to be with girls and she wants to marry a girl. She wants to dress up like a man. I said, really? So I gave her some sahajayoga treatment and I found that there was a man in her. She was reduced to nothing. It was a man who was possessing her. And she was given these ideas through that man. And that's how she was talking. She was a possessed person. All these abnormalities come because you get possessed. There was a girl in Cuba who came to see me from Cuba in America, a short girl, very petite, small, good-looking girl. And she told me, her husband told me, Mother, surprising, my wife can take whiskey bottle neat like that, one she can drink it down. So I said, all right, sit down. I gave her a bandhan as we call it. And I saw a big, huge, like a globetrotter, really a very huge Negro coming out of her. And I looked at her. I said, do you know any Negro? She said, Mother, do you see him? Do you see him? He is the one who drinks. I do not drink. She said. And when he was distracted from her, she became such a sweet wife. All these abnormal behaviors, when you overdo it, lead us to that collective subconscious where you catch all these horrible people. Also, it can lead you to collective supraconscious if you become very, very egoistical. Then you can become Hitler. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong with Hitler? Nothing wrong. He was perfectly correct when he said that he has come to save all the Aryan race and his nose was a specially made one. I mean, God must have been surprised to hear all that. I mean, you have to create some variety, isn't it? But this is what it is. I mean, these absurd things that we do in our life as saying, what's wrong? We jump into those ditches where you cannot return without some load on your head. And those loads work out all the things and you become such abnormal people. Then on the streets you will stand and shout like a madman. And if you provoke them, they are even worse. So better not talk to them and argue with them. Forget them. All those fanatics that we see are nothing but possessed people. Most of them are possessed. I would say so many of presidents and these despotic people, most of them are possessed. I meet them, I shake hands with them, they shake before me, and I know that they are possessed people. How are they there? They should not be there. They are possessed, they possess other people, they make them work out, and all this aggressiveness starts through their possessive powers. So this center is the one which brings you back to normal. And then once the Kundalini rises and touches your fontanelle bone area and opens it out, then from your hand through this center, that collective personality starts manifesting. You become the collective personality. You become, again I say, it's the actualization. It is not that we are brothers and sisters, let us form United Nations and make good money out of it. It is actualization that you feel another person within yourself. And this is what is most important. This center, I can talk about this, I don't know how many hours, but this center has 16 subplexuses. And it looks after your eyes, nose, ear, nose, throat, everything, neck, even your face and all that is governed by this. A collective person, a collective being has a face which has a coefficient that even the face can emit vibrations. But this is to be seen only through vibrations. You will know who is the collective being. The most important is this part of the head where I told you that when you bow yourself to wrong things, this is the biggest obstruction, is the lower plate of the brain, which is called as Murdha in Sanskrit language. It's very important, it gets swollen up and a big barrier is built and you become a person completely cut off from the all-pervading power. Means all the protections, all the guidance, all the nurturing things, everything starts disappearing from your life. Now we go ahead with that center to the center here, which is very important and which I must tell you, though it's time to finish this lecture, is the center of Agya, which is placed in the center of pituitary and pineal body, which controls our ego and superego. Between the optic chiasma, a very subtle center exists. Some people call it a third eye. But the third eye they see is not the one I'm talking about. The third eye means the eye which sees inside, not outside. This center is very important and is adorned by the deity of Mahavishnu according to Indian name, and English name is Lord Jesus Christ. This is a very important center. Now seek your Lord. Where do you seek him? Where does he exist? He is to be awakened and he resides. Because most of you are coming from that background, I want to talk about it. Though Mahavira and Buddha, both of them also reside within us. Mahavira resides here and Buddha resides here. But Christ resides here in the center, inside the brain. Now this is a very important thing which all the Christian institutions have missed about Christ. That Christ is to be born within us, that he is to be awakened within us. That is only done through Kundalini awakening. And once he is awakened at that point, ego and superego both are sucked by him as a result of his awakening. And this is a very big thing. That's why I said, I am the door. But very nice, they crucified him. But that crucifixion was also a drama, because ego and superego has pressed these points so hard that to pass through that, you needed somebody to be just divine. And he was Omkara himself, the divine personality, who never died and passed through that. Krishna has said, who is at this point, has said that Nainam chidanti shastrani nainam dahati pavaka. He said, this divine power, this Omkara, never can be killed by anyone. It cannot be destroyed by anyone. And this itself took the birth of Jesus Christ to create that passage for us. And that is the thing he proved, that it cannot be killed. But they are all one and related to each other. This you will discover in Sahajayoga itself. Because once that rapport is established, you have to ask questions. What is the relationship between Jesus and Krishna? And you can discover eternal vibrations. They are all related to each other, very closely. Christ has said, those who are not against me are with me. Nobody has tried to find out who are those. It is said in the Bible that I'll appear before you like tongues of flames. Nobody tried to find out what is that. Or tree of life is, this is the tree of life. So he is to be awakened within you. That's the main point that he said, that somebody will come and awaken it so that you will know my Father forever. Now, which one of the institutions which are running in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ are doing that job? What they are doing is having a fete or a carnival, collecting money, building churches, this, that. You have to build every human being as a church by awakening Christ in them. That was what was meant by baptism. But who did baptism in the real sense is the Kundalini awakening, where it comes on the fontanelle bone area, which is called as Brahmarandra, and breaks through that. Who has done that? None. I went to a church called Unity Church. They have united all the churches, I believe, and also united all the ghosts of the world. All kinds of fake gurus are there. All kinds. They have no discrimination of any kind. I was so amazed, Christ. He was not so diplomatic, I should say, because the way he lashed at these people, and then he said, if they are hot, we can manage them. Means if they are hot, means they are cut up, we manage them. If they are cold, we like them. But if they are halfway, I spit them out of my mouth. These are his words. Because these half-baked people, compromising with the devil and talking of God, how are they going to deliver the goods? Why not awaken your Christ within yourself and see for yourself? You'll be amazed when you raise the Kundalini and Kundalini comes up to this point and it cannot go further. Among all the Christians, this is a problem. You have to ask them to say Lord's Prayer and it works. That's a mantra. At the time when the center is scattered, because Krishna is a collective being, Allahu Akbar means the same. You have to put your fingers into ears and say Allahu Akbar. Realize souls. And you get the Kundalini rising. You can see the pulsation of the Kundalini at the triangular bone. You can see the rising of the Kundalini. You can feel the breaking of the Kundalini at the Sahasrara, at the point where it comes and breaks. So you enter through the gate of Christ who sucks these two institutions and makes the way here. And once the Kundalini rises about Agya, you become thoughtless. The limbic area is the kingdom of God from where you are guided and the Kundalini passes through. That's the last job that is to be done, and now it is done. That is done, now our Mass. It has to be done. It was to be done. It was promised. The time has come. But where are the people? Sometimes I wonder. I'm in England now with you. You'll be amazed that in India, these people have seen thousands and thousands are there to receive realization in the villages. Here I find people don't want reality. You should have a circus. At least English people come, but Indians, very few, and they never stick. It's so amazing, I can't understand. It's amazing how things work out. When are we going to take to it? I mean, it's free. You don't have to pay anything. It's your own. It is spontaneous. It is there. But still, they get realization, they get lost. It's something so surprising. I've been working here, you won't believe, 10 years now. 8 years? 8 years. For 4 years, in the first 4 years, I had 6 people. They would come up, go down, come up, go down. I said, what sort of people? 4 years. Can you imagine? In India, I go for 3 months and I get thousands. Is it that there are very few who are going to be saved? As told by John, he said only few thousand are going to be saved. Is that what we are going to do in the West? But England is the minimum. You'll be amazed. Even Italy is better. Switzerland, Geneva, so much better. What's happening? Here they run after a man who is asking for a Rolls Royce. A fellow who asked for a 59th Rolls Royce, they starved themselves and made a Rolls Royce for him. And when he came, they gave him the Rolls Royce. Imagine. And they said he's a perfect master. There is no pure intelligence left in the mind to understand that how can you get spirit for this nonsensical Rolls Royce. At least Derbyshire are not, people from Derbyshire should not be impressed by that very much. Because they make it here. You cannot make God, can you? You can make Rolls Royces, all right. Can you exchange Rolls Royce for God? They are running after such horrible things, like horrible another thing that somebody is trying to teach you how to fly. The wife of the director is sitting here, who started suffering with epilepsy. Her husband got epilepsy, her daughter got epilepsy. They all were epileptic and they were paying thousands of pounds, 3,000 pounds to fly. And they started hopping themselves like a frog. Imagine. With pure intelligence, you must ask that guru to drop himself from the leaning tower of Pisa. I think it was made only for that. And see if he can fly even 1 inch higher. Why not use your intelligence? You are supposed to be the most balanced and intelligent people. Yesterday I told you that you are placed. The most important place in the universe is the heart. England is the heart of the universe. and the heart is lethargic. What can I do? You have to tell me, what am I to do to pump this heart into reality? There are seekers, I would not say there are seekers. When it came to hippism, thousands became hippies. But all absurd things they accept very easily, and why not the thing that you are seeking? It's beyond my mind, I cannot understand. Now, I didn't come to this place as an immigrant, as I told you. I came here because something happened and my husband got elected to this country, which was important, which was, I think, was preordained, was to be. But I have to implore you now to take to this and understand that this is what William Blake has told you, that the prophets are going to be in this country, that the God of men are going to become prophets and they are going to have the power to make others prophet. That is sahajayoga. There's nothing else but this. He has promised so many things. He has even described the house where I lived. He has described the house that we are occupying now, exact position. He has described the ashram where we lay our foundations. Into such details that I am amazed, such a great sage and a seer was born in this great country and nobody wants to see through. Now what am I to do? I hope very soon people would realize that they have to take a very big role, a very important and vital role in the transformation of the whole humanity and saving of this disastrous time. They are the ones who have to lead people into the kingdom of God. I can hope and bless that. May God bless you. Luckily, we have a very good standard of the Saj Yogis in Derbyshire. Really surprising. And Blake has mentioned Derbyshire very much. They wanted me to come to Derbyshire. I said, Birmingham has been sufficient for me and I will not go to Derbyshire. This mother, please. And then he said, Blake has mentioned you come to Derbyshire. That's how I'm here. And I hope that this center will definitely create very good Saj Yogis. Great prophets can be created out of this. After all, Blake has mentioned Derbyshire very strongly, recommended it. But what I find today when I went for a drive, there's a lot of black magic on. People are indulging into horrible, horrible things. I was worried, quite worried. It's a very dangerous thing. It's dangerous for you, for your children, for your families, for everyone. And I found those pockets. I was amazed how they are prospering here. May God give you strength and proper wisdom to understand how you are placed in relation to the great work of God. Now, if you have any questions, we can have for about 5 minutes. Yesterday, many people asked questions. Actually, first day only I allow people to ask questions, because secondly, it's quite a waste of time. Now, don't ask personal questions, for heaven's sake. Don't ask any personal question. That we'll attend to them later on, personally. They can be attended to. But anything general, if you want to ask, please ask a question general. Is in Indian.
Have you seen God yourself?
Why do you ask this question? Are you authorized to ask that question? First you see your spirit and then we'll talk about it. Why should you ask such a question? Are you an Indian? Then at least keep some manners. Please be seated. This kind of an arrogant question should not be asked. Have you seen God? Why should you ask me such a question? What authority have you got to ask that question to me? I have to ask you a question. Have you felt your spirit? All right? First feel your spirit. That's why Buddha never talked of God. I yesterday only told you. Because suddenly you want to see God. Have you got eyes to see God? You can't see me, even how can you see God? First of all, become your spirit. Then we'll talk about it. A little child won't go and talk to a king and slap him on the face, will he? Is he supposed to do that? We must know our boundaries, our maryadas. Especially Indians must know. I'm surprised sometimes to ask such a question like that. Have you seen God? Whether I have seen it or not, why should I tell you? But what is he saying?
Leave it, please. Let's have another question.
Doesn't behave. It's very arrogant. I'm surprised that you've learned such ways here. It's never done by an Indian. It's very embarrassing.
Any other questions?
Just imagine, if I've seen it, is he going to believe me? Or not seen it? ये हिंदुस्तानियों का हाल है. हमारे तो नाक कटा के रख. इतना रद्दी लौट आया हुआ इस देश में. All the scum has come sometimes.
Any other questions, or you all like the experience?
I mean, what a question it is. Have you seen or not?
Okay, everyone slip their shoes off, feet on the floor, and just simply rest your hands on your lap.
अपनी मर्यादाएं तक नहीं रह गई.
Would you like the other microphone, or this okay? This microphone okay?
I would like to have because I can speak, but I will not touch. He's a master of philosophy from Banaras University and all that, maybe that bad. But in India you won't find such people. I don't know from where these materialistic, absolutely gross people are. I mean, what a question to ask me. It's never done. I'm here to give you self-realization. That's all. And you should get it. That's your right. This is a bank, I should say, and I have to sign your checks. That's all. If you get your check signed, that's all. Finished. That's my relationship with you. I'm not going to tell you about myself to get crucified again. Christ tried to tell something about himself, and they crucified him. Now, if I tell him, of course, I know about God, he's not going to accept. If I say I don't know, then he's not going to accept. Stupid. Indians are not stupid at all. They're very wise people, I must say. I'm surprised from where this stupidity has come. Very wise. Indians are very wise because it's a yoga bhumi. It's such an ancient country of ours. You don't know the praises of this country, I cannot. Do not judge them by the people you see. No. It's a very great country. It's very great, spiritual, absolutely spiritual country. See, these are, I don't know what's the matter with the very superficial people have come here. Extremely superficial. There are some great souls also, I say. But don't judge. Don't judge that great country. Once I was going to India with my husband and told him, you have touched our country. He said, how do you know? I said, see the vibrations. The whole country is vibrating. The atmosphere is vibrating. He said, really? I said, you go and ask the pilot. We were in the first class, we went down and I asked him. He said, sir, we just touched it about a minute back. Such a great country like that. The Kundalini of the universe resides in that country. Can you imagine? The Kundalini. And they have no desire to seek. That's the power of desire that resides there. And they have no power to seek. क्या करें? किसके सामने रोएं? I'm myself surprised. And those who have come also like gurus, horrible people making money. I'm ashamed if I am an Indian by any chance, or if, as I'm ashamed, I sometimes feel, what have they done to what we had? We have such a tremendous heritage. You are just a shoot. You are just the outside. You are the tree. We are the roots. You can't live without us. We are your roots. And these roots I see, I can't understand. Still, it's all right. It's the concern of a mother.
bow to all the seekers of truth. Today, in these modern times, we are face to face with lots of complicated problems, lots of shocks that are awaiting us. And then we look back to understand why have we failed? What has gone wrong with all of us? Whatever way the human beings have moved, in whatever direction they have tried to achieve something, the whole thing has recoiled on the whole humanity and has destroyed it. One must stop at this point and witness the reason, the basic reason what mistake we have committed. We talk of love, we talk of peace, world peace, but the peace is not in your hearts. Peace is not within. You are in a turmoil. And how can you bring forth peace all over? If the sea is full of waves which are in a turmoil, how do you expect the boat to be steady? The reason is we are not trying to find out what's wrong with us, but we are all the time trying to find out what's wrong with others. But who is the other? We are all part and parcel of one great world. God has not created many countries. He never knew about these things. He'll be surprised if he visits this world. He'll be surprised the way we have divided ourselves into countries, and from one country to another country you move like a criminal with a passport number. This idea of love is not love. This conception, the mental projection that we call love is not love at all. The love is something which is a power. A power that is looking after us. The power that is guiding us. The power that has nourished us, has brought us to this level. We in our ego, human beings, think that, oh, we have done this, we have done that. You have done nothing. You can't even create a blade of grass. You cannot. Can you? You cannot create anything that is living. Then why say that we have done this, we have done that? You have done nothing, but you have created all kinds of devils out of your cocoons and put them on top of your heads. First, let us be humble about it, then we can understand what is love of God. Love of God is a power. It's an all-pervading power. It's the subtle power which resides in all the elements, in all the molecules, in all the atoms. The vibrations that you see, say, in a sulfur dioxide, when you see the isometric movement of the atoms, then know it is the love of God which is working it out. Now, it is easy to say there is no love of God, but this is not a very scientific way of looking at things. If you are scientific-minded, then you have to understand this is a hypothesis which I am putting before you. And if it is not proved, then you can deny. Up till now I would have accepted that you said there is no God, but that also is not scientific, because you have not seen yet. You have not gone into that direction. You have not tried to find it out. How can you say there is no God? Only because in your small little brain you have conceived an idea that there is no God. So secondly, you have to have an open mind to understand God's love. A very open mind. Open mind, like a student who goes to the university, doesn't challenge a professor, but sits down to listen, to find out what the professor has to teach. Thirdly, we must understand that we know very little, very, very little wee bit. We are using a very wee bit of our brain to understand anything. So whatever so-called knowledge we have got is absolute and limited knowledge. Maybe it is just ignorance or maybe something mythical. Let us keep it as a hypothesis. Now I say that there is God, and I say that His love is all pervading. All the great saints, incarnations, prophets, all the great religions have said this. I am not saying it for the first time. I am only here to prove that they have said it is the truth, and you can find out whether it is the truth or not. But you should be the seekers of truths and not just intellectuals or some sort of argumentative personalities. Try to understand that at human level you have not been able to discover that great power of love. It's a fact, must accept. You have not been able to feel God so far. Oh, you might have read a lot, but you have had no experience of God. You have never felt His love. Then one must know that we have been ignorant. The darkness of ignorance has been on us, and in darkness we are hitting each other. We have no idea as to how we are related to each other. It's a crazy world we are creating today because of this darkness. This darkness has to go away, and for that the light of God's love has to come. Now the question could be, how can we know God? Because as it is, we are like a cocoon. We have taken out all these threads of the cocoon, put them round us, and everybody thinks that they have produced some sort of a novel ideology or a philosophy which will solve all the problems of the world. It has not. It has created more complications, and more complications. Let us face it. How to get out of this cocoon is the problem today. And to get out of this cocoon, what should we do? Normally, as human beings, we always think that by doing something only we achieve the results. But this is the other way around. When we became human beings from amoeba stage, what did we do? From monkeys to human beings, what did we do? We didn't do anything, did we? But there was some internal force that has brought forth this evolution. Now when something has happened without our effort, then it must be something unique. But it is nothing, every day we see it. For example, a flower becomes a fruit. You see it every day and you accept it. You never challenge how it has become suddenly the flower becoming a fruit, because it's a living process. So the living process of the living God comes from His love, which is living. Dead gods I am not talking about, which we have made out of our own brains. But the real God, the reality itself, which is not created by you, He has created us. When He has created us, we cannot put in effort to know Him. He has to put in effort for us to know Him. So He has put in all the efforts within yourself. Very beautiful. in the different stages of your evolution, He has developed within you a mechanism, a beautiful living mechanism, which has given you the stage up to which you have come as human beings, and also the possibility of becoming a higher being through that mechanism. Now, if you want to know through science, you cannot. By all human efforts, whatever you try is the knowledge of the tree. But if you have to have the knowledge of the roots, you have to become a subtler personality to get to it. Even to become that, God has made all beautiful arrangements within us. In the West, I would say, on the scientific field, Jung reached quite near it, but he made little mistakes because he didn't have a mother to tell him, perhaps. So he made a very big mistake by saying that the unconscious is below the subconscious mind, and then is the conscious mind, जिसे कि हम सुप्त चेतन कहते हैं, जो कि साक्षात कुंडलिनी है. This Kundalini, according to him, was placed under the layers of these minds. God is a great creator and a planner. Supposing you have to enter into an airport and there are piles of luggage, one after another, everything piled one after another like that, how will you reach? There has to be a path. So this argument of his has failed him completely. But actually it is not placed one on top of another, but on parallel sides. On the left-hand side and the right-hand side. On the left-hand side, we have the subconscious, the present subconscious, this life subconscious, many lives subconscious, and then the collective subconscious. On the right-hand side, we have got supraconscious, the present one, this lives, then of many lives, and then last of all is the collective supraconscious. Now the supraconscious means the futuristic ideas of people. So we have two types of people already. One are which are left-sided, which live with their past. One which are right-sided, which live with the future. We can say in India, we are the people we live more with the past. We talk of Shivaji, but what about today? Can we produce someone like him? We talk of Nanaka. Can we produce anyone like him? We talk of Kabira. Can we produce anyone like him? With all this nonsense that is going on, can we produce even one like them? We cannot. So no use talking about them. Better see what you can do today, in the present. So in the present is the central part, which we call in the Sanskrit language as Mahalakshmis. This central path is the evolutionary path of human beings. And thus all the centers that are created within us are the different stages in which a human being has gone through. For example, the first one, which is called as the Muladhara, which you see there, is the one that starts with carbon. With the carbon coming into the evolutionary process, amino acids were formed, life took its own existence, and life started growing. So basically, we have started from that stage going higher, 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 till now we have come to the human stage. And last is this chakra, which we call in the medical science as limbic area, Sahasrara. The end of it is called as the Brahmarandra, is the fontanelle bone area in the medical terminology. And this is a soft bone in childhood, which gets covered up because of the two institutions growing into us of ego and superego. When the Kundalini rises through these centers, she pierces through this seventh center, and you get that higher awareness, which we call as yogis or sahajogis. These days there are so many types of yogis moving. That's why we call it sahajogis, but all real yogis are sahajogis. It is a spontaneous happening because it's a living process. Living process is a spontaneous happening. Once people asked Ramadasa, how much time does it take for Kundalini to rise? He said, Takshana, that moment. Guru Nanak has said, Sahaja Samadhi Lava. Sahaja Samadhi Lava. He has described Sahaja Samadhi Lava clearly. What more he should say? Kabira has said, Ida Pingala Sukhavana Nadire. They all have described the same thing. In the Bible it is written, I will appear before you like tongues of flames. No one can explain what does that mean. Christ has said, I will come back as a comforter, as a Holy Ghost. If you ask somebody who is the Holy Ghost, they'll say, we don't know. That's a mystery. Everything is a mystery, then what's the use of having such a mysterious ideas? Why do you accept anything that is mysterious? Holy Ghost is nothing but is the Kundalini within you. She is the reflection of the primordial mother who is within you in the triangular bone. She is kept there all the time. That's the power which is what we call is the power of Shuddha Ichcha. Pure desire. Pure desire. What is the pure desire we have? Is that we have to become one with this all-pervading power. This is the pure desire. All other desires come and go. Today they are asking, say, for something. Tomorrow they'll ask for something. Day after tomorrow they'll ask for something. It will go on and go on and go on. But once you get to your pure desire, you don't want to ask for anything. Then you give. Then you do not ask. You don't want anything. You want to give. This is the situation we should arrive at, that we have to give. When we say we have to become the light, then you become the light. And what does the light do? Light gives. Till it becomes the light, all the problems are there. As soon as it becomes the light, it gives. In the same way, there is full arrangement within us. In a living process, the Kundalini has to rise and give you your self-realization, your self-knowledge, which is the Bodha, which is the Vedas. Veda means Veda. To know within yourself means on your central nervous system, not reading. Not reading. Kabira said, Padhi Padhi Pandita Murakha Bhai. He said by reading too much, the great learned have become stupid. That is a fact. Because when you read, everybody else is in your head, you are lost. Now when the self-knowledge comes into you, then what happens? When self-knowledge is there, you know about yourself. You don't know anything about yourself. For example, somebody who is sick, he says, oh, I was quite all right, and suddenly I find I have got bone marrow cancer. You never knew, no, nothing. Suddenly they say, now I have bone marrow cancer. I'm walking about all right, I'm perfectly all right. He did not know. Somebody says, my son was all right, suddenly he's turned out to be epileptic. Another one says, my daughter was all right, now she's a lunatic. How it has happened, we don't know. Suddenly, something has gone wrong with the machine. We know more about the motor car that we drive, the machinery, much less about this, our machinery, which is so beautiful and so subtle. To know this, you have to become the knower. And the knower is the spirit where you have to reach. But for that, you don't have to do anything. Kundalini has to do some job. And that job is simple because she is your mother. She's been your mother all your lives. And now she wants to give you a second birth. That you have to have. It's no use certifying yourself twice born or saying that I'm a person who has got realization. It is no use deceiving yourself, no use. When you get your realization, the first thing that happens to you, the first and foremost thing that will happen to you, that on your central nervous system, you will develop a new dimension of collective consciousness. A new depth on your central nervous system. You can feed your own centers and the centers of others on your 5 fingers and 6 and 7 centers. This has to happen. The one who thinks I know a lot, I'm a great Pandit, I'm this and that, I think all of them are on their way to Nark. Only the way to rise is to ascend through Kundalini awakening. There is no other way. Some people think that we have to be very upright, straightforward in life. If you are honest, if you are all other things, then it's done. But another may ask, why? For what? What's the purpose of all this? Why should we have this balanced life? Why should we go through this rigmarole of being very steady, this, that? Anybody can ask, young people will ask this question. Why this nonsense of doing all these things for what? This balance is for the ascent. Without the balance, you cannot ascend. That's why the balance has to come. That's why you have to be in the middle. You have to be in moderation. Because you have to ascend. And for the ascent, all the extreme temperament cannot do it. Supposing you have an aeroplane which has one wing missing, will it fly? Or which has got one wing very heavy, it won't fly. So one has to have a balance, and this balance is achieved through your being in moderation or being, I would not say dharmic because dharmic means nonsense, but dharmic means the dharma within you, the 10 valencies that are within you, which are the valencies of human beings, to be balanced. We can say the 10 commandments, or we can say the 10 valencies, or we can say the Dasha Dharmas. They are inner things, they are not outside, they are inside yourself. When they are in balance, the ascent takes place. Now the difference between all those historical things that we have seen, all those self-realization stories we have heard, have been of 1 or 2 persons. Because of the tree of life, at that time there were 1 or 2 flowers. I find there are thousands today. The blossom time has come. So many will get realization, no doubt. But the other difference between all those practices where people used to cleanse themselves, chakras by chakras they used to raise, they used to go to real gurus, sadgurus, not these horrible gurus, but sadgurus. Sadgurus they used to go. And these gurus would raise their kundalini one by one, step by step, and give them realization, cleanse them. It was a very hazardous method. So as a mother, I thought, why not make you your own guru? Best way. How do you do it? Somehow or other I must develop a method by which I can manage a mass realization. Let many people get realization. Now the kundalini doesn't rise in its full force because the chakras are not clean. There are problems on the chakras, there are blockades, things like that. But there's a wee bit, a small hair-like power can rise. In some people can have a bigger fro, some people can have a complete jet coming out, but everybody should have this experience. And as a result of that, the light of the spirit flickers a little bit. In that light, you can see your own problems. You can see what's wrong with you, because you can feel it on your fingertips. And if you know how to correct them, you become your own guru, you correct yourself. I don't want to tell you. Because if I tell you, you'll all run away. These are not the days to tell anybody to do something. That's the worst thing. So only thing is, you get your realization, get this little light with you and see for yourself what's wrong with you, and you manage it. This is the only difference is. And I find this works better. Because human beings in the modern times have accumulated so much of ego on their heads, so much, beyond their heads. So no use touching it. Best is to raise the Kundalini so they see their ego. And they say, Mother, please remove this thing that has gone on my head. Please remove this. They themselves say. This is what is this modern Sahaja Yoga is. The Kundalini awakening is very simple. People might have told you that it gives you problems and all that. I just don't know. Because thousands of people in the villages, in the cities, all over the world, I have done this. Nobody had any problems. On the contrary, all their problems are solved. This is a wrong idea we have got in our head. I don't know from where it has come, that you have to suffer to get to spirituality. I just don't understand. Like some people in England said to me that we have to suffer. I said, why? Christ has suffered for you, hasn't he? Are you going to suffer more than Christ? Why did he suffer for you if there was something left for you to suffer? Actually, they make everybody else suffer. They don't suffer much. All such people. Because if you don't eat anything, you starve, you make yourself miserable. Everybody else feels miserable with that person. Supposing you want to hurt me, the best thing is to fast. If you say, Mother, I'm fasting, then I don't feel like eating myself. If my children are fasting, why should I eat? But if I say don't fast, then that is the most sinister thing I've told people. You can fast as much as you like all your life and make everybody fast, doesn't matter. But not in the name of God. You are maligning God. He is joy. He's made all this world so beautiful. For you to come, he wants to welcome you to his own kingdom. And what he finds, the people are beating themselves up, or beating others, or fasting, or torturing themselves. This is the kind of attitude that is not going to please God at all. I don't know from where these ideas might have come from people who preach about God, because they must be saying, you starve and give all food to me. You become a sannyasi, give all your money to me. Must be this is the reason. I cannot find any reason for this kind of a nonsense, that you should fast, you should suffer. In Sahaja Yoga, nobody is allowed to do that. And if you have to do that, then please don't come to Sahaja Yoga. You have to know that God wants you to be the happiest person, to be the most joyous person, a person without any problems, without any tension, without any trouble, enjoying the beauty and the grace with all his bliss upon you. But for that, first of all, you have to make your mind that you first of all forgive yourself, and then forgive others. And just sit with an open mind. I'm sure you'll all get your realization and feel this all-pervading power of God like vibrations or cool breeze, which is called as the cool breeze of the Holy Ghost, on your fingertips. Some may not feel, possibly because of some trouble, some obstruction, some mental projections, maybe. But that doesn't mean they will not feel later. And they should not go and criticize, oh, I didn't feel, it's all humbug. This is nonsense. This is like dog in the manger. You cannot eat and don't allow others to eat. If you do not feel it, then don't condemn yourself either. it can work out, you can come back to the center, get your realization. Now the time has come for all of us to be wise and not to be stupid anymore. We have done enough of stupidity. All right, as children they are forgiven. But if you are gone like that, I don't know where you land and where this world is going to land ultimately. So all of us have to decide, those who are here, that from today, because the new year has started, let us try to be wise about it. And the wisdom has its own powers. Beauty has its own powers, and love has its all powers. Everything emerges into the ocean of love of God. बरं, एक मिनिट सांग. You have to support Laurie out and out. I must get good report about you from her. You know you had terrible problems, you know that. I must get very good report from her. And you must respect your leaders. Don't treat them as equals. None of you are going to treat your leaders as equals. You have to respect them and you have to listen to them. If something goes wrong with them, I will remove them. Don't start arbitrary behavior. This goes to this limit, what Danny has done. Do you want to become like that? So don't start any arbitrary behavior. And if you want to make me unhappy, I have nothing to say. But I have tried to make you happy by so many ways and so many methods. But if you want to make me unhappy all the time, what can I do? I have to be unhappy. You don't want to make me unhappy, isn't it, Felicity? All right, now go ahead and don't do all these things. It hurts me. I just don't understand. You have been with me for so many days and this thing, I've loved you so much, I just can't understand. Why do you want to hurt me? All right, get up now. Now for something nice, we should say, it's done, finished. You see, sometimes the ocean of forgiveness gets so filled up that some of it, like what you call the tushar in Marathi, we say, I don't know in English what is the word is, some drops come out from that on the shore. Try to love each other. Try to be helpful to each other. Try to enjoy others. That's what you are here for. Keep to your age. Keep to your levels. Keep to your growth. And also, you must understand that respect, if you give, you get the respect also. This is not the way one should behave in sahajayoga. I'm trying to build up a new world. You are doing God's work. Just find out, have you got sufficiently enough understanding what work you are taking? Arbitrary behavior is absolutely cancerous for sahajayoga. Anybody does that, you point it out to others. This is arbitrary. This has been done very much before also. You know how the money was collected arbitrarily by Patrick. Terrible things happened. And everybody supported him, even Steve and everyone. And people sent him money without asking me. This is very sad. You are all Sahajogis of such a level, and you must come up to that level and see that you are the people who are going to change the whole world. You are the foundation of that. No arbitrary behavior should be there, but an understanding, because you have to receive so much. Unless and until you are respectful, you cannot receive anything. Whatever you have to do, please ask your leaders. Don't do anything arbitrarily. The leader may be younger than you, may be older than you, maybe now he is appointed, you are an old Sahajogi. It doesn't matter. I know whom to appoint. I have appointed that person there. Alright? I hope you will give me joy and happiness as I have always tried to give you. May God bless you. Now, the ladies have arrived and they want to give bangles to the ladies. They have brought the bangles for you. The reason is tomorrow is a great day, what we call the Sankrant. It's a day when the sun changes its meridian. It moves from the south to the north, towards the Cancer, to the Cancer. It moves towards the Cancer, you see. And that's how tomorrow is a very great day for us, 14th. That day we say that that's the day lots of things happen. So, Sankrant. Krant means revolution and Sun means holy. So it's a day of holy revolution. Luckily we are here. We'll be having a nice puja. We'll have an international puja also. Everything will be done tomorrow, very nice. Now, one thing we have to do today, that these ladies have come to give bangles to you, to all the ladies. They have got all sizes. They showed me what sizes I should take. I told them some of them should be maximum. And they have brought it. So as many as of you can have, please have it. Alright? Aao त्या बांगड्या घेऊन या. We don't offer them to women because men because it is insulting. When the men don't go for a fight or they behave cowardly, then women offer their bangles to men that you better wear them, sit at home and I'll go on the war. So it's a saying, bangda bharani, means to men if you say that, that means now you are a coward. It means that. In all languages. यहाँ पे कितनी चिड़िया हैं? It's a sanctuary here. So many birds. Have you seen those birds before? Or only they have arrived today? Just go and have a look. Ana. We everything have by the kilos, you see. Ana. इकडे आणून दे. ना, आता बायका आहेत तिथे. अहो तुम्ही या कुठे? विद्यापीठाच्या बायका इकडे. या इकडे. What's it?
Bridget has bought 5 silver key rings for you to bless, and perhaps you'd like to give them away.
To whom?
11.
To whom? You know what?
You want to give you
What's the other box?
Did you?
Beautiful. You got them in Kolhapur? Are they beautiful? Yeah. You put bangda. Ugrao? Oh, bangda ugra. Okay. Huh? Oh, kumku. Oh. Kumku. Puja. आता यहाँ तो पुष्कळ बायका आहेत. भरपूर. Huh? Yeah. But where are they? That's only we have very few. One is 1, 2, so 3,
It's given me 2 boxes.
4, 5. Yeah. One is very simple. Huh? Now you make a list. I don't know. This one has been here. This is
Maybe you can choose 11 Swiss ladies.
Huh?
Maybe you can choose 11 Swiss ladies.
That could be very partial. We should give it to from every country. Now the leader, Snow, what? You know the ladies whom I gave. Okay.
Sorry. You want somebody else or someone?
One more could be. काय झालं?
All the ladies
अरे मला का? झालं.
You know the ladies who receive saris from each country. Choose another lady in your
नाही.
country.
बघ त्या. तुम्ही कामं सुरू करा. आणा व्हायब्रेट करून. आल्या का सगळ्या? आणा. हा. काय हे तर व्हायब्रेट करून द्या आधी. हा. बर. बर ते आणा. आता भरपूर झालं ना झालं
All the ladies come forward, please.
ह्याला ह्याच्यात बसून द्या मला. जरा बसून. हो बिकुले इकडे. हा जरा ह्याच्यात बसून. आता कशा भरणार या त्या बायकांना असं का तुम्हाला माहिती आहे ना तर कम अलॉंग नाव फॉरवर्ड बरं भरा मला भरा झाले
नाही नाही आम्ही
काय झालं खाला काय त्या लोकांना कुंकू लावणार ना मी तसं पुरायचं नाही आणखी घ्या कुंकू These are all the ladies.
They're lining up here.
11.
11 ladies, right?
Will you please come one by one? First of all, these are key rings which are given by Bridget. All right. May God bless. Come on. हो मला भरा 1 मिनिट ह्यांचं होतं ते 1 मिनिट मे गॉड ब्लेस May God bless. Bridget has given this. Whichever comes in my hand, I'm giving it. All right? Nice one. This little thing has fallen off. Let's see it. I'll take this one out. This one is. याच्यातलंही बघा याच्यात पडलंय नाही ह्याच्यात पडलंय आहेत का बघायचे घुंगरू पडलेले May God bless you. Huh? Right? Just have. कसं गेलं कुठे नाही कसं काय Yes, a little dropped out. I think I was trying to search it. Just see. You get it. This is all right. May God bless. There are only 11 she's brought. I'm sorry. Now, all the ladies who came here can come and one by one have the bangles done. Now come along. Come along. One by one, come along, start coming. बघा त्यांचे हात काय हो? हा? मला बरं हात just sit down.
Shrimataji, Michelle is saying that Christine Balsarac didn't receive a sari, but I know that I read her name out and she came out. Christine, do you remember, from France?
Who is saying no?
Michelle, the leader in Paris.
Really? No, I think I gave it to Christine. I remember her. She says no?
Did she say no?
No.
Or are you just assuming your vision to be
But
perfect?
we were several. I mean, you cancelled the name Christine, saying no. I assume.
Cancelled?
Yes, you said Christine first time. It was Christine from New York.
Yes, correct.
And the fourth name, I mean, was second time Christine. And you said no. I soon called her. And then you went on the fifth name, and it was over like that. And at the end, there has been.
I saw coming.
You saw her coming.
Yeah.
So she was not in her range. She didn't tell me. That doesn't matter.
She didn't get it. I saw her coming. That all.
Ask her, because I was sure not to have seen her. Because he has.
She didn't get it. What was the sari about? The one I gave? Then who took the 11th sari? Well, I brought all of them in number.
No, and Marie-Louise from Mulhouse, who knows her pretty well, said that she didn't get any sari for France. When she packed her luggage, she didn't have it.
How many saris there were, Dania? I don't know, but I had all the number there. Yes, 16 of them. No, quite lady. Also.
You had the list of it.
Just see the list. How many there? Or I will find out. We'll find out. Now come along. Barahan. Make up. बस यू सिट डाऊन शील ब्रिंग तुम्ही असं करा हात बघून सांगा त्यांना म्हणजे इथं मांडून घ्या ना सगळं
Mother Alessandra has a spare herself. You might like to give that to the one that missed out.
All right, call her.
Okay, Austria representative to receive for Germany, please. Herbert? Who is it?
Coming?
16. We'll see the sari list. But you should have pointed out that moment.
Yes, why didn't you tell us then?
That moment is wrong. You see, now it's the last case. I definitely had 16 saris, no doubt. I had bought them. No, and one of them, 15 I gave you, and one I gave it to Mrs. Dixit. I'll try to get one for her. If possible, they are very special saris. Just don't get them like that. Yes, I know that. But still. May God bless you. These hands. They are very special ones. I'll see if I can get one. Alright? But who is then the 15th one who got it? Now let us see who got it. First of all. बड़ा अहो एकाच्याने नाही होणार 4 जण पाहिजे त्याला तुम्ही भरा त्याने भरू द्या किती भरणार आहात तुम्ही एक डझन मग 7 आणि 5 भरायचं 7 उजव्या डाव्या हाला 7 आणि उजव्याला 5 7 आणि 5 त्याचे हात फार मोठाले आहेत आधी मोठाले भरा हे बघा ह्यांना तुम्ही यांना धरा ना इकडे हा तुम्ही इकडे बस हा असे हात बघा त्यांचे थोडे गाळा तुम्हाला ओळखता येतो का नाही अंदाजे फार मोठा गाळा आहे
Take out one of us. त्यांना म्हणा काहीतरी म्युझिक वाजवा म्हणा त्याला. Please play some good music. Alright? Ask them to play some good music of the same one yesterday's. Other side. कोणचा हात आहे? हाँ? दोन आहे का? 2-6. म्हणजे 2-6 आहेत ना? आधी डाव्यात घालून बघा. नाही जाणार. 3 घाला 3. बहुतेक 3. तिला चालतील 2-6. You have a very big hand. What do? You do work very hard in the house or something?
I'm a teacher.
So why should the teacher have a big hand? You don't beat the children, do you? तुम्ही बना राहुलबाई तिच्यात देऊन या तिला. आणखीन कोण आल्यात का आणखीन बायका? तिकडे पाहिलं ना मी बसलेल्या नाही का? हा 7 भरा. हे बघा 7 की नाही. You see, in 60 years you should look like a 60-year-old, you see, otherwise it's very embarrassing. For me, I must say, I must also get some bald head and some wrinkles and this and that. Because, you see, once we were traveling and we had some lady with us, she is 6 years younger to me. And Modi was all the time trying to help her. Poor old lady, poor old lady. I said, what's this nonsense? She's 6 years older, younger to me, and you are just trying to help her all the time. What about me? Nobody's bothered. They make me sit for hours together. They do this, do that. Supposing if I had looked old, you would have said, no, mother must be tired. Now the ladies develop that because they might be dominating women. Possibly. Or maybe they are neglecting their hair.
Or drunkenness.
Huh?
Or drunkenness.
Drunkenness. Also could be they might have taken drugs. Or maybe in the West anything is possible under the sun, you see. Or maybe they have had some problems with their mothers or something like that. Basically must be there. But I think mostly it is due to neglect, complete neglect of the hair. You see this hairstyle. Now you go to any person who is doing this hairstyling, within 3 years' time you are bald. Then they will give a wig. That's their business. So going to these hairdressers and all that, you develop it. What is the need to go to the hairdresser? I don't understand. There's no need. Waste your time, waste your money. You look very nice without it. Huh? What is?
Is there a chance to get lost hair back?
You might try. If not by sahajayoga, they say there is a method. They put something here, there, and they plant it and all those things they do. If you do it, then I'll see to it that they grow well.
Why are diseases through generations limited to 7 generations?
Or any problem, Mother, any problem that comes through the generation.
The problems are like this. There's only one center which covers all the 7 centers, which is the Muladhara. Because it is the Omkara. It is the Chaitanya. If Muladhara is insulted, say I said if there's an incest relationship and the family grows, then it is 7 generations. But if it is between a very holy relationship like mother and the son and something like that, then it is 14 generations. It was complete insult of Sri Ganesh. And so many of these can come from there. Most of it comes because Sri Ganesha gives you the real strength. Those who have insulted Sri Ganesha are always delicate people, physically. So you have to re-establish your Sri Ganesh. Huh?
How to keep the body cool in summer?
To keep the body cool in summer, first of all, you have to do is to take some ice and rub it on your liver. Keep the liver cool. Don't think too much. Don't take hot things. Like in the summertime, so many people eat those watermelons and things like that. They should be cooled down properly. Like even mangoes in India must be cooled down and then taken. All such fruit should be cooled down and then eaten. Some people eat the mangoes just from the tree. That's very wrong. You have to cool it down for 24 hours and then eat it. This we knew, all of us. But in modern times, I don't know if people don't know. All these things add up. Then reduce on meats and fish especially. You should not eat fish in the summertime at all. First of all, it is spoiled, something wrong with it, or else it has phosphorus which ignites. So avoid all these things. Eat things which are good. Now especially for India is very easy because we have got something called gulkand, which is made out of rose petals, which is a very good thing for cooling the liver. Then cardamom, then the candy sugar, sugar itself. All these things will cool down your liver and you will feel very good. The change in your diet is very important during the summertime.
Oh, hemorrhoids. Is it a Muladhara problem? Hemorrhoids.
Right side Muladhara. Right side. For that, you have to keep yourself cool. Again, get the cooling effects, all the cooling things to be done. And also, a very good thing is to eat the black dried grapes. What do you call that? Raisins. Black raisins. Soak them in the night with some orange juice and eat them. Soak them in the morning, eat them in the night before sleeping. That will cool down. That's very, very cool. बनफशा बोलते हैं ना, आप क्या बोलते हैं? एक चीज होती है वो काला काला जो पड़ता है, उसको क्या बोलते हैं आप? नहीं, बनफशा नहीं, कुछ और बोलते हैं. जो काला काला मलंग कुछ बोलते हैं ना? हाँ? नहीं, एक मलंग करके आता है ना, जो इसमें डालते हैं ठंडक में वगैरह. I've forgotten the name. हां, काय तुम्ही काय म्हणता? नाही सब्जा नाही. ते एक असतं यांचं काळं काळं, ते ह्याच्यात घालतात शरबत मध्ये किंवा ते आईस्क्रीम बनवतात त्याच्यामध्ये. नाही दुसरंच आहे काय ते, नाव विसरले मी. पण त्याचं सांगून उपयोगाच काय? For allergy, the best is geru. You take, all of you should take geru, those who suffer from allergy. And we get little stone pieces, round ones. Rub it on that and take it with some water about 7 times and then eat it. It's good for allergies. But everybody should not. Those who have allergies. Geru is not good for people who have overactive liver. Now if you have finished, yeah.
India has the biggest problem of leprosy, especially Bihar and UP. What is the reason?
It's a kind of a, it's an infectious disease, and now they have found out some sort of a thing for that. Leprosy is not only in India, it was everywhere. But, the जो कीटाणु होते हैं उसके, the ones, what you call them, the parasites which create this leprosy, drink kerosene oil, petrol. They prosper in petrol. Do you know that?
What is the treatment in Sahaj for that?
For leprosy, you see, for any infection as such, it's all left-sided. One can work it out. But as far as possible, keep out of it. Infectious diseases, you better not treat. You see, it's very dangerous. I will never advise you, because you should waste your energy on lepers now. Leave them to me. Which is the easiest way to cure yourself?
What about people who are born with epilepsy?
Epilepsy is curable. 100% curable. It's a left-sided problem. Epilepsy, whether born or anything, can be cured. Excessive tooth decay. You see, for tooth decay, the thing is, you must use your fingers to rub on your teeth. You see, that's the thing, and also on your gums. So what you have, because you have got vibrations, your right Vishuddhi is quite all right. It is due to right Vishuddhi. So what you have to do is, to deficiency in right Vishuddhi gives you. Rub it nicely with olive oil and little salt, very good finely thinned out salt, and it will stop it. Every day. Brushing is not sufficient. One more here. What's it? Sit down.
What is the reason for having your intestines all on the left side?
All on the left side? Nothing on the right? Good idea. Left side. There's no reason as such. You see, after all, think that God creates so many human beings. Even, you tell about 200 people to do some work. One goes this way, another goes that way. You don't know what happens to them. They go so helter-skelter. Now, think that sometimes it's a freak. It happens. There are freaks. It makes no difference. All right, what do you want? What she say?
Ulcerative colitis.
Ulcerative colitis comes by people who have amoeboisis, maybe one of them could be. Is it there?
Is there an amoeba?
Yeah, yes, due to that. Or could be due to very hot food if you eat, or if you drink too much. On all these things, you see, can be affecting. But mostly it is due to amoebiasis, I've seen it. And hot food. You shouldn't eat hot food. Like some people like very hot food and they get this trouble.
Anyone have a question that's a little more visionary and a little less medical?
What's it?
What about Halley's Comet appearing later this year?
I've seen it. This Mr. Haley had seen it and he said this will happen, that will happen. And if they say so, it's a good sign. Let's see. You see, whatever may be the stars, whatever may be the things, unless and until human beings become sensitive, nothing can happen. We have to be sensitive people to receive the blessings of these things. Otherwise, Haley may come, any may come, but we go on forever. It would be. If we become sensitive, then only it will happen. First of all, where there is ego, nothing is going to work out. Ego has to go down and you have to feel everything, the vibrations and everything of the atmosphere of all the stars, then it will work. Otherwise it has no effect.
What is the proper attitude when you take darshan from you? I have never known how to approach you.
What is the proper attitude when we take darshan of you, Shrimataji? He's never known the proper attitude.
Oh, it's rather embarrassing. All right, I'll close my eyes and my face and I'll tell you. तिकडे बघा कोण आहेत वाकुल्या दाखवतात पोरं ओरडतात तसं नाही करायचं म्हणा मूर्खासारखं वागायचं नाही कोण आहे Now, your question is nice. Now supposing Christ appears before you and you know he is Christ, what will happen? That should be the attitude, at least minimum. Though Christ had to manage only one chakra, he'd have to manage 7. If that attitude develops, even thinking of me is sufficient, you have to just think of me, your diseases will be cured. That depth has to be reached. And this is just one chakra, 7 times, raised to power 7. That's what it is. You have seen the miracles, you have seen the photographs, you have seen thousands getting realization, none of them did it. But also I am Mahamaya. But in your heart you should know whom you are facing. But mostly people get into the web of Mahamaya very much. That awe is so fulfilling, so penetrating, so deep, that one lives with that idea only, all the time. You don't need anything with that. It's a very great fortune. If I were you, I would have called myself the most fortunate person. But it's the other way round. I don't know what to say then. Though I must say I'm very fortunate, because compared to all of them, I have so many of you here who are Sahajogis. So I'm very fortunate and I'm very happy about it, very happy. But still, to grow in that, you have to know what it is. Indians have sense. It goes easily into their heads. They are very sensitive. In the same way, I hope you all develop it in that way, in that fashion. Then life would be very enjoyable. All right, now coming back to something practical, I have to ask you, have you made all the purchases that are needed for your pujas in your various countries?
Not yet. They're going to do some of it in Bombay on the day that is available when the buses go back, in each case.
Because all those who are going, Europeans, please raise your hands by the earlier first bus.
On the 17th, the Egypt Air flight. You leave on the 17th morning.
Now, there's one good solution also. I was saying that if you start very early in the morning next day, you may reach there for this work, but the shops close very fast. Another one could be you make a list of things that you want and send it over to Nima or someone, and they'll keep it ready for you, so you need not go to the shop to get it. For example, if you want to buy a mukut, want to buy this and that, better give her a list and they will keep it ready for you. As soon as you'll go, you'll get them. It's a better idea. Don't leave it to chances. Because when you travel, see, you don't know, the car may not take you at the right time, the shops may be closed. Being Sunday is going to be difficult again. Best is to make a list. Even Saturday is very difficult there. It's so crowded and all that. So make a list of things that you want, definitely, and those, otherwise you can try later on some that you want to buy personally, but actually these things are so common and so understandable, you write it down whatever you want for your puja. Have you got any list of saying what one needs for the puja?
I bet you must be. Robert, you were involved in this with your people going to do purchases in Bombay.
Yes, for Austria, we got the list that we wanted to buy.
No, altogether what you want to buy. Then make a list. Now sit down, make a list. Now, when you have made the list, I'll send somebody to Bombay who will purchase all these things, keep ready for you, put the price for you, you pay them and you take them. I don't think you will have much chance to go to any shop. And I would advise, don't go to any shop on a Saturday. On the contrary, you just go to the airport, rest there and take your...
They reach on Friday night, they have all day Saturday, and they go in the small hours of Sunday morning.
Why do you want them to go on Friday night?
I don't.
Friday. Better let them go on Saturday morning.
They chose that.
I see. And what about you people?
We're going the next day. We'll leave on Saturday, and the flights are not until Tuesday or Wednesday. Like that.
All right.
But if you suggest, Mother, that they go on Saturday, they'll do it.
No, it's better go earlier, because in any case. You know why I was saying that maybe with, you see, cars and this and that, supposing it fails or something. Better to be there one day earlier. Try if you can get something, because Saturday is such a crowded thing there, I don't know.
We'll still make this common list of puja rites.
In any case, you should. Whatever you have is all right. If you don't have, you better make it here. I mean, you spend so much time making the mukut. What's the need? You can get it here, ready-made, very good ones. Any amount, any type you want. If you want to do it, you can do it. But normally, there's no need.
They don't know what mukut is, Mother.
Huh?
You better tell them what mukut is.
Mukut is the crown. Yes. All right, by all means, you can see. It's done. Hold on. Warren, you better come. क्या कह रहे?
माता जी कह रहे हैं कुमकुम खरीदा है ऑस्ट्रेलिया के लिए, आप वाइब्रेट कर देंगे?
हाँ, please bring it.
Mother, I think I should just put the speaker.
What's it? Yeah.
Bring them in. Then wait for 5 minutes. Put the weight. Holding ramen.
putting on the stove.
And this one is for mixing hair oil, almond oil.
Use coconut oil for this. Coconut oil. This you can use to mix it, but more use coconut oil. Mix it up in the coconut oil first. Coconut oil is much better. For the hair, coconut oil is the best.
Thank you very much.
Take out the air first. Now before before going, whatever silver you have got, you put it in your suitcase. Find it also customs, you just that please tell them frankly that these are the volume increase. These are your wedding presents. Would be better if you wrap it with some. It's not meant for you in any case. Meant for married people. In case you are carrying the silver with you, then put it in your suitcases with a wrapper, with the wishing of the somebody like that for your marriage. You should say we got married, or somebody has to say we remarried. It's a present. And they won't say anything to you, but in any case they won't see anything. I hope so. Next time when you come, don't bring any nonsensical thing like the one you brought last time. First was my television set, the way it was ruined. It's all absurd ideas. I never do like that. You need not try to avoid paying customs. We have to pay where you have to pay. So whatever you are bringing, each person should not bring more than 500 rupees worth. Means about, say, about 25 pounds. Secondly, that whenever you bring such things, like tapes, you should divide them into different people and then bring it. Don't bring them together. Thirdly, whatever you bring, you don't send it back without asking me. There's no logic in it. All the way you bring something here, and why do you send it back? And again, this is the same brain, I think, which I cannot explain. I mean, nobody can explain this. Ian, who took them back? Huh? Who is he? From Bristol. You know we have paid for that. Huh?
But why? English originals, why did you send it? Why? You see, if you are made in charge of that, have you? Who has made you in charge? Warren made you in charge, did he? Then did you ask Warren? You don't know, you have sent also in that, I had saved some tapes which were the bhajan tapes. I saved them that time when I was giving. I said keep them for the villagers. I am saying, did you appoint him as in charge of the tapes? Alright, what? He didn't do these tapes. The tapes that he has sent back, he never did it. That's done by Paul. We have purchased them, gave it to Paul for doing it. Now I saved these ones. When I was giving the presents to people, I said save these, because I have to take them for distribution for the villagers. And these tapes were sent back. He never asked me. See, this is the trouble. When you are in charge, it doesn't mean you can do things like that. These are not your tapes that you sent them. We paid for it. We got it done through Paul. It has nothing to do with you. You never did these tapes. Nothing. No, you did not. I know. Paul did it. It was given to Paul. We paid for it. We asked Paul to do it. He did it. These tapes are not done by you. If you have done it, I don't know. But as far as I know, they are done by Paul. And I kept them back. I didn't keep them. And yesterday I was really crestfallen. But I told them that I'll give it to the bhajan mandals. And it was not there. And they asked me, where are the tapes you had promised us, Mother? I think you do not know, because I had kept about 40 tapes or 30 tapes which were of Indian bhajans, separately with that. But what was the hurry? If you have to send something, you can always send it later. How do you know? You just sent a lot. How do you know? You didn't see everything. Definitely they are gone. But why do anything without asking? First of all, always do things with asking. You shouldn't behave arbitrarily, first point. Second point is that these things can be done later. What is the hurry? Even Warren asked me if he has to do something. It's a very common thing, another with a Western mind. I've known that. I'll tell you, people used to live in my house. They would just walk off, keeping the door open. Just walk off. Where is he gone? God knows, he's walked off. Very common. He just walked off. But where did he go? I mean, even if you have to go to the bathroom, we'll tell somebody, I'm going to the bathroom. That's our habit. No, it's all right. Whatever it is. But I had saved this. Now I cannot locate it, because it's not there. There was no need to send them back at all. What was the hurry? To whom are you committed? If not to me, at least to Warren. Why arrange these things? Well, I think something goes out there. You better look after yourself. You have to do sadhana. You all must do sadhana. There's one more thing. Is that by saying I'm a Sahajayogi, by believing I'm a Sahajayogi, you are not going to be helped. You have to do your meditation sincerely. You see, I know it's not hypocrisy, but also it is not all out sincere effort. There's something in between, in the limbo, I would say. That's not the way. We think we are Sahajogis, alright, then do it. You have to every day, all these Indian Sahajogis meditate every day. every day. They are much more, in a way, evolved. They have a much better background. We have to fight all that. Every day, they cannot live without it. Alright? Now try to meditate. Try to take out, because you have problems there. That's how you go off. Now, just don't do anything arbitrarily. Ask 10 people. I also ask you. I don't do anything arbitrarily. Yesterday, when all the leaders were there, asked them what is to be done, what isn't it, Warren? Asked everyone. I can do everything myself. I don't do that. It's a collective thing. You cannot do anything like that. Alright, that's one thing now. Thank you very much. Next time, don't do anything. It's not only him, I'm telling all of you. Don't do anything arbitrarily. Alright? May God bless you. The second is Felicity. Come here. Felicity, you sit down. I have to tell you one thing. In sahajayoga, you have come here to achieve an ascent. You know you had lots of problems. You have not come here to achieve any positions. Know that. If you want to achieve positions, why don't you go to politics and spare us? You become ministers, prime minister, do what you like. Why do you want to start another center? Huh? Who is Danny? Is he your leader? Who is your leader? Huh? Then why did you listen to Danny? Danny will do that. He's gone back. He'll tell you. He'll try to break your organizations. Are you going to listen to him? He will do like this. You should have told him in all sense that you better talk to Laurie. Now don't listen to Danny. He's already gone off his head. Actually, he made a horrible thing which you can't imagine. I mean, if I tell you, you'll be shocked. He made a deed. He made the deed for the so-called registration of the Vishwa Nirmala Dharma. And that one or the other one also. Life Eternal Trust. Huh? You can say Life Eternal Trust. And what he wrote, what he did was that when I die, he becomes the head. He becomes the head of the whole of the world, Mr. Danny. That his great wife has achieved. And when he found it out, he told me, Mother, what are you doing? I trusted him, so he's such a good man. I don't know how he got into this trap of getting some sort of a power. Can you do that? You cannot. Started it. काय म्हटलं तुम्ही काय ठरवलं
माझ्या इज्जतीचा सवाल आहे इथे घेऊन आलाय आणि पैसा करता राहिले तुझी मुलगी असते तिच्याला तुमच्या मुली असतात असं वागा
मग
बस एवढंच माझं म्हणणं आहे शुभ नाही दिसत मला तुमच्या अशी वासना ओढून जाईल म्हणजे आम्ही फक्त तुम्ही आता काय आम्हाला जाण्या येण्याची भाडं द्या आम्ही तसंच लग्न करून
मग किती म्हणाल तुम्ही
हे 501 रुपये जे आहेत याला मी जबाबदारीने कबूल आहे तुम्ही वांदा घालायची नाही मुंबईला सोडून त्यांनी करून
501 प्रत्येकाला
मी शब्द दिलाय 501 रुपये
बरं कबूल सगळं मिळून
सगळं इन्क्लुडिंग
अच्छा मग 501 ची रसीद द्यायला पाहिजे त्यांनी
म्हणजे आम्हाला काय नको जाण्या येण्याचा आमचा द्या खर्च झालेला तेवढा द्या आम्ही काय बघू बिघू नंतर नाही 501 पुढं काय ते इतकी म्हणली की आम्ही आता लग्नच लावून घेतो वेळ चालली
स्वतःच लावतात का
वेळ तर गेली म्हणलं टळू जरा काहीतरी पूज राखा म्हणलं आपलं ते
थोडी टेप लावायला पाहिजे होती तुमची बोलत असताना मला तेच गव्हर्नमेंटला सांगायचं आहे
पुढचं काय मी बोललो नाही कारण ते मागून करून घेतो आम्ही काय करायचं पहिले
बरं, एक मिनिट सांग. You have to support Laurie out and out. I must get good report about you from her. You know you had terrible problems, you know that. I must get very good report from her. And you must respect your leaders. Don't treat them as equals. None of you are going to treat your leaders as equals. You have to respect them and you have to listen to them. If something goes wrong with them, I will remove them. Don't start arbitrary behavior. This goes to this limit, what Danny has done. Do you want to become like that? So don't start any arbitrary behavior. And if you want to make me unhappy, I have nothing to say. But I have tried to make you happy by so many ways and so many methods. But if you want to make me unhappy all the time, what can I do? I have to be unhappy. You don't want to make me unhappy, isn't it, Felicity? All right, now go ahead and don't do all these things. It hurts me. I just don't understand. You have been with me for so many days and this thing, I've loved you so much, I just can't understand. Why do you want to hurt me? All right, get up now. I bow to all the seekers of truth. Today, in these modern times, we are face to face with lots of complicated problems, lots of shocks that are awaiting us. And then we look back to understand why have we failed? What has gone wrong with all of us? Whatever way the human beings have moved, in whatever direction they have tried to achieve something, the whole thing has recoiled on the whole humanity and has destroyed it. One must stop at this point and witness the reason, the basic reason what mistake we have committed. We talk of love, we talk of peace, world peace, but the peace is not in your hearts. Peace is not within. You are in a turmoil. And how can you bring forth peace all over? If the sea is full of waves which are in a turmoil, how do you expect the boat to be steady? The reason is we are not trying to find out what's wrong with us, but we are all the time trying to find out what's wrong with others. But who is the other? We are all part and parcel of one great world. God has not created many countries. He never knew about these things. He'll be surprised if he visits this world. He'll be surprised the way we have divided ourselves into countries, and from one country to another country you move like a criminal with a passport number. This idea of love is not love. This conception, the mental projection that we call love is not love at all. The love is something which is a power. a power that is looking after us, the power that is guiding us, the power that has nourished us, has brought us to this level. We in our ego, human beings, think that, oh, we have done this, we have done that. You have done nothing. You can't even create a blade of grass. You cannot. Can you? You cannot create anything that is living. Then why say that we have done this, we have done that? You have done nothing, but you have created all kinds of devils out of your cocoons and put them on top of your heads. First, let us be humble about it, then we can understand what is love of God. Love of God is a power. It's an all-pervading power. It's the subtle power which resides in all the elements, in all the molecules, in all the atoms. The vibrations that you see, say, in a sulfur dioxide, when you see the isometric movement of the atoms, then know it is the love of God which is working it out. Now, it is easy to say there is no love of God. But this is not a very scientific way of looking at things. If you are scientific-minded, then you have to understand this is a hypothesis which I am putting before you. And if it is not proved, then you can deny. Up till now I would have accepted that you said there is no God. But that also is not scientific, because you have not seen yet. You have not gone into that direction. You have not tried to find it out. How can you say there is no God? Only because in your small little brain you have conceived an idea that there is no God. So secondly, you have to have an open mind to understand God's love. A very open mind. Open mind, like a student who goes to the university, doesn't challenge a professor, but sits down to listen, to find out what the professor has to teach. Thirdly, we must understand that we know very little, very, very little wee bit. We are using a very wee bit of our brain to understand anything. So whatever so-called knowledge we have got is absolute and limited knowledge. Maybe it is just ignorance, or maybe something mythical. Let us keep it as a hypothesis. Now I say that there is God, and I say that His love is all-pervading. All the great saints, incarnations, prophets, all the great religions have said this. I am not saying it for the first time. I am only here to prove that they have said it is the truth, and you can find out whether it is the truth or not. But you should be the seekers of truths and not just intellectuals or some sort of argumentative personalities. Try to understand that at human level you have not been able to discover that great power of love. It's a fact, must accept. You have not been able to feel God so far. Oh, you might have read a lot, but you have had no experience of God. You have never felt His love. Then one must know that we have been ignorant. The darkness of ignorance has been on us, and in darkness we are hitting each other. We have no idea as to how we are related to each other. It's a crazy world we are creating today because of this darkness. This darkness has to go away, and for that the light of God's love has to come. Now the question could be, how can we know God? Because as it is, we are like a cocoon. We have taken out all these threads of the cocoon, put them round us, and everybody thinks that they have produced some sort of a novel ideology or a philosophy which will solve all the problems of the world. It has not. It has created more complications and more complications. Let us face it. How to get out of this cocoon is the problem today. And to get out of this cocoon, what should we do? Normally, as human beings, we always think that by doing something only we achieve the results. But this is the other way around. When we became human beings from amoeba stage, what did we do? From monkeys to human beings, what did we do? We didn't do anything, did we? But there was some internal force that has brought forth this evolution. Now when something has happened without our effort, then it must be something unique. But it is nothing, every day we see it. For example, a flower becomes a fruit. You see it every day and you accept it. You never challenge how it has become suddenly the flower becoming a fruit, because it's a living process. So the living process of the living God comes from His love, which is living. Dead gods I am not talking about, which we have made out of our own brains. But real God, the reality itself, which is not created by you, He has created us. When He has created us, we cannot put in effort to know Him. He has to put in effort for us to know Him. So He has put in all the efforts within yourself. Very beautiful. In the different stages of your evolution, He has developed within you a mechanism, a beautiful living mechanism, which has given you the stage up to which you have come as human beings, and also the possibility of becoming a higher being through that mechanism. Now, if you want to know through science, you cannot. By all human efforts, whatever you try is the knowledge of the tree. But if you have to have the knowledge of the roots, you have to become a subtler personality to get to it. Even to become that, God has made all beautiful arrangements within us. In the West, I would say, on the scientific field, Jung reached quite near it, but he made little mistakes because he didn't have a mother to tell him, perhaps. So, he made a very big mistake by saying that the unconscious is below the subconscious mind, and then is the conscious mind. जिसे कि हम सुप्त चेतन कहते हैं, जो कि साक्षात कुंडलिनी है. This Kundalini, according to him, was placed under the layers of these minds. God is a great creator and a planner. Supposing you have to enter into an airport and there are piles of luggage, one after another, everything piled one after another like that, how will you reach? There has to be a path. So this argument of his has failed him completely. But actually it is not placed one on top of another, but on parallel sides. On the left hand side and the right hand side. On the left hand side, we have the subconscious, the present subconscious, this life subconscious, many lives subconscious, and then the collective subconscious. On the right hand side, we have got supraconscious, the present one, this lives, then of many lives, and then last of all is the collective supraconscious. Now the supraconscious means the futuristic ideas of people. So we have two types of people already. One are which are left-sided, which live with their past. One which are right-sided, which live with the future. We can say in India, we are the people who live more with the past. We'll talk of Shivaji, but what about today? Can we produce someone like him? We talk of Nanaka. Can we produce anyone like him? We talk of Kabira. Can we produce anyone like him? With all this nonsense that is going on, can we produce even one like them? We cannot. So no use talking about them. Better see what you can do today in the present. So in the present is the central path, which we call in the Sanskrit language as Mahalakshmis. This central path is the evolutionary path of human beings. And thus all the centers that are created within us are the different stages in which a human being has gone through. For example, the first one, which is called as the Muladhara, which you see there, is the one that starts with carbon. With the carbon coming into the evolutionary process, amino acids were formed, life took its own existence, and life started growing. So basically, we have started from that stage going higher, 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 till now we have come to the human stage. And last is this chakra, which we call in the medical science as limbic area, Sahasrara. The end of it is called as the Brahmarandra, is the fontanelle bone area in the medical terminology. And this is a soft bone in childhood, which gets covered up because of the two institutions growing into us of ego and superego. When the Kundalini rises through these centers, she pierces through this seventh center, and you get that higher awareness, which we call as yogis or sahajogis. These days there are so many types of yogis moving. That's why we call it sahajogis, but all real yogis are sahajogis. It is a spontaneous happening because it's a living process. Living process is a spontaneous happening. Once people asked Ramadasa, how much time does it take for Kundalini to rise? He said, Takshana, that moment. Guru Nanak has said, Sahaja Samadhi Lav. Sahaja Samadhi Lav. He has described Sahaja Samadhi Lav clearly. What more he should say? Kabira has said, Ida Pingala Sukhavana Nadire. They all have described the same thing. In the Bible it is written, I will appear before you like tongues of flames. No one can explain what does that mean. Christ has said, I will come back as a comforter, as a Holy Ghost. If you ask somebody who is the Holy Ghost, they'll say, we don't know. That's a mystery. Everything is a mystery, then what's the use of having such a mysterious ideas? Why do you accept anything that is mysterious? Holy Ghost is nothing but is the Kundalini within you. She is the reflection of the primordial mother who is within you in the triangular bone. She is kept there all the time. That's the power which is what we call is the power of Shuddha Ichcha, pure desire, pure desire. What is the pure desire we have? Is that we have to become one with this all-pervading power. This is the pure desire. All other desires come and go. Today they are asking, say, for something. Tomorrow they'll ask for something. Day after tomorrow they'll ask for something. It will go on and go on and go on. But once you get to your pure desire, you don't want to ask for anything. Then you give. Then you do not ask. You don't want anything. You want to give. This is the situation we should arrive at, that we have to give. When we say we have to become the light, then you become the light. And what does the light do? Light gives. Till it becomes the light, all the problems are there. As soon as it becomes a light, it gives. In the same way, there is full arrangement within us. In a living process, the Kundalini has to rise and give you your self-realization, your self-knowledge, which is the Bodha, which is the Vedas. Veda means Veda, to know within yourself, means on your central nervous system, not reading. Not reading. Kabira has said, Pari Pari Pandita Murakha Bhai. He said by reading too much, the great learned have become stupid. That is a fact. Because when you read, everybody else is in your head, you are lost. Now when the self-knowledge comes into you, then what happens? When self-knowledge is there, you know about yourself. You don't know anything about yourself. For example, somebody who is sick, he says, oh, I was quite all right, and suddenly I find I have got bone marrow cancer. You never knew, no, nothing. Suddenly they say, now I have bone marrow cancer. I am walking about all right, I am perfectly all right. He did not know. Somebody says, my son was all right, suddenly he's turned out to be epileptic. Another one says, my daughter was all right, now she is a lunatic. How it has happened, we don't know. Suddenly, something has gone wrong with the machine. We know more about the motor car that we drive, the machinery, much less about this our machinery, which is so beautiful and so subtle. To know this, you have to become the knower. And the knower is the spirit where you have to reach. But for that, you don't have to do anything. Kundalini has to do some job. And that job is simple because she is your mother. She's been your mother all your lives. And now she wants to give you a second birth. That you have to have. It's no use certifying yourself twice born or saying that I'm a person who has got realization. It is no use deceiving yourself, no use. When you get your realization, the first thing that happens to you, the first and foremost thing that will happen to you, that on your central nervous system, you will develop a new dimension of collective consciousness. A new depth on your central nervous system. You can feed your own centers and the centers of others on your 5 fingers and 6 and 7 centers. This has to happen. The one who thinks I know a lot, I am a great Pandit, I am this and that, I think all of them are on their way to Nark. Only the way to rise is to ascend through Kundalini awakening. There is no other way. Some people think that we have to be very upright, straightforward in life. If you are honest, if you are all other things, then it's done. But another may ask, why? For what? What's the purpose of all this? Why should we have this balanced life? Why should we go through this rigmarole of being very steady, this, that? Anybody can ask, young people will ask this question. Why this nonsense of doing all these things for what? This balance is for the ascent. Without the balance, it cannot ascend. That's why the balance has to come. That's why you have to be in the middle. You have to be in moderation. Because you have to ascend. And for the ascent, all the extreme temperament cannot do it. Supposing you have an aeroplane which has one wing missing, will it fly? Or which has got one wing very heavy, it won't fly. So one has to have a balance, and this balance is achieved through your being in moderation or being, I would not say dharmic because dharmic means nonsense, but dharmic means the dharma within you. the 10 valencies that are within you, which are the valencies of human beings, to be balanced. We can say the 10 commandments, or we can say the 10 valencies, or we can say the Dasha Dharmas. They are inner things, they are not outside, they are inside yourself. When they are in balance, the ascent takes place. Now the difference between all those historical things that we have seen, all those self-realization stories we have heard, have been of one or two persons. Because of the tree of life, at that time there were one or two flowers. I find there are thousands today. The blossom time has come. So many will get realization, no doubt. But the other difference between all those practices where people used to cleanse themselves, chakras by chakras they used to raise, they used to go to real gurus, sadgurus, not these horrible gurus, but sadgurus. Sadgurus they used to go. And these gurus would raise their kundalini one by one, step by step, and give them realization, cleanse them. It was a very hazardous method. So as a mother, I thought, why not make you your own guru? Best way. How do you do it? Somehow or other I must develop a method by which I can manage a mass realization. So we are in Holland, which is the holy land of Europe. And the holy land of Europe has got lots of water in it flowing. It's at a lower level than the Mother Earth. And the sea flows through it. So it's a good combination of the sea and the earth here. So sea cleanses and the Mother Earth blesses the people of Holland. But if they have lost their moorings and they are flying in the wrong direction, then the same holy land can become a hell land. So we have to be very careful to see that we create more and more sahajogis in this place. In my reading of the character of the Western people, I find they are extremely aggressive by nature and very egoistical on the whole. One should not feel that I am saying about you, but I am saying you are sahajogis, you belong to the kingdom of God, but I am telling about in general. Now, why I am talking, keep your eyes open. I don't know why people close the eyes, I can't understand. Now, when we are in the Holy Land, we find that the Mother Earth has allowed the sea to flow in. And it's a very good place for me to say something to you. Here the sea has taken refuge in the Mother. The Guru has bound itself with the motherly qualities. A person feels more safe on the ground than on the sea or in the air. So today is the best opportunity for me to say that after the Guru Puja, we have to understand that to be holy means you must allow the Guru Tattva to circulate in the Mother principle. Or the Guru Tattva is to be controlled and guided and beautified by the Mother Principle. It's only the Mother Earth that is beautiful, because it can create so many varieties, so many dramas, so many plays. Any other element, if you see, has nothing in it. So it is she who can create. So we should take to the motherly quality more and try to bind our Guru principle through that motherly, beautiful, creative power, so that we make our presence very agreeable, very congenial, very beautiful, full of interest and varieties. Every time new flowers, every time new fruits, every time a new design. As Kundalini is made of Mother Earth, we are quite capable of doing that. There are gurus and gurus and gurus, but no one so far is such a master as you are of the Kundalini. If they were, they would have given realization to thousands. Why? Because your mother has penetrated into your Guru principle and has risen your Kundalini, has given you powers to raise Kundalini, breaking your 7th chakra so clearly. That never happened with anyone. Even incarnations could not do that to the masses as you are doing. The Kundalini is flowing from your hand. The Ganesha is active in you. But it should never give you the ego or the sternness or the heaviness of the sea. But it should give you the beauty of the Mother Earth. Mother Earth is always bigger than the sea, because she has to contain the sea. Sea can never be bigger than the Mother Earth. Sometimes it looks sea bigger, but sea is contained in the Mother Earth. It cannot go beyond. So Mother Earth is always greater, bigger, wider than the sea. So one has to understand that when Kundalini has risen, you have become all the 7 chakras and not only the Guru chakra. And when you have become the Guru chakra, it is also bounded on all sides by the Mother Earth. Under these circumstances, when we are so capable, we are giving realization to so many people, when we are achieving so many things. If we could just become humble, congenial, beautiful, we can master the whole world. But I find in the styles of Sahaja, especially in the West and westernized Indians, there is so much of ego still expressed in their talks, in their behavior. They are not capable of it. To see, I think, sometimes. But better see it. First you may have to act as sweet people. Maybe. But you must learn that way. If you do not understand that all your leadership, all your Guru Tattva depends entirely on the loving capacity of your mother, her patience. I get angry, but perhaps once in a 10 years or 12 years, something like that. Seldom. That's better. Then the anger has some meaning, but all the time if you are in a temper, or you try to show off, or if you have so much of ego that you go on asserting on wrong things, then you cannot be effective. Another thing I have seen, that ego has no discretion. Ego has no discretion of any kind. If you are egoistical, first thing you lose is discretion. Then what's the use of having this nonsense of an ego which doesn't give you discretion? And people who have greater ego always then assert, and you have to agree to that. You are more impressed by the people who have greater ego than yours. And you like the people who are without any ego, so you can oppress on them. But the discretion part is very poor. That you can see. The other day one guru had come, one gentleman had come, and he has given some mantra. It's by his guru. Now he can't hear anything against his guru. Why? Because his ego has chosen that guru. Because the ego has chosen, how can the ego be wrong? And ego is always wrong. Invariably it is wrong. Everything is upside down with the ego orientation. Gradually you will learn that in the West, people lack common sense. Completely they lack common sense in everything. I mean, if they had common sense, there would have been much less problems. But common sense is lacking, and also I find the same thing in Sahajogis. They lack common sense. You have to become so wise that common sense should be your nature. But common sense we lack. Like today, I'll have some water. Today I was discussing about, say, the labor problem, which is a very general problem. Thank you. Which is a very general problem. You have a labor problem. For example, you have unemployment. Now the whole system that is built in here, and we too have adopted some of it, but not to that extent, of working hours is very absurd. For example, supposing you get up at 4 o'clock. I mean, that's very big supposition, of course, but supposing we get up at 4 and we take our bath. Morning time is very peaceful. We can meditate, we can do what we like. Then we finish all the other work we have to do. Get yourself ready, have yourself ready, have your breakfast or tea or whatever you want to have. Then by 8 o'clock you are ready for work. Supposing you go at 8 o'clock for your work. So you can work from 8 up to 1 o'clock very easily. Very easily. No problem. Then 1 o'clock, you come back home, have your lunch and have a siesta. If you can have siesta for about 2 hours, till 4 o'clock, by 5 o'clock you again go to work. Then you can work from 5 to 11 without feeling tired at all. After 11 you might be. So you put in much more work, much less sleep, and you keep fresh and young. But it requires common sense. Now how unemployment can be solved? Some people can work in the morning, some can work in the evening. Now those who are working in the morning, the ladies could be in the house, men could be outside. Then the men come out in the evening, they can do the household work. Ladies can do in their house, or when they are in the house, men can do creative work. Like making statues, handwork, handmade things. So everybody gets employment. They become more creative, much happier people. And so easy to solve the problem. But there is unemployment. Because of unemployment, there are so many problems. Very easy to solve the problem of unemployment. You don't give any social security or anything. You give them their pay and let them work for shorter time. If you make them create things and sell them, they have more money. Or they can have nice things around them. Otherwise you can have horrid things like that. So you can have lots of things which are handmade.
plus machine-made things, whatever you want to have, there should be a balance. With common sense, we should know how far to go, how far to have balance. Like machine goes on like mad, we cannot control machines. Because we think we get money, we do not. After some time, machines have to stop. So you have to go up to this. I am trying to put the Guru Tattva into the Mother Tattva. As practical. So, common sense should be applied. And that can only come when there is no ego. With ego, there cannot be common sense. Because I like it, I do it. But this I is an ego who is blind, who is indiscreet, who is stupid. So ultimately we do stupid things. There should be common sense, which one can learn by getting rid of this. Now, people say, Mother, how to get rid of ego? It's very simple. You have to move left to the right 108 times in sahajayoga. You have to forgive people in sahajayoga. And you can watch yourself. First of all, see, do you watch others or you watch yourself, first of all. Like there was a lady traveling with me, very old lady. And she said, this man is handsome, this man is not handsome, this woman is good looking, she is pretty. That I was looking at her. I said, this mad woman, she will go really crazy by the time we get down. She goes on looking into every person, judging everyone, who is handsome, who is not. And everybody whom she called handsome, I found him ugly. So I gave up. I said, you better decide. I never try these things. Then, that man is not good, he is very hot-tempered, he is this thing, he is that, he talks like that, he walks like that, he shouldn't look like that. Worried about other people. You tell them anything, they'll go on shaking their neck like this. Oh, how could you do it? But you do it yourself. If they have to say yes, they'll do it 10 times. Yes, 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 yes. If they have to say no, they'll go on saying no, 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 no. There is no common sense. Why to move your neck so many times? See, if somebody is saying that, you need not react all the time. So this is another thing. Internal reaction. First is external. Seeing everyone, judging everyone. Oh, I don't like this station. This is too much dusty. This bathroom is not good. That room is not good. That thing is not good. Like that. As if you are the Queen of England. Even that could be even more than that. Because she is not even allowed to choose her dress. Parliament has to decide. Poor thing cannot have any ego at all, poor thing. She has to choose what dress she has to wear for a particular occasion. If the Parliament says yes, she wears. She says no, no. Big problem for them. But for us who are free people, we must have common sense to understand what to do, where to do, what to talk, how to talk. But when there is ego, you cannot have common sense. And this is the reason I think the Western people have become so stupid in so many things. Whatever I see it upside down. Indians, we may be poor people in the villages. They are not so educated. You are all very well educated people. Everything is there. But all has come out of ego. So the common sense is lacking. So those who deal with the Mother Earth, like farmers, have tremendous common sense. Now in Holland, I used to think people will have lot of common sense because they are farmers, you see. When I had come in 65, they were better off, much better people. Not so nonsensical. They were well dressed, nice, sensible, solid people. Of course I met quite elderly people also, I should say. But I was surprised that in the market you could not get a transistor made in Holland, could not get anything made in Holland. So I said, how is it? You don't make anything machine? He said, why should we? For about 25 bulbs of tulips in those days, we get one transistor from Japan. So why should we make a transistor? Common sense. We sent from here 25 bulbs and they had fields and fields of all kinds of tulips all over, when I came here. So they said for 25 bulbs we get one transistor. So why should we? We export our bulbs to them and get their transistors. Why should we make transistors? Then they said we export our cheese to a particular country or eggs to Italy or chicken to this country and we get all that we need. I was amazed. You see, they're so proud of their agriculture and so much doing like that way, which was a very sensible thing, and because they were dealing with the land, I thought I'll find Holland people to be the best. But then I got reports that people are absolutely gone off their heads. They have become like bullocks now. Working with the land, they have become like bullocks who plow the land. I was surprised. How have they become like bulls? They were very sensible people, very sensible. Farmers, sensibly dealing with things and working out things in such beautiful manner. Very innocent and simple people. And naive up to a point of sweetness. Very sweet. When we came here, they wanted to please us, so they wanted to put a flag for us, of our country. And they put Pakistan's flag in front of us. So I was very happy to see that. And they were talking vegetarianism, but when we came, my daughter had suddenly become vegetarian because she had developed a funny nausea in the ship, you see. So she was not eating any meat or anything. So she said, I am vegetarian. So they said, all right, then will you have chicken? They were that simple, very simple people. And now they're talking about vegetarianism. I'm surprised in 65 and 85 only in these 20 years, how much they are changed. Very nice. And they were not busy doing all these exercises and reducing weight or increasing weight and jogging on the road. Just now, yesterday I was walking, everybody was jogging like mad. Very sensible. But they have lost their common sense. Because perhaps they do not come in contact with Mother Earth, they are using machines too much. Maybe that is one of the reasons. And must be the air from other outside countries coming, and they think they are rustic, so they must accept that is all that is modern, sophisticated. Perhaps, maybe. There's a story about a farmer who was traveling by train. And there were some naughty boys who came from the city, so they wanted to pull the legs of the farmer. So one of the boys asked him that if the eggs are selling here,
in this station for 20p, and in the next station the chicken is selling for £1, what is my age? Just to tease him. So immediately the fellow says, you must be 22. He said, how do you know exactly I'm 22? He said, because my brother who is full mad is 44. You see, they are so practical, so brass. You see, as you call in American level, brass tacks. You see, they know what is it. He looked at him and he said, 22? He said, how? Why? My brother who is 44 is full mad. And these boys didn't know where to look, you see, because they wanted to tease him. And the farmers have great sense. Like we had one minister who had developed a bad neck, you see, why we should be prime minister. He was chief minister. He used to go on like this, his head used to go like this. So some farmers came to see him. They saw him and they looked at him. They said, oh, he's saying no already, what's the use of telling him anything? We have lots of stories of farmers in India, which shows how much they understand life. I had a very nice gardener. He was from a village. So there was one fellow, old fellow, another gardener. He says, no use talking to this old fellow. I said, why? He said, if he is a Hindu, then an old man is a gone case. I said, why? Because in young age they live like ascetics and in old age they become like bhoots. But if he's a Muslim, they don't live like ascetics in young age, they enjoy life, and in old age they are satisfied souls. So you better talk to a Muslim old man than to an Hindu old man. I mean, the reading is so correct about things, you know. Everything that he said was so practical and so sensible. I was really surprised how he could say these things with such sweetness and with such goodness. And how he understood so many things so well. And he was a very young fellow, about, I would say, 30, 32 years of age. So he came to Bombay to see us. He didn't know our full address, he only knew Marine Drive. So he told the fellow, his taxi fellow, he drive me at Marine Drive. He said, Marine Drive is a big place. We said, drive me anywhere in Marine Drive. He drove. So he went and asked, is there a very tall gentleman staying in Marine Drive somewhere? And you see, my husband is one of the tallest in Indians, you see. So he went to the servants, asked, have you seen any tall Saab anywhere? He said, there's one tallest staying there, you see. So that's how he came to our house. And he showed them his shoes. This shoe is given to me by my Saab. He is also very tall, you see. So he said, this shoe he has given me. And he wears the same style of shoes. So servants notice all these things. They were very practical people. So another gardener who met him, he said, yes, there's a tall fellow and he wears the same type of shoes. So he came to our house. How they are sharp and how their eyes are so penetrating, how they know everything about everything. It is remarkable, very remarkable. And that is what we have to be. We have to be gurus with the mother's influence on us. All the time the mother controlling us, the mother guiding us, the mother making our banks, mother making our maryadas. So the motherliness is your blessing. Today you are raising your kundalini because your guru is a mother. Otherwise you could never have done it. And that is why motherliness is so important. One of the reasons perhaps why the Sahajogis run away from the leaders and sometimes from the people who want to have followed may be that we do not know that they are just entering in, just opening out. So try to be kind, just hatching. The little chicks, you see, will die very fast. You have to handle them very, very carefully. I am saying this after so many years. of not saying this. And I am requesting all of you, try to develop, sit before the mirror and try to act like a mother. Let us say, practice it. Try to be nice, kindly, gentle, patient. If you want to spread Sahaja in the West, we have to do that way. Not in Maharashtra. Maharashtra's mothers are quite strict and they are straightforward and children are used to it. You might find that you will say that my mother was a very strict lady, but I think I like her very much because she's taught me so many things. My sisters are expert cooks. We are very good in life. We are doing so well in life. We don't trouble anyone. All these things have come from our mother. She was a strict lady and she would not tolerate any nonsense. She would never tell a lie herself. And if you tell her, all right, if this gentleman is coming, you tell that I'm not in the house. Don't tell me to tell lies. I'll tell him that you told me to tell the lies. That's how she was. And that's how she treated us. And we lived with that. But we didn't mind it because what she did was for our good. We knew that she was doing it for our good. Not in this country. People don't understand this fact. They have ego. They never understand that this is for your good. They will always understand this is aggressiveness because they themselves are aggressed or they are aggressive. If they are aggressive, they are even worse. So try to understand what is the situation is in this country. I have adjusted myself. You also should adjust yourself here to the way it is. And that's how we should not hear any more, any complaints about. Now again the Guru Tattva has to go inside, the Mother Tattva. So next time I will not have any complaints, but they should all say, oh mother, what a nice man, he's so kind, he's so gentle, so very sweet. It doesn't take at all anything to be done. Now in this good atmosphere, when the nature is so abundant and the sun also is hiding its own sharpness, when everything is so beautiful, we should decide that we will behave in a manner that will behove our mother. And not fight, not quarrel, not say things. Like somebody in the train now, supposing will go and quarrel with the ticket collector. This is my seat, that is my. Sahaja does not do that. Sahaja, all right, you don't want, all right, I'll sit here, all right, whatever is legal, I'll do that. Whatever is proper, I'll do. You want it, all right, doesn't matter. You don't allow, all right. Immediately the person melts away. But if you know this is my seat, I have booked it, this, that, and then your mother plays tricks there, on top of that. So ultimately you find that the seat was not yours. And you feel very upset about it. How a Sahaja Yogi is insulted. So that is how it is going to work out in this beautiful manner if we understand the beauty of sweetness and beauty of your Mother Earth. How she beautifully creates everything. And even she's so sweet, I tell you, that if you are sleeping under a coconut tree, can you imagine now? A coconut is so big, if it falls on anybody's head, finished. Stomach also, terrible. It can break your bone. But it will never fall on any human being or any animal. Can you believe it? It's a fact. That is Tambara Pragya. That's the quality of the Mother Earth. It never falls on any human being or animal. How does she manage that? And you have seen how the flowers also fall gently. You never see the flowers growing. How the mother does that? Otherwise we'll have problem, you see. Suddenly you see a flower. Tuk, 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 tuk. So slowly she does it and suddenly, she makes the leaves so beautifully arranged that they all get the sun. How she manages? Then she creates a beautiful shade for you. The color scheme, everything so beautiful. And then how she nourishes? That because all the leaves drop down and they give nitrogen again to the Mother Earth. And then she again nourishes them up. But the leaves have to fall down if the sun has to come to the Mother Earth. It's all her doing. But she does it so beautifully that we are not even aware of what she is doing to us. We don't know. If you notice it, one thing about the Mother Earth's beauty that she creates and how sweetly she does it. We will say that even 1/1000th of that if we have, we could be somewhere already ruling in the kingdom of heaven. This is what it is. So, as you have got your Kundalini, you must develop that sweetness within you in such a manner that people see you and think that you are great mothers. But as you know, in the West, the mothers are so horrible. The women are so dominating that people do not have a proper image of a mother also. Women are extremely dominating. Women must learn to dominate. It's so easy. A bull can dominate anybody. But can they be like Mother Earth, which can bear up all kinds of troubles, all kinds of problems? Can we do that way? Especially that's why I request women of this country to develop those beautiful qualities and not of domination. Domination, it doesn't behove a woman. It doesn't look nice on her. It's like a bull she's wearing as a diamond piece around her neck. It's not beautifying. So we must give up that idea of dominating or trying to oppress the husband. He says something, we say no. To children we say no. To everyone we try to dominate. That's not our character. Even I think Roosevelt once said that, of course he must have met real Indian women, that an Indian woman, she is like a magnolia in an Indian forest. Of course here the magnolias are useless, but in Indian forest, even one flower in the forest, it is hidden, you can't see it. But you can smell it. The whole forest is fragrant. You can't see it anywhere, it's hidden in one flower. You can know this magnolia. And this is the greatest quality, because love is the most attractive thing in this world. Why do you hang around me? Just ask yourself. Because I have vibrations, my photograph has got. No. You feel that you are loved. That I love you. It's a very great quality. But I have that innate within me. I don't have to have it from anywhere. And you too have it. Just expose it and manifest it. May God bless you. Thank you. So today we should do actually the pujan of the Bhumi. Would be better idea. We'll do the Ganesha's pujan and then you worship me as the Mother Earth, as the Ratambhara Pragya, which we have not done so far, being the Holy Land. Alright? And we have to thank all these Sahajogis who are so few here, who have arranged all this and have done such good work.
I have a question that's important to me and to many people who are searching for something or seeking perhaps what you call self-realization or sahajayoga or something. Some of us don't know exactly what it is.
Yes.
And we find that there are many teachers. How do we recognize those teachers that you might call fraudulent from the real ones? It's so difficult because they all seem to be able to inspire us in certain ways and give us experiences. How do we know who is teaching something that's true and who is being deceptive?
First and foremost thing is, anybody who lives on your earnings is not a guru. A guru will never live on the earnings of his disciples. But here there are people who have built palaces, bought aircrafts and cars and this. I mean, this is something one should understand. It's so open to you to understand. I mean, I cannot understand more obvious thing that this one is, that it's a parasitic living, and you cannot have a parasites as your gurus. They can be parasites, but not your gurus. That's one of the things. And if you can, I mean, you can retain some people, if you want, because you are rich people, you can retain some. That's a different point. But you cannot have them as gurus. Guru has to be a higher personality, you see. Now, you have seen Christ was such a great incarnation. He didn't take any money from anyone. He was a carpenter's son, and he used to do carpentry himself, and he lived like a modest man. He never lived with big cars and big houses. It's not necessary, because such a person is himself a very big king, you see, like a big emperor. He doesn't need anything. An emperor doesn't need anything, because nothing can give him comfort except that he himself is in complete comfort. So such a person doesn't want anything. So you must see that such a person has no needs of comfort at all. He can sleep on the grounds, he can sleep anywhere. Now, in this life, I should say I come from quite a wealthy family, or married to another wealthy man. You can say that way, according to your own relative ideas. But to me, I can sleep anywhere. I have no problem. I have no problem of food, no problem of sleeping anywhere, no comfort. And I find it is beyond my self-respect to live on the earnings of others. It's not problem. But you are my children. Supposing now you bring a flower to me or something, it's all right. But I can't have a palace out of your money and all those things. It's absurd, absolutely absurd. So this is one thing one should know, that it pampers our ego, that we can purchase our guru. We can purchase our self-realization. You see, this is a very subtle pampering, and that's how people accept. You see, they don't want to accept a person who says you cannot offer anything, it's too much for them. Or maybe that, secondly, could be that people think that if you pay something, then you get attached to it, you go through it, whatever it is. Say you are paid for a ticket, and you find that the whole play is horrid, you can't bear it, but you have to go through it because you have paid for it. That's a human nature, you see. That's a human nature. I have seen that they do it, and that's what it works out. But this is very gross level, I'm telling you. But another should be that in these modern times it is promised that you will become prophets. You have to become prophets. So you must see, have you become prophets out of these? It's easiest is to see the disciples of this man. Any XYZ who says he's a guru. Now what is happening to the disciple? Is he a free person? Has he got any knowledge? Has he got any mastery? What has he achieved by being with that person? Now you have seen here there are Sahajogis, one better than the other. You talk to them, they are knowledge. Some of them have met me only for say 8 days or so, they have become knowledge. So what have they achieved, you should say? What is their style of life, their pattern of life, how they behave? And there cannot be any privacy about it. You see, like mafia, you don't tell that and you don't say that and you shouldn't do that. Of course in Sahajayoga, the truth is exposed gradually. But it is not like this that if you give some money, nobody knows. Everybody knows everything in Sahajayoga. See, now supposing we have to build an ashram, say for example. All right, you build your ashram, you collect your money, do what you like and know about it. I have nothing to do with it.
Also among yourself you should know how you got the money, how you spent it, what is the expense and all that. Because ashram you can pay for, but not for your realization. And this is one thing, is very important, that what you get out of it is important, that you should become a prophet. Have you become a prophet? Then thirdly, you must know that if you are going from one to another, what we call guru shopping business, that means you have not found it. Otherwise you would just settle down. But some people are so weak that they do settle down with one and are finished with them. You must always see the people who go to these gurus, what have they got? Have they got their transformation? Because this is the age of transformation.
Mataji, what about teachers or gurus who produce miracles? You go to a guru who will materialize something out of the air and say this is divine.
This is all jugglery. It's all jugglery. And also, you see, now supposing somebody says, I produce a diamond. Now these people come from India. Why don't they solve the financial problem of India? Secondly, you see, at every point they can be challenged. You should say that, then all right. One gentleman came to me and said that he gave me a diamond. I said, why you? How many diamonds you have? He said, hundreds. Then I said, why did he give you? You should give to your driver who hasn't got a diamond. You see, that is what it is. So it is all jugglery. You should see those who materialize. What have they given you? They have to give you something eternal. If they talk about God, God is not going to give you diamond. Which God has given diamonds to people? Have you heard of anyone giving diamonds? No. So you should ask for something which is the highest, which is the supremost. Now the fourth thing, which is very important, that whatever experiences you get, for example, some people start just like jumping, some start shouting, some start behaving like animals, and they say, oh, that's what is coming out, you're taking out, you see. They feel very bad, they get horrible diseases, they get into troubles, and they get into pains and all sorts of things and contortions. They say, now your subconscious is coming out. Nothing has to be brought out. That's one thing you must know. The subconscious, as I told you, is on the left-hand side, and the supraconscious on the right-hand side. What you have to do is to ascend in the center and come up. Above your head is the super consciousness. And when you become that, then you develop collective consciousness. So those who want you to become like frogs, again, you must know that you are not going to become frogs anymore. That's not anyway evolution. The evolution has to go higher, not becoming frogs or earthworms, you see. And if you start crawling, it is simple mesmerism. Anybody mesmerizes can do these tricks, you see. It's simple mesmerism. And then to believe that now you are surrendered and all that is all nonsense, you see. It has no meaning to realization. In realization you just become the master. You become the master of it. There are many people in this country who came and lured you by their talks also, talking big about Brahma, Atma Tattva, this, that and everything. That is not the way you can, that is what is just the pendulum moving from Christian sermon to Hindu sermon, and from Hindu sermon to Islamic sermon, from there to the Rabbi sermon. It goes on like that, you see. That's not the way. You have to rise higher within yourself. And that's why those who lecture about these things are really sometimes can be very, very dangerous. And so many have died of cancer, this, that. I don't know what to say, that people who go to these people get into very bad troubles and suffer so much. And then on top of that, when all this happens, they say, you must suffer. That's a very good excuse, you must suffer. You must pay to suffer. You pay money to suffer. And then people go on suffering. Now one thing I have to tell you, that Christ has suffered for us. We don't have to suffer anymore. Those who deny his sufferings will have to go for suffering. All right, have it. But he suffered for us. There is no need for us to suffer anymore. When he is awakened within us, he takes away all that is our ego, means our karmas, our superego, that is our conditioning, completely removed, and you become one with the divine. There is no need for anybody to suffer. And this idea of suffering is all nonsensical.
You should not suffer at all.
Good. I'm glad it's over.
Any other question, please? A little loudly.
I was wondering if you could talk about what we can do to form a school for our children here in America. Many of us now with small children become
That has been my primal problem here. I know, it's terrible, I know. It's going to be very difficult for you to have your children sent to these schools because the atmosphere is so bad. For the time being, I only feel that you must develop your children in such a manner that they become strong, self-confident, and also they have good examples before them, as you people are, to begin with. And you will find many Indian families are here. But what I have seen is that the children of at least 60% of Indian families don't learn bad things normally. This is my own experience. The reason is because the Indian family people are all the time talking to their children, having a nice family meetings together, taking them out, telling them about good things, of sharing. Because those people who are here from India have had that kind of a training, so they are trying to train their children in the same way. Now the families which are so-called advanced here can beat you hollow in nonsensical things. Because when it comes to advancement, they don't know how to relate it to anything else. But those who are not that way, those who have been going through a lifestyle, still maintain their own ideas and their own behavior, their own principles. They are imbibed by children. And they just think these are another category of people. These are not our style. These are different. They don't change. I've seen many families like that. In the same way, first of all, you must pay full attention to your children, talk to them, bring them up in such a manner that they have another value system. I mean, I can say about my own daughters or grandchildren, you put them anywhere in the world, they will never become like others because they have their roots. So you must try to make their roots very strong into great principles. Then they won't be that much in difficulty. Like as I was discussing today with people, that as I said, that Indian society has built up itself in traditional, ages it has built in traditions and things. So it must have made mistakes, trial and error and all that, but it has reached some very fine points. One thing about children in India, say, we don't tell them, don't touch this, don't take this, don't open this, never. We also don't allow them just to behave like a bull in a china shop. Supposing now I want to have a diet coke, alright? So I tell a child, alright, go and get 1 tin of diet coke. Now bring this glass. Slowly, because it is very good, so beautiful, you have to use it very carefully. Now keep it there. Now open the pan, put it in there. Now you have to bring it and give it to a friend or anyone. So the child carries it very carefully. But supposing it falls down, doesn't matter. We'll have another one. So the child develops the deftness of handling it, the respect for it, and not the sort of a fear of it. The cooking same way. Today there was a big complaint about the way people cook here. And in the discussion then I reached a conclusion that the mother cooks that way. So what mother says, alright, the child doesn't sit in the TV room if mother is cooking in Indian homes. The child is in the TV, no, he's with the mother. The mother says, alright, now what you do, we'll cut some vegetables. I'm cutting, now you better do it. Now whatever is left out, which is not to be used for cooking, we have to put it in this thing. Now this has to go into the waste paper basket. And Indian kitchen is all the time clean, spick and span, every minute. Every room is spick and span. House. Outside what can we do? Is the government, the management, nonsense. I mean the people here think they are very clean. I think they are not. Only the government is. The clothes are hanging here, this, that. In Indian homes, even in the poorest of poor you go, everything will be spick and span, clean. Because the child is told to keep it. Now, the child has, say, a paper in his hand. He won't throw it everywhere. Carry, take it to the... How? Because the mother will say, alright, now this paper is here. Where should it go? All the time the mother and the child are together, or the father. All the time, wherever. It's not that the children can't go to this place. Here the beginning itself is wrong. When the little child is born, you put him in another room and the parents are sleeping in another room. It's the worst thing that you can do to a little baby. That's how the child will become very insecure, unhappy, abnormal. In the subconscious, the child will have a very funny feelings. After marriage, after having children, the parents have to accept parenthood. They are still in the bridal dresses. Or the men are still saying, oh, they are romantic heroes going around. You are parents now. Otherwise, don't produce children. If you produce children, be parents. That doesn't mean you should become absolutely boring type people. But take interest in your children. Keep them with you all the time. Talk to them. Tell them how to behave. I mean, the behavior here of children is abnormally funny, I find. For that, one has to blame the training. And all the freedom is to be given to children. Now, the carpet is more important than child. A door is more important than a wall is more important than the child. Then what happens when the children grow up? I've seen. When they go to somebody's house, they start using everything as if they are own. In their house, they are very comfortably sitting. And also, every way you have restrictions on children, it sometimes shocks. Like I will tell you the example of my own granddaughter. She was telling me that, Nani, I had invited some girls for my birthday party. And you know, they liked it very much. And she asked me, can I have some more? I was surprised. It was all mommy had made for them and she had such a lot inside and she was enjoying the very tea. So they came and asked, can I have for some more? They are not beggars. They are children. They should rule all their wants, they should ask for what. But then you'll get some toys, put them. The toy is with the child. Child doesn't know the parents. Toys, fill it up with the toys. Then by the time you go in the garage, there's no place. All the toys are kept there. So the whole training system is wrong. You must take your child with you, you must take him out, you must show everything. Who else is going to teach them? I see a mother who is, say, a person who has done, say, MA in botany, and a child doesn't know what is a leaf and what is a flower. Involve them with yourself. You go to work, tell them what happened, today this thing happened in the work, this is what. They are something separate from you. How can they grow? At this time, they depend on you for all their nourishment, every time. And in that you have to teach them how to share things. But I think very little time is spent with children. It should be much more, much more. Continuously it should be. I mean, even my girls who are, one is she's 40 years of age. Even now she comes and sleeps with me in the morning time. She must hug me, sleep with me. And when I come, she cries like a little baby. What to do? I did the same with my mother. But I knew everything about my mother, and I knew so many things that she liked and what she didn't like and what should not be done. And there is such an attachment to the mother comes in and father. You don't want to lose that love. Once my daughter asked me, when she was in college, I want to wear sleeveless blouse. I said, go ahead. No harm. She said, but why don't you wear? I said, I feel shy. I feel shy to expose my arms. Then she said, immediately, then this is no criteria because I've asked you, you should say yes to me. No, that's not good. She herself corrected herself. So first, complete integration of the children with yourself. Now the films, they have films for children, for adolescents, then I don't know what else is there. No, all the films should be for everyone. But if you have to show filthy stuff, then you have to have it after 12 o'clock in the night. Why to see filthy stuff? Whatever your children cannot see, why should you see? It's not something very matured, is it? That you want to see and the children can't see. So the whole shifting starts. Like a mother is seeing the very mature thing is about God, is about some great incarnation of some philosophy. Children are also sitting. Then they start asking, what is collective consciousness at a very young age? What is Chaitanya? What is Omkara? The whole attention moves to something else. Otherwise you show them a thing for the children. In that they'll show you this doll coming today, that doll. Mommy, I must have that doll. Get them the doll and be finished with them. That's not the way. Bring their attention out of all these things. See, these all medias, everything, are working on your children morning till evening. Now they have a doll in America which even have a birth date. And then you have to join a club. Now for that club you have to pay so much dollars. And then you become a member of that. Then they write to you what is the name for the child and when was she christened and this and that. They are playing upon your children. And you are happy as long as children don't trouble you. And when they trouble you, in England, I don't know, in America, what do? They kill their children. Then the children kill them. The whole thing is upside down. India, it might happen if they become developed and advanced. So we are different people. We come out of it. Now let's start another way. Let's not identify ourselves with that nonsense. Let's be something extraordinary. Let's make our children something different. That's what is to be given to your children. Not money, wealth, toys, no. Personality. Roots. You are their roots. If you are shifty like this, how do you expect your children to be all right? You have to nourish them. All right? So first of all, the education of the child starts with the father, mother and the family. And the respect for elders. Supposing your father is there, your mother is in the house, and if you will treat your parents, they will ill-treat you. Naturally. This is a very interesting story. There was an old lady and she had a father-in-law who was very old. And the son always used to carry his broth in a bowl made of ordinary clay. And she used to treat him like a dog, the daughter-in-law. One day that broke. And this boy fell down and he broke and he started crying. So the mother thought he's very badly hurt the way he was crying. He said, no, I'm not hurt, but this thing is broken. So why are you crying for that? We can get another one. He said, sure you can get another one. He said, yes. You know, because I was worried, how will I give you food when you will be old? That's what I was worried. That when I have to send you food, how will I manage? Then she understood. How you treat others, how you behave towards others, how you live neatly, clean ways and things, that's what children learn. Greatest thing, more than precepts, are practices. Here the husband-wife will quarrel, the presence of children, beat each other. Imagine. I've seen that. I mean, if you see any film these days, is the quarrel between husband and wife. Put this way, this way, that way. That's all. Get fed up of it. No respect, no love, no affection. Or some sort of a destruction. Then the children themselves don't want to see any picture. You see, when my daughters were small, I would only take them to religious picture like Sri Rama's life, this, that and all that. So they developed a taste for that. So when they went home to my mother's place, they said, we will not go to this picture. If there is any Ramas, Hanumanas, then we'll go. So my sister said, you see, first of all, we can't leave them alone in the house. You can't take them to any picture. They don't like any other picture but that of God's pictures. So, I mean, there are not so many. So what to do? I said, all right, why don't you also see with them the same? She said, but there are some nice social pictures. And they don't like it. So what sort of books you give them? What sort of things you talk to them? Always be with them, keep them with you. That's the best. Or even if they have to go to some school, it should be a school where there's love, affection, good company, they talk of sahajayoga, sort of a thing. I wish we could start a school of sahajayoga in America. But you know how difficult it is to start anything sensible. Everybody is afraid. But if you want to start a school of nonsensical things, they'll give you grants. It's very difficult. Even in England, same thing. Can't start a school. If you want to start some sort of a disco, it's very easy. Many schools are closing down in England. Actually, there was a school for sale. Wanted to buy in my own simple ideas. They said, Mother, first thing, why it's closed? I said, why? Because of the different rules and regulations, it is closed.
I said, then your great-grandchildren might be able to go to that school. It will take so much time. So first thing I'll say, you should look after your children. Tell them when it is wrong, you must tell them, this is wrong, it should not be. Like your child doesn't respect others, you must tell them. If he spoils something or does something wrong to others, then you must tell. If he doesn't share things, you must tell, you must share your doll, you must share this. But when it comes to correcting him for nonsensical things, you should not. We'll see, it will change. Then later on, of course, we have to think of school and all that. We're trying to do something. Let's work it out, maybe. Then we'll take over. Basically, they should be all right. Otherwise, they come to India and slap all the teachers. What's the use? It's not easy. Western children are not easy, to manage. Actually, then definitely they'll be frightened of Western children coming to India. Rather different. Because you must discipline them. And the main thing is they should like the discipline. They should want the discipline. That's how you should create. The stupid idea of freedom means license should go out of it. They should like it. I remember my parents, the way they disciplined us, we like it. Any child would remember that. Oh, my father, very particular. But here, they'll call a 12-year-old son. I know a friend of ours, such a shocking story. The lady came to, friend means in the official way, she came to London and she said, have you seen the pubs? I said, no. Wonderful, interesting pubs in London. I said, really? She had a list of them. She said, the best is this one. I said, what is so special? It's called as the Hermit's Pub. So what is great? See, a man died in this place. And people did not know for months together. Then the smell started coming out. So they came in, took him away and buried him. But all the cobwebs and all the smell is still retained. And that's the most expensive pub in London. I said, oh God, what's this going on? This lady said, no, we are very free with our children. We allow them to do what they like. And she had two sons, I think one was 12-year-old and one was 11-year-old. And these husband and wife were sleeping upstairs in America. These two children were having a party. And the father had given them alcohol, beer, all open, drink, but oh, enjoy, we are one. And these children of that age group started drinking, and then I don't know what happened to them. They put fire to some alcohol and the whole house was burnt. One child ran out, 11-year-old. The mother, father, one son, all died, and so many children. This is no freedom. You have to teach your children discretion. You have to teach them. This is what one has to learn. So I think before starting a school for children, let us start a school for parents. What do you say? All right. What is next?
with traditional yogic practices,
Yeah, very much so.
and
Oh, very much. It is the most traditional thing, you see. Because the yogic practices you do here is some sort of a, I don't know what to call it, but it's like just a wee bit of it you have taken and you are doing that. That's not yogic practice at all. You see, Patanjali Yoga, which was practiced thousands of years back, when people led a different type of life. When the children went to school with the gurus, who was a realized soul, nobody who was not a realized soul was called a guru. And the children had to lead a very celibate life because according to your university, you are called as your gotra. And you could not marry, even today, say my gotra is Shandilya. Shandilya was the Muni of my family. I can't marry a man from the same gotra. Even today, thousands of years have passed since then. Shandilya lived about 40,000-50,000 years back. But even today, I can't marry a man who belongs to the same gotra. So the celibacy, you can imagine that from one university you could not marry. That's how they led a life, and then they went, after 5 years of age, they went into schools, they lived there, and they came out of that in complete celibate living they were, and then they got married, and then when they had children, they sent them back. Like that the system worked. But if you read Patanjali Yoga, the first thing that Patanjali Yoga says, that Ishvara Pranidhana is the establishment of God. First you must establish the spirit. It's like we have not just started the car, for example. Right? It's very logical. Now I am coming to Hampstead. I don't know the way, supposing. And I don't know which way to go. Now supposing I say that, all right, now I have to go to Hampstead. From the very beginning I'll turn to the left, not to the right. Can I do it? No? So when the Kundalini rises, then only you will know which chakra is touching. What is your problem? Beforehand, supposing you are doing any, at random, any exercise. Say example, the way people are doing this yoga, so-called, it has nothing to do with yoga. You see, these exercises when you do, you are not aware as to what are your problems. You don't know what you are suffering from. And what particular asana is needed for a particular type of a chakra, which is blocked. Alright? So what you are doing is indiscriminate, taking medicines without understanding. But the practice of these things are a very minimum part of the whole of Patanjali. First is Ishvara Pranidhana. Means when you establish the spirit, Ishvara Pranidhana means establishment of the God. Once you have established that, then the Kundalini starts moving, and then you know where to stop, where to turn, how to do. This is real tradition, but last 50 years, see, all sorts of nonsensical people have come up there, change this, change that. And it's logical. It's logical, you see. Supposing you are suffering from Agya chakra, alright? And you are doing the exercise of this chakra. You will spoil this as well as spoil this. There's no logic, there's no understanding, nothing. See, this is just physical exercises because people want to become actors and actresses, I think.
Well, no, I mean, I'm talking about the whole, the 8 limbs of yoga, the whole Ashtanga.
Which one?
The 8 limbs of yoga, going through the whole system of the niyama and the asanas, pranayama, pratyahara,
all those things, you see.
To work towards samadhi.
No, it does not. That's the other way down. See, this is the problem. You see what happens, that unless and until you get your realization, you have no entry into yourself. You don't know where you are going. This will never work. On the contrary, all those who have done Hatha Yoga catch on their heart center very much. Because the whole attention is on the body, the left heart touches. Just now I've been to one organization where I met 3 of them. They all had their left side absolutely frozen. So they said, Mother, what should we do? I said, you must sing the praise of God. Forget. You have become so dry like a bamboo now. Fill it up with the love of God. Forget it, all your asanas. It's just like, you see, dried fishes. That there's no emotions left. It's such an imbalance. Ha and ta, both the things. They have not said only ha is the Surya Nadi. They said ha and ta. What are you doing about tha? Nothing. So only you are doing ha yoga. Alright? You have to do hatha yoga, but without Ishvara pranidhana, without realization. We also do, not that we don't do. Whatever is needed, that we do. For example, now, when I went there, I told them what should be given to a person who is suffering from mental diseases. They said all these. For mental diseases also all these. For egoistical people also all these. For liver patients also all these. I mean, it's horrible. I said, how can that be? On the contrary, to a mental patient, if you make him bend forward, he will suffer more. You must bend back. Person who is ego-oriented should bend forward. They changed, of course. I mean, they are sensitive people as far as I am concerned. They believe in me. They think in India, of course, I am accepted as some sort of something like that. But you see, these are little things they don't know. Supposing a person is ego-oriented, right-sided person as we call it. Right-sided person, if he tries to bend backwards, he'll become even worse. And a person who is a super-ego person, suffering from mental troubles and all that, has to not to bend forward at all. He has to bend backwards. Because there are two types of people. There are actually three types, as you know. The people are, I mean, in vulgar language we can call it masochist and sadist, but they are extreme cases. But I am saying that's fine. We call them tamoguni and rajoguni. So the rajoguni is the sadist. If they become more like this, God save the world. See the point? Feelings like, now I have become a sthita prajna. I said, how? To me? You see, my child is sick, I am not bothered. What am I saying?